welcome to the stream. Oh, we've got a long day ahead of us, but at the end of this long day, we are going to have a fantastic payout. If any of you have not, are not too familiar with what's going on, yo, what's up, Segale? Is it Sugai? How do you say your name? Segai? Segwai? Maybe? Something like that? Yo. Yeah. If any of you are not familiar with where we are and what we're doing, we actually did a bunch of chunk rolls in the last video. Like Segway. Oh, okay. My favorite Canadian. What's good, bro? What's good? A lot is good. A lot is, well, let's just say my wrist could use a little bit of a break. We have been at these ruby harvests, that is our best hunter training method, for the last several days straight. I have been clicking up a storm in order to get the highest XP rates possible. We also do have some birds for some AFK time, but it's like under half the XP rates. We're looking at 32,000 hunter experience an hour here at Ruby Harvests versus like 16k at the birds. Why we're doing hunter? How'd we get hunter? We are... Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There we go. Bomp! We rolled East Yanille. And because of that, we got our hunter store. And because we got the hunter store, we got the butterfly net. And also bird snares, which unlocked the hunter grind. So we need to hit level 70 plus 1 in order to use the imp traps, because there are imps in our chunks, and we need to be able to catch those. Now, how many of these butterflies have I been chewing through in the last couple days? Well, we were level 14 hunter on Monday. Let's take a gander what level you think I'm at right now. Just take a wild guess. What, 8 to 12 hour days clicking these butterflies have gotten us to. Oh, I've not been able to do much else because the amount of actual focus and clicking you have to do for these guys is unreal. 60, that is a very good guess. A little off though, we're actually 67. I have been going absolutely cuckoo bananas on this thing. All to be able to get level 70 on stream today, which means if we do, we catch an imp, that will complete our East Yanille grind and will allow us to roll on stream today. That was the plan, at least. Well, we'll see how it plays out. I'm hoping that we can just power through this, putting in work. Yeah, no kidding. We have been putting in work. I did not want to get stuck on these for weeks on end, so I just decided to hunker down and get chunking right through this thing. Whether that was a good idea, I don't know. And the thing is if I'm ever clicking off to go check on something, that XP rate drops completely. Like, for example, I just clicked onto our, what's it called? Our chunk picker. I opened that up, and as you saw, I had to move my mouse off screen, which takes our XP rates from 32 to 16, because any second I am not clicking on these is a second that I am, unfortunately, clicking somewhere else. So this is going to be our life for the next couple hours. Very likely, honestly. So most of what we're going to be doing is just going to be sitting here, hitting Ruby Harvests, and talking to y'all. Because I can, fortunately, read while also collecting these things, but anything that involves clicking or movement, geez, yeah, good luck. In terms of chunk tasks, last Monday, we were able to do every other task except for the 70+1 hunter catch an imp. So we got the 100 cow kills, we got the 100 man kills, we got the Earth Talisman drop from the man, which was the only drop available. Now, if you're wondering why we have coal and compost in our inventory, that is because we also decided on how to properly treat implings. Implings are a little bit of a tricky scenario because we locked the Puro behind Xanaris. So what does that mean for other implings? Well, ultimately, I decided to treat each impling like a random event, like a mystery box. We can choose to collect it or not, but if we unlock something from that mystery box, that will add to our grind. So there are only a few that I would say are dangerous. The young implings, the eclectic implings, and the magpie implings, I would say, are 3 dangerous implings. If we catch one of those, there's a chance that we get a drop that could increase our grind significantly. The eclectic implings have the worst of them, I think, which would be, or no, actually, the magpies are the worst. We're never touching magpies. Magpies have a rune bar drop, and it's a fairly common rune bar drop, which means we do not want to, like, if we see a magpie implant roaming around, sure, it could give us some things, but, like, it's a 1 in 12 chance of a rune bar, which means as soon as we unlock a furnace, that is a 99 smithing grind, which nobody wants. That would be awful. That would be terrible. We're not going to be doing that. Yuck. However, I mean, like, we got to avoid that as much as we can. Likewise, the eclectic implings drop 10 adamant ores, which would unlock an adamant plate body grind. Also ew, also yuck, also something we want to avoid. The young implings, on the other hand, are a bit of a trickier scenario, because they drop something that is both very beneficial to us, but also increases our grind a bit. And that would be the lockpick. So the lockpick, if any of you don't know, our best thieving method right now is the Alderan chests, which are right just to the upper left-hand corner. We walk up those things, we pick some chests, and we get some loot, and it's honestly, the XP rate isn't too bad. There's some good things and bad things that come along with that. If we had a lockpick, we would be able to successfully thieve from them 10% more, which is not an insignificant boost. That is a significant boost, which would increase our XP rates quite a bit. However, with a lockpick, we would also then unlock the Yanille Agility Dungeon, as one of 2 requirements for accessing the Agility Dungeon is either an agility level beyond level 1, we'd have to get 5 agility, and then we would have, shortcut freaking farming. Oh, it would be awful. No, we're not doing that, obviously. So what's the other option? Well, that is 82 thieving to get through the other side. If we get 82 thieving, we can get, and a lockpick, the lockpick being the key word here, then we can get through the other side of the Yanille dungeon, and thus it would unlock quite a bit. First of all, it would unlock, 7 more levels of thieving, which, I mean, is not the end of the world. We are at 75 currently, and we'd have to get to 82. The XP rates, of course, would be much better with a lockpick. I have tested our luck with that a few times. We've gotten a few implings. We've gotten an essence impling. We've gotten some baby implings. Gourmet implings, earth implings, and young implings, all in our time here. The earth implings are the ones that I'm most excited for, because there's a chance we can get a mithril pickaxe from an earth impling. We also can get one at a much lower rate from eclectics, but there is no way that I'm chancing getting the adamant ore drop there. So I'll take the 1 in 100 mithril pickaxe chance over the 1 in 12 mithril pickaxe from the eclectics, with the bonus of not having the risk of, immediate murder upon getting a nature, basically either a nature and fire rune method or a furnace. So earth implings are like, yay, the best thing we can find. They're awesome. However, yeah, anyways, back to young implings there. Oh, shoot. you're probably hearing me in just my left ear again, because of course my volume settings are doing the weird thing again. Let me change that real quick so that it's not as icky. Hold on. That should do it. How do I sound now? A little bit better, I would imagine? Jeez. That should do it. Anyone there by chance? Anyone in the chat? Can you confirm if the audio is a little bit better now? Whether or not I'm just in your left ear, or whether I'm in both ears now. That should have fixed it. That's something that I have to do every time for some reason. It just auto defaults back to a different setting. Better, yeah. Thanks. I appreciate you you commenting there. I do need to double check from time to time. But yeah, we're gonna be here for quite some time. Just because I mean, hold on. There we go. Yeah, we got 3 levels of Hunter to grind out here. That's all she is. It's gonna be unfortunately, a little less interesting of a stream until we finally get to that point. That's why I started a little bit early. I scheduled this at 4 o'clock, and we actually started quite a few minutes early. Much better, my friend. That's good. I'm going to just actually quickly add our stream to the self-promo sections of the Chunk chat, because everyone from the Chunk Pickers don't know. I thought my phone was broken because of the audio lull. Sorry about that. Hopefully it's a little better and you no longer think. Yeah, hopefully it's better. There we go. Is the Mistrock server auto-placing the... It isn't. What in the world? Okay. There we go. There, we should get a little bit of an influx of people now soon as well. Hopefully you didn't start trying to troubleshoot your phone problems there. That would have been a little bit awkward. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. This has been my life for the last, basically, since Monday, hitting these ruby harvests. The orange feathers are a nice little break, so if we decide to, do anything on the side as well, we can catch birds while also doing something else. If we need to check on something, we can do that. Like, for example, if we wanted to pop over the chunk picker for one reason or another, just as an example, we wanted to look at certain things, then we could definitely do that. I'm just actually unlocking it right now. There we go. So yeah, if we wanted to troll around on the chunk picker for a little bit, then we definitely could do that as well. Because we've got some new chunks that are available thanks to our Yanille grind. Curious as to your recommendations for a unique starting chunk location. Ooh, that is a great question. And I know exactly where I would start if I were you. There's actually, yeah, unique starting chunks being specific. And that all depends really on, it really depends on how well you will be able to manage without a bank. I think one of the major issues with not having a bank is, you know, collecting things and not wanting to waste them. So there are some new areas that have bank deposit boxes, but not banks specifically, that are kind of interesting. Oh, old man. Oh, maze random. Okay, we're taking this. I'll get back to that question in a second. We are gonna run through this maze random real quick. We gotta go out before we go in. Also, I need to turn my volume up. In-game volume seems to be super quiet. Like, you're not hearing the door stuff. So I will fix that as soon as we are back in the settings. Do we stand... do we instead spend the next 2 hours at this chest? Talking about stuff? Just opening the chest and getting more potions and stuff? Probably not. That probably wouldn't be a good scenario for us. Just now canceled roll stream. Now we're just harvesting something from. Oh, that's not the right way. I am a dummy. I've just wasted several ticks. Oh no. Oh no, we gotta go this way. There we go. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Speed through this. See if I can get 77. That's usually where I like to hit. Is it 77%? I think we might lost 1 or 2% here from the... Yeah, we lost 1% from that little detour. There we are. Nice. We got ourselves steel arrows, nature runes, and coins. I mean, I will take those any day of the week. The nature runes specifically, I feel, are going to still come in handy. So, on to... So wait, how much is the Yanille dungeon can you access? None of it. We can't access a single bit of the Yanille dungeon because one side is blocked by an agility grind, and the other side is blocked by a lockpick, specifically. If we had a lockpick, then we'd have a bit of a thieving grind, and then we'd be able to access the majority of the Yanille dungeon. But absolutely none of it right now. Of course, grats on the maze, yeah, thanks. Now, back to unique starting locations. The locations around shorelines, especially if you don't have the enabled, what's it called? Man, I'm drawing a blank. If you don't have charter ships enabled as a mode of transportation, it allows you to kind of grow out from a shoreline with a deposit box, which gets rid of most of the negative side of starting outside of a bank chunk. I just got lucky with Mist Rock and ChunkMist for that bank spot, because otherwise you're working basically as a pseudo ultimate Ironman, which kind of ain't too fun. Yeah, hopefully soon you get the chunks required for Hand in the Sand. Shockingly, we are like 2 chunks away. We get the Brimhaven Major, and then we get West Yanille, and then, oh, I think we need Entrana as well. But, like, we're actually fairly close to the Hand in the Sand requirements. I'm rather shocked at how close we are in terms of rolls. Which is kind of cool. Hey, Tiger System, how's it going? Yeah, we're pretty close to Hand in the Sand. Speaking of fun starting locations, though, any location with a bank is, like, I would recommend, but, like, originally, like, if I were to choose a starting location, I was so close to starting in the Salvager's Outlook, or Shipwreck's Cove here, just because it would have given me, like, a narrative start. I could have been like, oh, we wound up on the beach without our memories, without, you know, we could have played into that a little bit, which could have had some fun intentions. That also has, like, it has an interesting shop there. It has a furnace, which is a really unique location for a furnace. Honestly, this chunk right here, Auburn Vale, if you started with a couple chunks instead of just one, you could have access to a bank and the whole minigame. This chunk right here would be a little rough alone, but if you had both those chunks, this one and the one to the left, then you could actually unlock the Auburn Vale Totems minigame, And, like, you'd have a huge grind up here, definitely. But, like, that would be a fun location. Same with Tultaclon. This is a cool location to start in. But any location that is, like, attached to a port that now has a deposit box is also pretty fun. Like, for example, here, our Alderaan Northeast chunk has a deposit box now, so you could technically start in this chunk and not have to worry about bank space because you could just deposit it. It would, of course, be like the forever bank. You wouldn't be able to see it until you actually got a bank slot, but like that is a cool starting location. One of the other spots I actually considered starting at before I decided to randomize was the charcoal burners chunk down here in this area. This, honestly, I thought would have been kind of a unique location. One, because you're pretty close to a decent farming patch, but also the tithe farm, so you'd never have a not just standing clause occur on farming, because you could just tithe farm it up, right? So those are some unique locations. Ferox. The Ferox Enclave would also be a really fun starting spot. If you wanted a PvP-oriented spot, because basically you'd be forced to, like, because LMS is there, but you'd also need 1500 total level to start there. The Enclave also has the basement area that connects you right to both Edgeville and to the Isle of Souls. So you could technically start on the Isle of... Like, I've seen an Isle of Souls chunk before. This is honestly such a unique experience, because you have a mining area, you have a smithing area, you have a dungeon with dragons, and with the dark chest itself is such a unique, cool mechanic that's so undertouched. The Isle of Souls was like a super... Like, if it wasn't done by another chunker that I watched, mwah, oh, that would have been so cool. An interesting start would be the Shipwrights Island as well. Yep, actually, for a new series that I've been working on with a couple buddies, Tiger System knows about this a little bit. Yeah, of course he does. Or she does. Sorry. Yeah, we actually had considered starting with the Pandemonium, this eastern chunk, this ocean chunk, and the, the shipyard. Those three. We were going to start with those three chunks, and it is very unique because you have an anvil, you have several heavy trees, but the thing is you can't actually leave via sailing here, because like that's just how the island works. There isn't actually a port to dock there. You have to teleport in, and it's like an instanced, but it's also located. It's a weird island. Other islands would be, of course, fun to start at as well, like Dognose Island. Like, if you started on Dognose Island, that would be unique. But then you're dealing with chests. Another unique spot, actually, is this single ocean chunk with the sailing bank. Because you can, it's the only chunk where you can access a bank while on your ship. And so you can do some really interesting things in that specific chunk. However, there was someone else in the Chunk clan that started there, and then immediately got up to Wintubber Island, and then needed to basically trim sails for like 50 or 60 levels, just back and forth along this long little stretch of water, right up to, like, it was an insanely gross sailing grind. It was a gross sailing grind. But it had the potential to be really interesting, just because of what is nearby. Let's see. Besides that, yeah. Enclave, the Ferox Enclave, could provide some good content if you end up making videos. Well, it should, but it also isn't, right? Because the Enclave, first of all, it's split right in the middle between two chunks, and you don't actually have access to Last Man Standing until you hit 1500 total level, right? And until you hit 1500 total level, then you're kind of locked out of that. Current Hunter level is 67. Yeah, I know, right? Funny number, haha. And we are 40k, so that's about an hour and a bit until we level up. And then that'll be 68. Let's see, we've been going for about 28 minutes now. Likely, it's going to be probably 5 or 6 hours until we, hopefully, if we can stay focused enough, hit level 70. We are going to just keep going until we hit 70, regardless of how long this stream goes. I am dedicated to hitting 70 Hunter and getting ourselves a roll before we end here. That'll also be the end point of this next episode's video. That is, I decided that I kind of wanted to make like a multi-role feeling episode for this next ChunkMist video, and this is kind of like the icing on the cake if I can get this done. So I really want to add that to the end of this video, and then basically end the video on the new chunk roll, or chunk rolls if they're all free, who knows, and then go from there. Gotta go. Good luck on the butterflies. Well, thanks, Curtis. I appreciate you coming in while you could. If you have free time later, feel free to pop back in. You know we'll be here. Speaking of, oh, I should turn my private back on. If you want to just chill and hang out, feel free to pop by, but, like, it really is just this. There is nothing going on besides this. We are on world, I believe, 543, as is our normal world. Should be in the top left as a reminder, but yeah, no, this, yeah. As you can tell, unfortunately, your accuracy, sometimes you have to click like 3 times in order to get a butterfly, because they're just so hard to click on, right? Their hitboxes are so small. I find I have a little more success if I tilt the camera like straight up like this and focus in just this like smaller eastern area, because they kind of get clumped on the hillside sometimes. But then there's sometimes like this where they're just like, nah, screw that, we're flying in random directions, right? I'm about to hop by 3 bananas in free-to-play from my Packscape account, and it's my only accessible food. Bananas are a bit rough, that's for sure. At least it's a 2 health item and not a 1 health item, right? Like, it could be worse. You could be stuck on cabbages. Is your catch chance 100%? Honestly, I think it is. It's really close to 100, if not 100. It's, like, I don't think I have seen me fail a catch for a long time. Yeah, I bought it 2 coins each. Yeah, it's a pretty inexpensive food source, but, I mean, it is bananas, right? Like, playing a semi-extreme starting in East Fortis. That's cool. Hold on, that is 5960. That is right here, probably. Yep. That is the chunk roll that I would kill to get. That would be so nice for us to get. That would be our smithing grind locked in. But it would also, yeah, oh, I would love that chunk. I mean, it is 1 chunk away from the Coliseum, which is terrifying. But yeah, missed the last few streams, but was the hunter grind intentionally triggered? Row your boat, you missed a lot, actually. The previous stream, we saw a bug fix that occurred on the chunk picker, which allowed us to basically completely omit our smithing grind. Our smithing grind existed because the chunk picker thought we had a valid source of fire and nature runes. It turns out the 1 in 16 rule that we started with as a secondary applies across the board at a 1 in 16 rate, which means just because they dropped 10 runes at a time at a 1 in 32 chance, or whatever, doesn't mean that it actually applies to the 1 in 16 rate. It is not a valid chance of nature runes. So yeah, it turns out we can't do the smithing grind, which means the only things that were holding us back were the shaman mask and the nature talisman, which we happened to scoop up, which is super cool. Yeah, I put a rule, I can't roll the Coliseum the first 3 rolls. What you could do is you could do a roll 2 pick 1 kind of a choice. which would solve that issue, I think, because you could just pick apart from the Colosseum. I mean, to be honest, it makes sense that 1032 would count as better than 1 in 16. Yeah, and that's originally what I thought too, Shooby-Doo, is, like that name, by the way, that was my thought process originally as to, like, this is why this must be an available task. Because I thought that is how the chunk picker worked. I thought, it must be taking that into consideration. It didn't. It turns out it was just a bug. It was an error, and when Source Chunk fixed that bug, it disappeared that, and through, like, it was a good half an hour, 45 minutes of troubleshooting, of trying to figure out why this thing wasn't appearing, and it was, in fact, the nature and the fire runes not having a valid source. Because as soon as we manually added both of those in, pop, the smithing grind was back. So that ultimately allowed us to bypass that. We had the other two rare drops. I know, we got the nature talisman. We spooned the nature talisman. But as soon as we got those, we started rolling. And we rolled quite a bit. We first rolled the fight arena, in which we completed the fight arena quest. Then we rolled Hazelmere's Island, which shockingly in the same area. And then East Yanille, of all things. We just triple shot this area. Meaning this is almost as large as our Mistrock chunk area now. It's shocking. Yeah, oof. Right? So because of East Yanille, we got the Hunter supply shop. Fortunately, the worst thing we have there is the imp box, which requires 71 Hunter in order to catch imps. And, yeah, so that's what our current grind is. Fortunately, we do have a +1 boost in Hunter, so we can go 70 +1 and just boost to catch them, which is great. But as soon as we get that, we get to roll, which is great. Now, there are a lot of things that came with East Yanille that are dangerous. Yeah, the Butterfly Man. Right now, I am the Butterfly Man. I could also be the Bird Man right now. But the thing is, I go from a 32 to a 16k XP per hour rate by going over there. Which is a thing. That's just something that exists. Man. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but... yeah, so if we need to AFK something, we'll go over there to the bird snares and do a little bit of bird snaring. If we need a break, like my hand starts getting a little carpal tunnel-y, then we can go do that for a bit to let my wrist recover. But we are not finishing until we've got this. Like, if you look here, we've gotten almost half a solid level since we started, which is really good. Also, my drink is caffeinated today, so I shouldn't be as yawning as much. Butterfly Man. Wow, I didn't know butter and fly were emotes in the YouTube emotes section, but that's interesting. It's kind of funny. Yeah, so with East Yanille, I marked it as a death chunk, and it really is. Mainly because of the potential of a lot of different fails. A lot of different little big grinds. Hey Relix, hey chat, hey Air Sniper, how's it going? We're just talking about Yanille right now and how, like, we are so absolutely shocked at how we've weaseled our way past the death markers in East Yanille. So what happens as soon as you get an agility training method? What would count as a training method? Well, if we hit 5 agility, we're going to have to literally go back and forth over this agility wall right here, which would be awful. I'm really hoping that that we get Brimhaven before we get another agility source at level 1, which is plausible. Otherwise, we're going to be hopping over that wall, and that will be awful. Just like Josh. Exactly, just like Josh. We don't want to do that, so hopefully we get Brimhaven, and then that bypasses a huge amount of the agility grind, because we're just in the agility training arena there, which is perfectly fine right up to 99, honestly. It's not a bad method. So that's our best bet. That's our best hope for skipping all of the agility grind that comes with the Yanille dungeon. However, with agility unlock or with a lockpick from a young impling, that grind suddenly changes, because then we have access to the Yanille dungeon, which we currently don't have access to, because it is locked behind either agility level 5, which is what we need to start doing an agility grind, or it's also locked behind a lockpick, which if we have wandering young implings, we have the chance of getting, and we have risked it a few times. Because honestly, it's not a kill. Like, if we go through the thieving method, we'd have to go from 75 to 82 thieving in order to pick lock the door to get in the backside of the Yanille dungeon, which isn't the end of the world. It's just kind of like a high risk, high reward kind of an impling drop. Speaking of implings, because, yeah, what do you have left in this chunk? Just exclusively Hunter. We have to hit 70 Hunter. We are at 67 Hunter so far, and counting. I have been going absolutely bananas on these things for the last few days. Like, we were at 14 Hunter on Monday. We are at 67 Hunter today. You can tell from the XP rates how absolutely focused I have been at trying to make this stream as fun as possible. Because it's either just butterflies all day for a stream, or just butterflies and then possibly chunk rolls. So, of course, I'm going to choose the latter of that. So yeah, that is all we have. We have 3 Hunter levels to go, which is insane that we've gotten this far this quickly. And it just comes down to my wrist, really. Can my wrist hold out? If not, then we head to the birds, and we're gonna keep going. We're going to keep going here. Like, there's not going to be an end to this stream until we roll. We are dedicated on getting those 3 rolls. Your mouse budget must be astronomical. No, it isn't. It's just an old mouse that I've used for the longest time. Shockingly, it handled don't worry about it. I understood what you meant, Air Sniper. But yeah, it's my mouse budget is exactly the same as anyone else's, which is hopefully 0. Just hopefully not having to burn through mice in order to do this. Yeah. Speaking of, I mentioned this a little earlier before, but implings were a bit of a sticking point in the polls and in everything. Ultimately, I decided to reflect on the poll winnings and also different comments, and I ultimately decided to treat implings like random events. You have to replace the trackball on it. Oh yeah, no. This is my 3rd laser trackball that I've gone through. No. Oh man, I remember trackballs. Those were great. Oh, you used to have to, like, sometimes they got full of hair and stuff, and you'd have to, like, pull it out. Oh, just, yeah. It's funny. I used to have really long hair as a child. Let's not get into that. Oh, just long, flowing. I had blonde hair one summer. Just spent way too much time at the swimming pool, and all the chlorine made it, like, bleach blonde. It was quite an interesting year, that's for sure. Yeah, no, I haven't had to replace my mouse just yet. It also has, like, a wired and wireless version of it. Like, I can pull this off and use a USB port, but it just died earlier today, so I have it plugged in. Ran out of batteries from all of the clicking. Yeah, my longest day clicking, we hit 13,000 butterflies, ruby harvests caught, which was, that one hurt. I was very sore on that day, which, if you do the math, is, I mean, it's 13,000 times 24. That is yeah, no, that's an insane number to click on. I mean, take 13,000, multiply that by 24, and that's the amount of experience I was able to get that day. And then, of course, the day after, it was like almost a recovery day. That's when I started experimenting with, oh, can I do the birds? Can I do everything else? You know, I'll show you the bird method right now, just to show you. Plus, my fingers are starting to tingle just a little bit, so I am gonna, like, on and off rest it, so that we're not solely killing ourselves on in-game, of course. No, actually, this isn't in-game. This is mentioning IRL having to deal with freaking side effects of clicking too often. Oh, you banned the scammer. Yes, I did. So if any of you aren't familiar, we have a Discord channel. And that Discord channel happens to be only monitored by myself right now. Don't have any moderators or anything in there yet. If you're interested in that role, that is something that I'm more than willing to talk to you guys about. But yeah, there are some scammers that got in, and oh, I am way too far to the right here. Hold on, I am not in the right area. Nope, bird, none for you. Oh, okay, fine. If you want to be caught that badly, I guess you can come here. So instead of 24 XP per butterfly, we have 61 XP per copper longtail. This is our other hunter method and our other hunter location, which is fine. It's fine. It gets us about 16k an hour. Hey, Buxy Maiden, how's it going? You will take this XP and like it. Yeah, exactly. No kidding. So these are, of course, a lot slower. You have to drop the bird meat. We do get some bones out of it, so our prayer level has gone up a bit from this exclusively. And, of course, there's orange feathers. So there are some positives to this, but the actual amount of XP that we get from this is significantly lower than the butterflies. I am just going to use this for a little bit while my wrist stops tingling. So, yeah. And then this will also give us the opportunity to look at more chunk-related things. But yeah, as I said, the Yanille dungeon currently locked behind either agility or a lockpick, which we can get from young implings. So young implings are a little scary. But yeah, once we do actually unlock that, then we have access to... I mean, there's Solarin the Twisted, there's all the Chaos Druids, there's poisonous spiders down there, there's a bunch of stuff we gotta kill. Is that your best source of feathers? Do you have access to a feather crate? We do not have any feather shops. Our best method of farming feathers, shockingly, isn't this. It's actually just ranging osprey, which are just off the northwest coast. Can you bind your left click on a space? Then you can rest your hand and click with your left hand. What do you mean, can you bind your left click on space? Oh, like for the butterflies? Like binding my left click on the space? Well, that doesn't really solve the issue. It would allow me to alternate between the right and the left hand. That is certain. Is that in basic setups? Foot pedal. Yeah, I don't have a foot pedal. Would I be able to do that in the basic settings? Or would that be an add-on, like an accessibility add-on? That is a good thought. That is a good thought. I don't have a foot pedal, unfortunately. But no, I do like that thought. That would allow me to do the butterflies a bit more. Do any of you have any idea if there is an accessibility plugin or something that has that? Or how you would change that? Key remapping allows you to do that. Okay, let's see here. Key remapping. Allows you to remap the camera and the F keys. and the space in the control button, but it doesn't allow you to, looks like it doesn't allow you to remap the left click option. I think you'd have to literally go into your computer and turn spacebar into a left key option or something. I'm not entirely sure how you do that. That it is a good thought, but it's a good thought, but I don't think it's yeah, like I could also literally change it to the scroll up or scroll down. You can change left click options in old school using the built-in game settings or by using the RuneLite client's menu entry swapper for detailed custom. Okay, let's try the menu entry swapper. Ground item swaps, object swaps. That's not going to be it. Customizable left click. Customizable shift click. But it's not allowing me to... I don't think this will allow me to... Google answer. Yeah, that's fair. Let me just read up on this real quick. Here, I'll show you what I'm reading. Ba 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 ba. There we go. So, in item swaps, not in there. NPC swaps. It's actually just swapping what the left click does. So for example, we could change the left click check bird snare to something else. So like that is something that could occur. But I don't think... Yeah, let's see. Controls, maybe. Keybinds, control settings. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be... I think it would have to be literally you go onto your main PC into the accessibility settings in there, and then you'd have to change the left click mouse to the spacebar button. That would likely work. It's a little too much effort for what we're needing right now, but it's definitely not a bad idea. I'm just gonna scroll this back over again. Boop. Yeah. Thank you for thinking about that. That is an okay idea. Jeez. You see, now this is the issue with the bird snares is you have like what mouse do you have? Logitech and Razer have a third-party thingy. As soon as you get third-party thingies, then you have risks of macro bans, and I don't want to get third-party thingies involved in that. As for the keyboard, which we're setting up, that is a built-in laptop keyboard, so there's not much we can do. But I do have a... Yeah, I think it's a Logitech. It's a Logitech Pro wireless mouse or something. But yeah, it's... Yeah. The only thing I could do is maybe change left click to right click, but that just changes the finger that hurts. Right? It's the whole hand that is the issue. It's because honestly, I think it's because of my desk. My desk is a little higher up than average. Like, it's sitting at basically right under my man boobs. It's above the bottom of my rib cage, though. So I'm actually sitting quite a bit lower to my laptop than a lot of other people are. How much are decent foot pedals? I don't know. I've never looked into it because I've never had a foot pedal grind before, which would be like the nature runes at one of those nature chests. Like, that's the only reason why I would ever get a foot pedal. Because like, you still have to point and click unless there's something that involves not having to change, like using weird UI. The foot pedal grind for me, if we had to get agility off of that agility shortcut in Yanille, I'm sure I could position my camera somewhere to do that. It would be the Ranging Guild. having to get ranging levels from the archery tokens and stuff like that. That would be a foot pedal moment. Um, like there are very few of like where you have to sit your camera at a very specific angle and then you're good. Um, yeah. Otherwise, mm, I can't think of many others. So whether I actually get a blinky screen there. Hold on. Probably going to be another blinky screen here for a second. No, we're good. Oh, look at that. I look down for 1 second and all 4 of our bird snares are done. Look at that. That was, you know, 16 butterflies we didn't have to catch because I spent like 1 minute looking away from something. That's the one advantage of birds over the butterflies is I can literally just talk to you, look at things, read things, look back and be like, well, there's more XP waiting for us. So there are advantages of this as well. I'm not going to be here for too long, mainly because, again, the XP rates here are less. If I maybe had another week to do these, and I didn't want to get everything done today, then I would say, yeah, we're going to go for the birds because, I mean, having a big supply of orange feathers would be really nice, but it's not necessary. So we're just going to clean up our bird snares real quick and we're going to head back over to the butterflies. The wall agility shortcut is one way, I think. Yeah, that is fair. I didn't think of that. You have to walk all the way around. Yeah, that would be awful. And that's another reason why we are A-okay with level 1 agility, because as soon as we get level 5, we'd have to do that until like level 50 or something. Or like there are a couple other things we could do, but yeah, it's gross. Did you menu swap the bird meat to drop on left click? Yes, I did. So that was much easier. I do still bury the bones because it is faster. It is technically faster to drop than bury bones, but like it's so insignificant. But anyways, yeah. And that's why we're at Ruby Harvests. Oh, no, there we go. That's why we're here at Ruby Harvests. Because, like, we can catch 3 of these things, and it's like catching a whole bird. And then we're not waiting on traps, and we're not having to drop things. Like, the XP rate here is exponentially better. It's over double. It's over double. Anyone who's done a nasty grind can tell you that if you have, something that gives you 32 or 16k XP an hour, but you need to get something done, they'll always take the 32, right? We're on a bit of a time. We're on a time crunch here, right? We've been here for an hour now, and our bar didn't go up as much as we were hoping while we were over there at the birds. We were only over there for like 10 minutes or so, but like there was little movement in comparison to here, which will go up significantly. If any of you want to know how many butterflies we are going to need to catch before we are able to move on from this particular level, the XP tracker actually shows how many actions are required in order to level up. And we are currently 1,204 butterflies from leveling up. I just finished up with League, so going back to these XP rates makes me want to puke. Yeah, no kidding. These XP rates are... that's the thing, is like, normally I have 67 Hunter, right? Like, I could technically, if we had rolled right somehow, we could be getting black salamanders in the wilderness, which is like 200,000 experience an hour. We could be done in an hour. But that's not the case. That's not the case. We didn't get our orange we could have gone west and gotten the orange salamander spot, which would have been really nice. We could, like, there's so many places that we could have, in retrospect, done. If we had our agility up, then we would have had an additional spot to the north of the Corsair Cove that we could have agility climbed over, and that would have given us, like, Larupias in order to kill, which would have been, you know, a lot more interactive than this. So there are definitely places that we could have been. Yeah. Speaking of, oh, I need to turn these up a bit. Let's adjust the audio settings here a bit so that y'all can hear everything okay. Gonna turn on the music as well. Because, yeah, this was just a room full of silence at some points, and we don't want that. You hear that sound effect? That doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo? Yeah, that's what I've been... I'm actually gonna turn that off, because that's... which one is it? It's not that one, it's this one. Yeah, we're turning that off because, like, if you listen to that 20,000 times, you are going to leave, and that's no fun. We are going to keep the music on, though, and the area effects, so... If you had a higher agility, you'd have a bigger grind. Well, that's the thing, is we could have rolled to the north over in this area. We could have rolled right here instead, the Feldtip Hunter area, which would have given us some traps and stuff, right? How many chunks have we rolled? We rolled 3 since probably last you've seen us. Enjoy Me Later. We rolled Fight Arena, Hazelmere's Island, and, of course, East Yanille. Which is why we're currently catching butterflies. Yeah, so that's where we're at. We're going to be here for several hours today. And, yeah, hopefully we can keep you entertained, or at least tolerably so, long enough for us to get to the chunk roll. And then, of course, the chunk roll is going to be, like, of course, big. It's always big. Chunk rolls are amazing. I love freaking chunk rolls. It's like one of my favorite things about a OneChunk Ironman is being able to roll a chunk, never knowing where you're going to be going. Yeah, by the way, if you are going to join to watch me for some reason, I don't know why you would want to watch some guy running around catching ruby harvests and you want to see it in game, stand up here so you can bask in your higher status, so you can stare at me from downside this cliff. I also need to find out what is our boost for the +1 hunter. I know it's something in a store somewhere, but I don't know which brew specifically it is, so I gotta find that out as well. Shockingly, I haven't looked it up. You'd think I would have, but it's been just so kind of in the back of my mind that it hasn't made that much of a difference. Oh. But yeah. Anyways, with the Yanille chunk, we have gotten 2 new chunks that we can roll. Trapper's Tipple is one. I think Trapper's Tipple is only available in the, I think that's only available in the Hunter's Guild, though. And I don't think we have access to that one. Let me just see real quick here. Hold on. OSRS Hunter Boosts. No, it would be our Blackbird Red is the one that we have access to. Blackbird Red is the special Varlamorian wine that we have access to. Which is strange. No one's ever used Blackbird Red before. Yeah, but anyway, sorry. We have 2 new rolls thanks to East Yanille, which is, of course, West Yanille, and Gutenoth Island, which we don't have access to the majority of that, but that does get us a lot closer to this scary area, right? Which has ourselves things like, I mean, it has achy trees, cabbages, dead trees, not a lot of really interesting things. It has elemental rocks, which I'm not sure what they do. That's weird. But the thing is, that gets us way too close to Rance's cave, and last thing we want to do is some chompy bird hunting for a long time for the elite tasks. So, like, that's kind of a death chunky zone, because, like, we'd be literally... Oh, that would be awful. I would hate to do bird hunting right now, because we don't have any good access to wolves that aren't, like, high-leveled. Because, like, this area would have wolves, and we'd need those for the arrowheads, and of course, until we get Jig-Zig up here and these areas, then we can't make brutal arrows, and brutal arrows are a way that we can make, like, we can make nails, and we can make some, like, nail head arrows, some brutal arrows. That would be great, but until that, it's like ogre arrows, which are, like... They're such a pain to make, and we'd have to make so many of them. We'd have to kill so many wolves for those things. And they're high level. Those would be rough. Chompy birds will at least give Hunter XP soon if it passes the poll. You are correct. I think it's 30 XP per Chompy kill is what they were polling. Speaking of, have you seen that the new summer sweep up poll? That's kind of crazy what they're thinking of. Actually, let's bring it up. That would be an interesting thing to talk about real quick. Is the summer sweep up poll? Bring that up. Full screen that sucker. Here we go. GM YouTube. My name is the dude who makes these videos that always says GM YouTube. No, I'm kidding. No Monkey. No Monkey always starts his videos off with that. It's hilarious. If any of you are following DMM All Stars, by the way, that's Deadman Mode All Stars. No Monkey got drafted super early by Odablock as a rookie in the PvP era. I'm shocked. I am absolutely shocked, but also not, because I think he can run circles around people in PVM. If any of you are following Deadman Mode, it's like the equivalent of sports, but for RuneScape, which I have never truly been into until this year. And for some reason this year, it just, like, because I am now, like, a RuneScape content creator, it became so much more prevalent to me, because it's like, oh, shoot, one year they might actually call me up about this, which would be so freaking weird. But, I mean, like, there's that, there's Gelinor Games, there's all of these things that have the potential of being around the corner. Like they called in Josh's in Gaming for Gelinor Games, and like that was such a cool experience seeing him in the Gelinor Games. And just the more people that get to know us, the more we stream, the more videos I make, the higher chance there is of someone being like, hey, what about this weird guy? He has a bit of a personality. Let's bring him in for these videos. Who knows? I've heard of this mysterious creator Discord that only content creators have access to. Who knows? One day maybe I'll get the invite to that as well. Maybe you have to hit like 50k or 100k in order to get there. Who knows? But yeah, it's strange knowing that like one day there is a non-zero chance that I could participate in events like that, which is super cool. But yeah, on to the actual summer sweep up here. Really interesting because they start out with Hunter, which we're currently doing, right? So there are some Hunter improvements. Falconry specifically was their big thing. Basically, whenever you use a falcon, it would launch the falcon, and it would lock you in place until the falcon returned. That would no longer be the case with this sweep up. They would allow you to continue moving while the falcon is moving, and I think that goes for aerial fishing as well. Nope, never mind. You can do quick catches in larger areas. I'm not sure what a quick catch is. That's interesting. I'm not too familiar with aerial fishing. I've never actually done it for an extensive period of time. I did it on my group Ironman that I started out with a couple years ago. I did it for maybe an hour or two, just to get some hunter XP while also getting fishing XP. But yeah, deadfall traps, big change there, going from 1 deadfall to 2 traps. So you can actually have 2 deadfall traps, which is huge. It's huge. It's going to take methods like Lunatar. He had a hunter method where he would use 1 deadfall trap and then also catch birds at the same time. And now doubling the deadfall traps that he could bonk out would effectively have made his life so much easier. Maybe he wouldn't have gone, completely off the left field and decided not to continue his series if maybe the grind wasn't as bad. It's unfortunate. I really liked that series. I really liked Lunatar's Relicer. I think that was the name of his series, is Relicer. It's a sad day whenever any OneChunk account series disappears. I haven't seen Blue for a while either. I know he was working on something, but I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be continuing on, or whether he just does one conclusionary episode and is like, this is the end. I don't know. Right? I'm considered one of the closer contacts with Blue. I would say, we've been in calls and contexts and stuff like that. But yeah, I haven't heard from him in a while. It's slightly concerning when that happens, but people have lives. People need to move on. Maybe he just wasn't in a scenario where he could just continue putting in the man hours, because you have to admit, the amount of hours that you have to put in for a OneChunk account is extensive. The amount of hours I put in the last few days just to be able to catch enough butterflies to be able to have the possibility of hitting 70 today is unreal. It's 12-hour days of I've been double nerd logging every day. Oh jeez. Do we catch that young impling and chance the lockpick grind? I don't know. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Do we catch the young impling, everyone? Do we catch that impling and chance getting the lockpick? I'll leave it up to you. Let's see some hearts in the chat if you want me to go for that young impling. I'm not seeing any hearts, so I'm going to... Oh, no, I am seeing a couple. No, haha, I'm seeing a couple hearts. Looks like people are wanting us. A couple gone. But if you want to... You know what? Let's risk it. Let's risk it. Let's risk it. Oh, we got a chocolate slice there. You see, we could have mixed up our grind and not had to... it would have extended our Yanille grind, and we wouldn't have been rolling today if we got that. However, we could have at least been okay, now we get to explore Yanille. We get to do some thieving. So it would have been a little bit of a change of pace. So frankly, I'm a little leaving it up to chance there, because it would be a little fun to do it, but it would extend our time in East Yanille just a little bit. I should probably see if I can contact ChunkYanille for a special hello for me coming into the Yanille chunk. But at the same time, he feels a little... It seems like he's a little on the busy side. I don't know. I don't know if it would be right. It feels like I should, though, just because it's almost like a... It's almost like a staple. It's almost a staple, like, if you hit Yanille, you gotta talk to Yanille. You gotta talk to Josh. I don't know. It's a yes, it's a no. It'd be fun to have that little peekaboo from him, but I don't think it's the end of the world if he... Maybe if I unlock all of Yanille, like if I get the Western Yanille, then it'll be like, ah, well, now you have all, so now I've got to say hi. I don't know. Holy cow, that's a lucky impling. Oh my gosh. Hold on, that is a report, that is, okay, hold on, that is a lucky imp. Aldrin Northwest World 543. Yeah, lucky implings are rare. For me to be able to see that, that's wow. That's the first time I've seen a lucky impling on this account. Of course, we're not going to be able to catch one for the longest time, obviously. Lucky, yeah, no kidding. Clearly that's saying something about our grind, that we're going to get lucky and we're going to be able to finish this up. Man, we got to talk about... Yeah, sorry. Back to what we're grinding... Oh, shoot. I didn't even go into the full screen mode to show the lucky impling. That's unfortunate. Sorry about that. They made a change to the shaman mask? You won't like it? Oh, no. Shaman mask bonus. Shaman mask magic bonus increased to +2 from -6. Why wouldn't I like that? That's a +2 magic bonus to the shaman mask. That's kind of interesting. Does that make it my best in slot magic helmet? Why wouldn't I have liked that one, Arf? We have the shaman mask. That's pretty cool, honestly. It might be an alternative to the blue... You know what? It definitely is. Oh, I read it backwards. Ah, yeah, no, that's fair. That's because I think it was an equivalent to an iron full helm, but like by changing that, it's an iron full helm with a magic bonus, which is kind of... That's really interesting, actually. The shaman mask now actually has unique niche uses of being best in slot. How much does a blue wizard hat do? What's the magic bonus on a blue wizard hat? Because if there's a scenario where I'm like in combat and need to be in melee ranged, or I'm just taking either ranged or magic damage from anyone, no, not magic damage, but ranged damage. It's like an anti-ranged magic hat, which is kind of interesting. There are some cases where that might be usable, which is shocking. It actually has a use case. That's kind of cool. That's really cool. I like that. Yeah, no, there's the... Yeah. There's a bunch of, like... Yeah, there's the shaman mask change right there. Gear nerfs. New endgame gear... Have you seen the new proposed endgame gear additions? Oh my goodness, this is super cool. New magic amulets. Dropped by Killerwatts, Sea Snake Hatchlings, Molinisks, and Infernal Mages. And frankly, I think this is a fantastic idea. Because there aren't any real, like... There isn't anything in between, like, the Amulet of Magic and, like, an occult necklace. There's nothing. There's nothing in between. And this would effectively bridge that gap, which is super cool. Plus, putting them onto Slayer drops that are like super uncommon to actually fight. The Infernal Mages are probably the most common that you've heard of, but Molinisks, like, first of all, I hate Molinisks. Like, I hate doing that task. It's a pain in the butt. They're slow, they're annoying, but adding the Earth Emerald to the Molinisks, allowing you to make something that boosts your Earth damage by +2 to elemental max hits. Like, that's cool. That's really cool. It would also make for a fairly... yeah, there's still the lucky impling right there. Looks like no one's interested. If you are in-game and have the hunter level for a lucky impling, feel free to come by and snag this thing. There it is right there. Big ol' lucky impling. That could be your third age pickaxe right there. You never know. First come, first serve. There it is. Like, it's in range of us, honestly. Or almost. It's one chunk away. Hey, lucky impling. How are you doing? Yeah, see, we need, what? 89 hunter to get it. So, we're a little ways away. Yeah, if you have the hunter level, feel free to swing by and then show us what you got. So that would be super cool. I know there are some higher leveled people in game right now. I'm sure you have an 89 hunter level or something that's boostable. So come get your lucky impling. It's just kind of hanging out here. It's actually going to make it a little bit tricky to catch butterflies if it keeps wandering like this. That would be funny. Oh, we are 750 as of right now. No, right now. 750 ruby harvests from 68 hunter. And we just have two more to go. We have been going for an hour and 20 minutes today so far. And we've gotten most of 67 already. So that's showing me that, you know, if we put in another 3-4 hours, probably, we should definitely have this, which is honestly the same length as my regular streams, which means likely we are going to be rolling today. Hey, you looking for the lucky impling? I think it just went up that way. I'll keep an eye out for it if it swings by again. That'd be hilarious. If it was something like a third age pickaxe, it'd be like, oh my goodness. That would be so funny. Yeah, you're up there now. It is around. I just saw it. Like, there is a lucky impling here. Thing is, they have such a high roaming range nowadays that you can never tell. Like, they could be down by the ocean by now. They could be... there's an earth impling. We'll take the earth impling. Oh my goodness. Earth implings are great. These are like our... These are what we want. Ooh, unicorn horn. Very nice. Yeah, if the earth implings have a 1 in 100 chance of getting the mithril pickaxe. I've never seen a lucky imp since I got the level to catch one. Saw a number before I could catch one. Yeah, exactly. It's a Schrodinger's impling, or whatever it's called, where you just never know what you're gonna get. Or you're never gonna see one until you can catch it, and then when you can catch it, you'll never see one. Like, it's a tease. It's like they only spawn around people who aren't able to catch them. It's funny. Unless you're in Puro, then of course you can catch all of them. So, you know how... Now, if any of you are curious as to my reasoning around implings, treating them like random events, it ultimately comes down to the stale baguette. So, we have not gotten the stale baguette. Hey, did you end up getting it? Did you find it? 26 purple sweets. Dang, that's unfortunate. Hey lol, how's it going? 28 purple sweets, that's... Aw. I mean, if you're doing a really weird fire cave run, or fight cave run, who knows, that might come in handy. Or like some really long other grinds somewhere in God War's dungeon or something. Who knows? It might come in handy someday, somewhere. Oh. How's the frolicking in the meadows catching butterflies going? It's definitely going. We are 678 catches from leveling up to 68. And then we have 2 levels to go to 70. Then we catch ourselves an impling in an impling trap, and then we roll. Speaking of the rolls themselves, we actually need to... We can get off this now. We can go to... There we go. Go to our chunk picker again. Almost the funny number level. Well, we're already the Gen Alpha funny number, right? We're at 67. So you're gonna have all those, you know, the young ones going nutty over that level. That's why I'm trying to get off of it as soon as possible. Yeah. We have... Why is my face... Why am I there? What in the world? We're gonna just shuffle these over to the side. There we go. Streams are weird sometimes. Now, you know what? Screw it. We're right in the middle. There we go. How do you like that? How do you like that view, huh? We're right smack in the middle of the stream. A lot of overlap there. And as you can see from where I am, I'm a reticle right now. I'm a reticle. We're gonna. That looks so funny. Oh my goodness, that looks so funny. Oh, we're totally reticling this thing. Okay, now back into the corner we go. Oh, that's funny. I'm the center of the world. I'm the center of everything, yeah. So, yeah, our chunk picker is looking kind of fun. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And we have 18 chunks that we can roll. And each of them are... There's a lot of them that are honestly quite free still, and a lot of them that aren't. It is starting to look a little scary, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Your chunk rolls look like Peppa Pig. Oh. Are you seeing a Peppa Pig in our chunk roll here? I guess if this is like the little pig nose, and this is... I don't know. You gotta really squint, but I mean, I guess. I guess, sure. Actually, yeah. I hate that that's sort... No. That's weird. You just imagine this little skirt because of the landmass there. I don't know. That is weird. Huh. Okay. Okay. I see it. Yeah, we've caught 1,400 butterflies so far today, which is not too bad. We'll be at 2,000 when we level up, basically. And then, yeah, my biggest day was, again, 13,000. So we are definitely under the 13,000 limit, probably, to hit level 70. Hopefully. Hopefully we don't have to do 13,000 of these things in order to level up to 70. If you think about it, it's just this and 2 more, right? So, it's not bad. Personally, I'm hoping the chunk picker pushes you more into Varlamore. Would love to see Relix doing stuff like Huey and Moons. Well, so would I. I mean, I don't... That's the thing, is I can't choose the chunks. That's the... That's the ultimate problem, right? If I had a choose to pick one rule set, then we could kind of guide ourselves around, but unfortunately, that's not the case. We're doing it old school, of just roll one, go wherever the will of RNG takes us. I would love to do Huey and Moons one day. Just praying baby, but honestly, it's all dice at this point. Exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems like because this part of the world is opening up more and more, it becomes less likely. Like, we have a 4 out of 18 chance of rolling more into Varlamore. Right? So it is less than it's like a 1 in 4.5. So we're looking at like 20, 12, 16, little less. Not quite 1 in 5, little more odds than 1 in 4, so probably like a 22% chance or something around there of rolling into Varlamore. But like the bulk of what we can roll, unfortunately, is here. Which isn't too bad considering what we have to work with. Like opening up Brimhaven. I hate to say it, but like out of all of the chunks that I want to get right now, Brimhaven's probably the number one. It would be the longest grind, definitely, but at this point, the agility levels, the access and opening up of the map would be huge. Ardoin isn't awful, you get elf stuff. Yeah, well, Ardoin wouldn't be terrible, except for right now, that is also our anvil, which means our smithing grind is running up from here, down here, to this bank, and back up. For every single bar we have to make, which is a little on the awful side. That is exactly what drove Blue to insanity, actually. Or one of the things that drove him to insanity. Or drove him to not post for a while. He's not insane. He's just a little tired from his grinds, that's all. Yeah. That's not great for us. Hopefully the main danger, honestly, is the battlefield. The battlefield is our danger chunk, because then that does reintroduce... Oh, now we have a legitimate... like, we were using the fire orb to try to get around our smithing grind. By fire runes and stuff like that. But the thing is this chunk here has the actual fire orb drop, so then it would be officially added to our chunk, so fire runes would be taken care of, and turns out the terror birds, or sorry, not the terror birds, but the tortoises that are in this chunk have a like 1 in 10.5 drop rate for nature runes, which would in fact reintroduce the superheat method of smithing to us. So that is not great. This would be our kind of icky danger chunk that we wouldn't want to get. Yeah. That's the icky danger chunk. Battlefield is backbreaking. Yeah, Battlefield is going to be our rough one. This one here, getting the Tree Gnome Village, I've never actually like really looked into this too far. I know there's a bunch of tasks because there's some shops in there. There is a fire battle staff. The gnomes are in that area too, so that would unlock the fire battle staff, but there aren't any of the... I don't think we have to kill any tortoises in that chunk, so it wouldn't unlock the smithing grind. It would let us get the fire battle staff though, which would be a bit of a crafting grind. It looks like, yeah, we get some... There are giants, there are zombies, and there are gnomes that we'd have to kill, basically. And then some quest starts and stuff like that. For Tree Gnome Village or something. West Yanille is actually pretty free as well. Yeah, Battlefield is a second extra secret awful thing. It puts you next to the ZMI altar. I don't think the ZMI altar is that bad, though. Because the ZMI altar, not only does it not have a rune crafting requirement to actually, like, get crafting, so we can actually get rune crafting levels there, but that would be the rune scimitar unlock. That would be, like, the Urania altar. Let's just take a look at what it would be. There would be a lot of killing there, but honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to it unless there's some weird grind that I just haven't considered. Why would the ZMI altar be bad? Wield a red salamander. Okay, that's not too terrible. Oh, yeah, no, it would... The ZMI altar unlocks all runes for us, because, of course, ZMI altar is rune crafting and everything. Okay, so that would unlock... Yeah, we would have to get 66 magic from the ZMI altar runes to access the Wizard's Guild. Buy the mystic robes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, there's... Okay, no, there's a lot here. Wow. Okay, so... that's a big chunk, but I think it gives us a lot of value. The ZMI altar would officially allow us to... Thing is we don't exactly have a rune essence method, or a pure essence method. Unless something in the ZMI altar area. It's terrifying but good, but yeesh, yeah. Do we have any essence drops that would be there? Let's do this. Hold on. We'll go sandbox mode, and imagine we got the battlefield and we got that. The sandbox mode allows us to make adjustments to our map without making adjustments. It's basically, well, sandbox mode, obviously. So let's say we unlocked both of those suckers. Let's see what kind of tasks we would have. Okay, red salamander. That's 60 attack. We already have that. Dodoy. 62 crafting. We're starting to bank up for that, so that's not too bad. We're working on all those. 62 magic. That's entering the Mage Guild. Craft runes in the Urania altar. This is the interesting one. Details. Pure essence from Zamorak crafters at a 1 in 70. So that is not a good drop rate for that. Grow a spirit tree. Oh my gosh. No, we already have that. Let's take sandbox mode on. Yeah, we already have the spirit tree here. That's already part of our, we have the spirit seed, and we have the spirit tree patch. The only thing it's there. That's why we have our not just standing claws, and that's why we do daily trips to the oh, speaking of, we're gonna have to take a trip to the Brimhaven. Yeah, spirit seed spooked me. Lol. Yeah, it's a scary number. It's 80 plus 3. We are currently at 48 farming and growing, but we're going through like our apple and banana tree seeds currently. We do actually... Whoa. That is a nature impling. Do you know if nature implings are dangerous to us? I don't know. I'm gonna grab it anyways, though, and risk it. Risk it all. Here we go. Come on. Woo! We got a coconut. Now to see if they're dangerous. I'm gonna grab it anyways, his famous last words. Let's see. We got some seeds. We got the coconut, magic logs. Yeah, no, the nature implings are fine. Anything that we can get from a nature impling is perfectly... yeah. We got a coconut. That's kind of cool. Coconut, I don't think unlock... Yeah, we can't unlock an herblore grind with that coconut. Who knows? Maybe down the line, having that coconut will cause something. No, we have palm tree seeds that we need to make anyways, so the coconut would be obviously part of our chunk anyways. So yeah, that's a non-issue. That's kind of cool how we got a coconut, though. I'm gonna grab it anyways, famous last words. Well, that's what the young impling is, right? There's that, like, 1 in 12 chance of the lockpick, which would stop our ruby harvest grind immediately, basically, and start us on a thieving grind. For the sake of this series, and, sorry, not this series, for the sake of, like, the only danger ones are the eclectic and the magpie implings, because that is Addy and Rune ores and bars, respectively, which we do not want. Those are the ones they were never gonna do. Coconut milk. This changes everything. Describes obscure nonsense about coconuts. Oh yeah, no, it's the coconut milk can be used for a weapon poison base using the nightshade that we're going to get from a future unlock that allows us to bypass getting herblore unlocked. Could you imagine if there was like some obscure way of unlocking herblore without actually unlocking herblore? That would be crazy. But no. It wouldn't change our maximum grind either, because we have a lot of herbs from other things as well. Plus we get more coconuts. But yeah, there are some bases that require coconut milk instead of water, which is kind of interesting. And then, of course, the coconuts themselves can be used for super compost if we ever unlock the method, a compost bin, which is cool. But then again, we also have pineapples that we can just buy from charter ships, and those also make super compost, so yeah, not that big of a deal. An herblore unlock would be nuts. Having an herb patch is a genuine nightmare. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is we don't have, like, we'd need our Taverly chunks in order to unlock Druidic Ritual. We do have bears here, and we have rats. We have bear meat and rat meat. The other meats, we'd need chicken. We have chicken. What's the other meat that you need for the Druidic Ritual? Does anyone remember? There was rat meat, chicken, bear meat, and there was one other. Raw beef. We have access to cows now. So yeah, as soon as we unlock those, we have all the meat requirements to unlock herblore. So if we ever do unlock those 2 chunks, then herblore is going to be a big thing. Just kind of fun, kind of crazy. It's kind of really crazy, honestly. Yeah. Let's swap us over to here again. A lot of these chunks are interesting. And ultimately, like, this area specifically is super interesting for us. Because mainly because of the Brimhaven dungeon. Because it's one of the few places that mirror mode really gets to shine. As soon as we get that Brimhaven dungeon entrance, I'll show you here. Actually, we can go here, go to our Brimhaven area. As soon as we get the Brimhaven dungeon unlocked, poof, that only unlocks this chunk, this single chunk right here. However, we already have these 2 unlocked, right? Whether or not we choose to link those up as short, we definitely are going to link those up. So this would be unlocked for that upper area. So those would be unlocked. This links to there. So all of this would be unlocked, which is kind of cool. It's because they're on multiple layers that they unlock. It's because we treat them as, we treat them as on different tiers, not on different, like, widths of chunk there. The same is going to be probably true for when we unlock, like, Dagonoth Kings and have to run through all that stuff. Yeah. 1 to 50 is pretty quick with stuff like Strength Pots and Energy Pots, Arlanders, Guams, etc. They're really easy to get in pretty large amounts. Once you need, it's less common stuff. Well, here's the thing, though, is if 1 to 50 is pretty quick, guess what happens at 50? Oh, we have the Moonrise Brewery and Winery and the Alchemical Society. We have access to that. So as soon as we do get herblore, our herblore grind is going to be so much different than other OneChunk accounts because we have that area. Like, we have the alchemical area, which just, I mean, poof! Secondaries, gone. All we need are primaries. All we need are the herbs, and then we shove them into compartments, and they give us XP. Like, the difference of our grind versus other herblore OneChunk accounts is going to be night and day. We do have to get up to level 50 or so by ourselves. That is going to be the hard part for us. Yeah, herblore isn't awful. Herblore has broken so many snowflake irons. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, yeah, herblore has broken so many snowflake iron accounts, but not us because we have that. We, like, for example, if we were to get, I mean, immediately, say if we unlocked herb lore immediately, what would be the problem with us? Oh, we don't have a good herb access. Well, then we get young implings till we get we get young implings till we get the lockpick. We unlock the underside of the Yanille dungeon, and then we have Chaos Druids, which everyone knows is a fantastic source of freaking herbs. And then guess what? Every single one of those herbs is going to be useful because they can all be turned into a paste and then shoved right into that alchemical society. Every single herb would be used. There would be no... Yeah, dump herbs would be completely useful. Are you talking to me about my herb lore? A little bit, Arzlek. Imagine your herb lore grind, but also with the freaking alchemical society. Could you imagine not having to grind for secondaries? Because I can, because that's my exact scenario. It's one of the reasons why I was super happy with rolling Mistrock as a chunk, because we are never going to have to go through a scenario where we're going to have wasted herbs. Every single herb is going to have a use, which is super cool. Yeah, mirror mode does rule. Reminds me of a certain chunker who had an impling bounty program with different gold prices if you found an impling in one of their chunks. Prices between 100 and 500k depending on importance. Yeah, that's the thing is... yeah. Wait, who had that bounty program? That's interesting. Not grinding spider eggs or farming limpwort sounds amazing. Also, ABD, hello. And I am here. Yes, you are, Harzlek. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be here for a while. This is going to be a longer stream. Mainly because we're going until we hit 70 so that we can get a roll. Settled? Mauritania series. Is that what Settled did? He has a main account and he can afford those kind of bounty systems, I think. But yeah, no, I think that would be... Yeah, Swampletics is too much. Yeah. Swampletics is... it's something that's a little too far for me for something... Yeah, for the rune crossbow, yeah, no, that's fair. I've watched several Swampletics episodes, but I've never actually, like, watched the whole thing. I haven't gotten around to it. There's a lot of episodes, there's a lot of time in there. For the rune crossbow, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing is, like, I could get a rune crossbow from implings as well, probably. Don't need it, though. Gourmet impling, that's another one that we can catch that's okay. Oh, you brat, come back here, yes! Ooh, frog spawn, that's kinda icky. Oh well. Gourmet implings are gonna be nice because nothing that they drop is going to be a chunk changer. Plus, there's a chance of them giving us Chef's Delights, which is a +5 cooking boost. So, yeah. Sad you can't use the upcoming changes for Hunter. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's nothing that really changes. The only thing that that summer sweep up changes for us is the Shaman Mask actually has a positive magic attack instead of a negative one, which is kind of neat. Yeah, new Kebbits. The Kebbit thing is really cool. Yeah, I really like that change. I think that's well overdue for being important for the ecosystem of Hunter. There's no reason you should have only been able to make one of those. That's silly. Even limiting it to 2 is, like, the only reason why they don't put it up higher is because of the XP rates would then just be way too over competitive, because like they bumped up those numbers because you could only do 1 at a time. That's why they're not changing the maniacal monkeys from 1 to 2. You're so close to Pyre Foxes, but I don't know how relevant that'll be once it comes out. Honestly, it'll be very relevant because Pyre Foxes give us their meat, which allows us to make multi-dose butterfly jars. I have no other source of meat that can be used for the jars, so Pyre Foxes would be huge Not to mention, yeah, of course, it is a decent food source, but it would be mostly used for, like, for example, these ruby harvests that we have here are, in fact, if you look at our attack level, it is 78 out of 65. And that's because each and every one of these is, yeah, and fuel for Quetzal Whistle. So you got Quetzal Whistle, you got turning them into the moth mixes, and you've got as a food source, so they would be very helpful. Plus, of course, they would be a considerably faster training XP method than the Ruby Harvests. They would be our best by a large margin. Far more AFK as well. Far more AFK, which, of course, is just, you know, icing on the cake. Ooh. My chair has a tendency of, like the material on it is just a little bit slippery, so I tend to slowly slide down over time in my chair. Sometimes I gotta hike myself back up. Speaking of hiking up, we are 189 butterflies from leveling up. AFK just means you can fletch between traps. No, it means I can do video editing between traps, or it means that I can script write between traps, or it means... but yeah, no, I could technically fletch as well. If I wanted maximum XP or something like that, I could technically do that also. I'm for sure waiting until the sweep up to trigger my hunter grind. Got my hands plenty full right now. Yeah, row your boat, I getcha. If you have an area that has, like, any of the hunter changes, then, I mean, that's a fantastic... If they pass, being the key... Looks like the summer sweep up hasn't been added to the wiki yet, but yeah, yeah, all the hunter changes are just, they're little quality of life things that needed to be done. I'm really actually excited for the that new island that's coming out, because one of the biggest qualms I had with hunter is that there was no use for furs. And being able to have a crafting training method that uses excess hunter furs is so nice. Yeah, super happy about the announcement today. I am too. I didn't see anything there that I was particularly negative about. I think I actually probably want to double check that though. I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna click it again. Just double check some of these changes. I mean, what else are we gonna do, right? I'm clicking butterflies. So yeah, we have the falconry changes. That's a major positive because now it's no longer locking you into animations. You'll be able to catch cabots even if your inventory is full. Resources will be discarded instead of cluttering the floor. We'll make an exception if the hunter rumor item is there. So, like, that is just a huge quality of life. That means that if you're just there for XP, you no longer have to drop things. It's like if you had, like, the ability to catch bird snares, and the bird snare items would drop. The major difference here would have been handy at the very beginning. But basically, at level 1 hunter, you start with 2 traps. Which is kind of cool. Instead of just 1, you start with 2, so you're not just sitting around with 1 trap waiting for stuff to happen, which is pretty big. A lot of people have been speculating on Bell's Folly, and its price doubled, and I've been merching Bell's Folly to speculators, and today they said the update was increasing its drop rate. Lol, it's hard crashing now, and it's funny. Yeah, Bell's Folly is... I mean, it is the zombie axe of stab, right? It's super good. It's a super good item, but it's yeah, that's weird. It's kind of weird that they would change that. They're also changing the... Oh, they say right here, improved drop rates for the butterfly and moth hunter. Oh, hello, Chunk Sailor with Elite and Master Combat tasks that just completed. Hold on, I don't know what those tasks are. Chunk Sailor. Aru no more and unrequired anti-fire. I don't know what those would be referring to. What are those chunk tasks? I've never heard of them, but having a master and an elite task done at the same time means he had yeah. Good morning. You made a lot of progress from Monday. You know I did, Majarkin. I've been absolutely going crazy. I basically decided, hey, am I going to script or edit a video, or do I want a little bit more content for the next video? And ultimately, I decided on this. I ultimately decided that I wanted to get one more roll in before ending that video off. It might mean that I might be a day or two over for the 2-week estimate for the chunks, but at the same time, it's gonna be a lot more interesting, and I think that's worth it. You can right-click them and see what they do. Oh, I can view task. Okay, it's not maybe open task. What's that for? Cerberus. Oh, kill. Okay, so those are Cerberus tasks. Yum. Aru no more, which is kill it without any of the summoned souls being spawned, and then unrequired anti-fire, kill Cerberus without taking damage from any lava pools. Okay, so they had a good Cerberus. Grats on the mask. Thank you. Yeah, I could be wearing the mask, but at the same time, no. I need all of the run energy I can. And frankly, I should probably deposit all this stuff and do a... You know what? We are going to take a quick little break. We are going to go to the fishing trawler. We're going to do our farming run right now. Some of those Cerberus tasks are pretty hard. Yeah, but imagine so. I've never actually gotten to the Slayer level of Cerberus. And just got a text from a buddy of mine. There we go. So we are going to deposit all these bonus items. Woo! Yeah. Nice. We're going to keep the bird snares just in case. We're going to get out another banana sapling. We are down to 5, so we're going to be moving on from bananas pretty soon. We're going to take our cash stack as well. Cerberus. Where's the beard? The beard is, when it gets too long, it starts to get a little, for any of you who have ever had long beards, it gets a little itchy. And that's because it becomes very difficult to actually scrub and exfoliate underneath the beard. The beard is in the trash. No, exactly. The beard literally is in the trash. And, ooh, there is... I mean, that wasn't a level, but it was a lot of XP. Yeah, summer and beards are sweaty. Well, I mean, the beards are fine. It's just, as I said, once it gets too long, it becomes really difficult to exfoliate them. In order to keep beard health up, you need to be able to scrub the skin underneath the beard. And the longer the beard, the harder that gets to be. And unfortunately, my beard is very thick. And because it is thick, it is difficult to get down to the pores when it gets super long. So ultimately, oh, and look at this, there's a deposit all button on the tool leprechaun now. So you can just deposit everything in there, and it's super, that's nice. Oh, hey, we got another Hespori seed as well, that's nice. That was a good run for us. Nice. Relix is lucky in deep winter territory. Oh yeah, no. When it comes down to deep winter time, I am a-okay. There's no, like, I'm basically built for cold weather. Can't you tell from my pale complexion? My pale complexion was built for the cold. Yeah, no, I can tolerate cold temperatures much better than the average person. Like, I'll give you an example of that, actually. So we have a beach on the island that we're on. It's called Long Beach. It's out in a place called Tofino. We go there occasionally. It's quite a ride out to Tofino. But I used to go there for in off-peak weather times. I remember going in there during a rainstorm. So there's a rainstorm. What's the advantage of a rainstorm? Well, the waves are way larger, so you can actually have fun on boogie boards and surfboards a lot more. If the weather is a little rougher, the waves are way bigger, and it's so much more fun. Although you do have to worry about riptides, obviously. Riptides are nasty undercurrents that pull you out to sea and then you're never seen again. So, you know, avoid those. Anyways, I'm built like a freaking fish, or more like a sea lion. I have quite a bit of padding on my body. And because of that, in the cold winter or springtime, I was there during the spring, actually. So when the water is not that warm, I'd be out in the water for hours, whereas people were getting hypothermia in like 20 minutes. And I was just out there for hours having a blast, without a wetsuit, because I could. You know, there are some advantages to body fat, and one is keeping core body temperature at a safe rate. That's the reason why larger mammals have that padding, is to keep core body temperatures fine and keep all of your internal organs safe and stuff. So, as dumb as it sounds, there are some advantages to having a little bit of weight to you. Not right now in the middle of summer. Really sucks right now. Fortunately, it's a nice cool day, not having to worry about ACs or fans or anything like that. But, yeah. I can handle cold weather really well. Really well. I'm not big, I'm just poison resistant. Exactly. Let's see. Relix is luckily in deep winter territory. Now, Canada man is indeed from Canada. Well, I am in one of the more temperate Canadian locations. It's just where I was born and raised, right? Eventually, you know, who knows? Maybe I'll be the first streamer that lives in the Yukon or something. What I'll have to do, honestly, I still need access to airports. This is actually kind of a fun conversation because like I'm not set on where I have to live, because I'm in an RV, and because eventually I hope to be able to get out of the RV and rent a place. I'd love to live deep in Canada, to be honest. Yeah, fair enough, lol. I mean, yeah, it just depends. Right? There are a few needs and wants that I do have that unfortunately not every location in Canada has. For one, having access to a moderately close airport, because there are things like PAX that I want to be able to attend, or be able to go to a friend's wedding, or things like that. So having some sort of flight system that isn't going to cost an arm and a leg to get in and out would be helpful. 2, cost of food. There are some locations, especially to the north, where food prices are ridiculous. If you go to Nunavut, for example, you go from, like in our area, a gallon of milk is like $5, $6. A gallon of milk up there is almost $30, which is insanely expensive. Having a gallon of milk and it's $30. Like there's no subsidies up there either. It's you get good jobs that pay huge amounts of money up there, but like as a streamer, that would be silly to move up that far. So there's a certain limit to where I can go. I just have a ranger fly me out once a month to see if I'm dead. Yeah, no kidding. That's a little too out of the way. Live on the top of some isolated mountain like some hermit. Just be like, well, my location's publicly available for you trolls out there. Good luck getting to me. And you're like on the top of some mountain in a shack, and people have to journey up north in order to find you. That would be hilarious, by the way. Like every single visitor you have on your stream or a podcast has to hike a mountain. Oh, speaking of, hold on. Big event right here. We're going to pause our thought process for a second. Ka-chunk. That is 68 Hunter, which unlocks our barehanded nature implings and mottled eels, which is kind of cool. We only have 2 more levels to go. This one's going to take 2,000 625, which is, I mean, it's basically 600 more than we've done on stream. And then we have one more level beyond that. It looks like we'll probably have about 8,000, likely around 8,000 butterflies that we're going to be catching on stream today. Which is a lot. It is going to take a while. Yeah, actions. We are at 20. Yeah. Yep, this is going to be fun. Oh, hey, Count Check. How's it going? Giving me a lamp? Thanks. Right into Slayer. 35 and counting. Pretty good. Crats. And then can be on LOL's broadcast. All you gotta do is show... Yeah, exactly. The level between the two funny numbers, exactly. 68's it's a nice number to be at, honestly. 68 feels good. Like, you know how there are some numbers that are just, like, icky to be on? Like, for example, having, like, 79 strength. That would be awful. 83 is not a great level, by the way. But at the same time, yeah, because like I get like 2 more levels and then it gives me a max hit on my non-strength attack. But 83 gives me a +1 strength damage. Yeah, 67 is great. Sovereign. I mean, it's not a terrible number, but we're off of it now, so it's gone. No more 67 jokes. Haha. We got out of there quick enough. Yeah, no, there's some locations around Canada that are definitely good, and anything past like 77 prayer does nothing. 79 and 83 are prime numbers. Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why they're kind of... Primes go hard. Now, I think they go reverse hard. I think they're so unnaturally... Like, because there's such a prime number that... Yeah, no, 79 is a prime, so is it. Yeah, because there's such a prime number, they're like almost untouchably icky. Like they're like, it's not divisible by anything except for 1 in itself, and it's, nah. That's exactly why it feels weird. Yeah, no, they definitely do go hard, but like, don't me. Yeah, you won't catch me setting the volume to 79. Exactly. Like, I've deliberately set the volume to 51 just to mess with people. Oh man, that messes people up sometimes. It's funny. Oh. People will be like, why don't you set it at 50? Because 51 feels like it should be a prime, but it's not exactly, right? It's divisible by, what is it? Yeah, excuse me, you stop at the highest prime number in all stats, 97. Yeah. You imagine having 97 and everything? Yuck. No, that's it. We're going to be Prime Number Man. That's the new series. Basically, I have to level up skills. Whenever I start training a new skill, I need to level it up to the next lowest prime number before moving on. Prime Locked Ultimate Ironman, yeah. Imagine looking someone up and they're all 97s. Yeah, that would be a... Oh, honestly, that would be more of a flex than all 99s. If all of your skills were 97s. Because it's not 98. It's not like, oh, you're going for like a super big 99 achievement cape or something like one where you get all the drops within... No, just everything at 97. Like, your total needs to be a prime number and all your skills need to be prime. Ooh, that would be a tough one to figure out. That would be a tough one to figure out. Maybe there's like some easy method of doing it. Like if everything was level 3, there's a guy gonna do that. Yeah, who knows? Who knows what guy? Who would do that? That's such a niche thing. That's his entire series. Yeah, that hurts so much. Yeah, exactly. It would have to be a lower numbered skill total too, because like, as soon as you push into higher numbers, those prime numbers start to get wider and wider, and to be able to find an addition of all of those that all mush up together would be very rare. However, like, since there are there's 8, since there are 24 skills, right? That means, okay, everything can't be level 1. Everything, I mean, 1, 2, and 1 and 2 are obviously out. So you have a starting range of, okay, everything is level 3. Which means 24, 48, 60, 72. Your first total level starting point would be level 72. So what's the first prime number after 72? Is it 73? The thing is, 73 would mean something is level 4, which isn't a prime number. So you'd have to go higher than that. And so basically it would be this little journey of, of what prime number is the lowest that still allows all the other numbers to be prime. And yeah, it's, oof. I think it would probably be fairly low. I would imagine. I would imagine it wouldn't be too high up there. Because, let's see, yeah, you have... Thank you for that. 73, 79, 83, 89, 97, so those would be the starts. You wouldn't want 2 as well, because 2 would be kind of like a cheater's prime number. Because that's, like, there's nothing in between 1 and 2. Yeah, it's the only even number that's a prime number. That would be a little, It's actually a lot of options. Like, well, that's the thing, is those are the skill levels that you'd have. You'd basically start at 3, though, because you don't want to start at 2. That would be weird. No, here's the thing, though, is you'd have to have 1 at 2. You'd have to have 1 skill at level 2, or else, no matter what combination, you would still have an even number at the end. The end. Because if there are exactly 24 skills, right? That means that any combination of all of those are always going to be even, unless one number, or sorry, yeah, every combination of those, if all numbers of those 24 are, no, 24, yeah, I think I'm doing that right. The combinations would always end up even, no matter what, because there's exactly 24 odd numbers. And 24 odd numbers will always make an even number. So you literally have to... 2 by 23 plus 13 is 59, which is prime. Yeah, you need to... Yeah, lamp Herblore to 2. Yeah, you'd have to keep Herblore locked and lamp to level 2 or something. Or rune crafting to 2. I mean, if you play it that way around as well, you could literally also just, the correct answer is actually 29. You'd be skill total 29, and you'd just level up 5 skills from level 1 to 2. There you go. Series over. The end. Roll credits. Yep. You just got any of your skills to just bump it up from level 1 to level 2. If you could do that you could literally do that on Tutorial Island. You could literally finish off of Tutorial Island on an maybe. It's kind of a lame snowflake account done in an hour. Yeah, no kidding. Now, if the job was to see what the highest combination of numbers would be, then that's a whole different story. Then you do have a maximum prime number, and then it's, can you make other prime numbers match that prime number, which you'd have to keep 1 skill at level 2 in order to do that, which would likely be Herblore. It would have to be Herblore, really, because every other skill is going to accidentally... No, can you even lamp Herblore? I don't think you can. Like, it auto-unlocks to level 3 upon completing the quest. I don't think you can put lamps in Herblore. You can put lamps in rune crafting, I think, though. No. That's a lot of no's. That's a scary amount of no's. What happened? Did you get another nope? What's the nopes about? Is that are you noping out because it's like, oh my gosh, something bad happened? What happened, Harzlek? What's going on? Yeah, I don't think you can. I think those no's are in relation to being able to lamp Herblore to 2, which I think you can't. But that's a very exuberant amount of caps locks nopes for that. So I'm just like, did you get another shield left half drop or something? That's what I was that's what I was thinking for a sec. For those of you that don't know, Harzlek also has a OneChunk Ironman, and he's they're currently locked to the Taverley Dungeon area and trying to get their Draconic Visage drop, which is yuck. First caps, said about the lamp things, trust me, I've tried. Yeah, that 5. Brother, you. yeah. Harzlek is on hard mode right now because he is going for the Draconic Visage, which is a 1 in 10,000 drop from Black Dragons, which is a rough one. Fortunately, the Twin Flame Staff helps a bit. Looked up prime numbers. The highest prime number, actually believable number, is 2273. Yeah. So you'd have to try to find a combination of prime numbers out of 24, basically a multiple 24 prime number combinations that hit 2273, and one of those, likely rune crafting, because that's would be level 2. You would likely have to unlock Herblore, which would mean that's a base level 3, as well as, you know, all the other skills in order to reach that, because 2273 is quite a high skill level. It's unironically quite high. Yeah. Yeah, oof, DV. Yeah, see, that is the right reaction to the Draconic Visage. That is why we have our 1 in 5,000 rule implemented. Because if we roll Black Dragons, there's no way I'm doing a 1 in 10k grind for that. However, if we do roll the Wilderness Black Dragons, that's a 1 in 5k. The thing is the 1 in 5k covers every single item. The 1 in 5013, there is a drop for every single item under 1 in 5013, period. Period. Which means somewhere along the line, yeah, and Champion Scroll and the Smoldering Stone, that one is done. Yeah, Harzlek unlocked an absolute death grind. Champion Scrolls and the Smoldering Stone and the Visage, and yet that's another reason why the mirror mode that we have implemented is such a good idea. Because, for example, if we get there from the west and enter Taverley Dungeon area, we won't have Black Dragons. I mean, if we look at it, let's take a peek. Let's say, oh, okay, we've rolled up from Port Sarum. We've come. Whoop. Wow. That was a light click. Okay, let's try this again. So, we've unlocked Port Sarum and we've rolled up. We've gone through Falador, and say we come up this way. We rolled up here and we got the Taverley Dungeon here. Oh, that's this chunk and this chunk. We've rolled up this way, which means we don't have Hellhounds, we don't have Black Dragons, and until we roll the chunk up here, which I think is this one. Yeah, the one right beside it, which is the Catherby, this chunk. Until that chunk is rolled, then we wouldn't have that grind anyways. Mirror mode's fun. It's one of the reasons why we did it, is to break up scary things. I mean, that's exactly, again, one of the reasons why we're one of the few OneChunk Ironmen that are not scared of the Karamja Volcano chunk, because that's not a massive grind for us. It's the chunks to the south that unlock the Inferno and the Fight Caves. Those become the scary chunks. Good evening, Relix. Hope things are well. Things are very well, Ronan. We are currently grinding out our hunter levels, and we're only 2 levels away from a chunk roll. No, the hell dogs are. The hellhounds are in that one chunk. Okay, well, I'll trust the one. I'll trust the man who lives in that dungeon more than the picker. Are the black dragons the worst things in Taverley? I feel like there's some awful grinds in there. Yeah, the hellhounds and the smoldering stone, I think, are the statistically worst grinds in there. But the black dragons are a very close second because they take a long time to kill. And unless you have an entourage of people, like Josh Isn't Gaming, to poison stall all of your stuff. Yeah, 1 in 32,698. That is the odds of the smoldering stone. They're gross. Never in my life would I thought I'm going dry on a cabbage drop from a thief. Yeah, those are like 1 in 128, aren't they? Like, there are a lot of 1 in 128s that are shockingly rare sometimes. I have gone into the 1 in 500s getting dry. Like, I've gone quintuple dry on those weird 1 in 128s. Yeah, 1 in 20. Yeah, 1 in 128. I know because I've had to do the thieves and the cabbage drops, because that was one of our tasks in the Fortis Cawthon. In that little chunk, those thieves right there, they dropped those. That's why I know. Shocking that I've memorized the thief's drop rate at that point. Hello, stopping in from the store to play D&D and Magic the Gathering at on my laptop. Well, thank you for checking in. Enjoy your D&D and Magic the Gathering. Are you liking the new set? The new set that just came out. I know I have a couple buddies that are ecstatic about the new one. Apparently it's really fun. Quintuple dry on the smoldering stone would be stuff of nightmares. Yeah, no kidding. Speaking of Magic the Gathering, oh no, I just opened up a big old cup of worms here, didn't I? I built a new commander deck. Okay, fair. Man, I've only played Commander once, and it was unfortunately on the online version, which has, of course, the 2-player commander only. And I built a really nasty bird deck. It was using the Final Fantasy XIV birds as a base. And then I used there was this, what was it? The goose. It was like the goose hydra was my commander, which was really fun. It was a dual color green-blue, but the blue was like, there was no control in the blue, so it was like there was, yeah, because I don't like blue in general, because it feels bad to play against. It feels like it's the no fun color. So I do my absolute best to avoid blue, but like if there's a one blue cost card that I can splash in with a multicolored deck, then I'm okay with that. That's about it though. I avoid blue for the life of me though. If you want some advice for a new player, get a pre-con deck and just slam into games, learn what you can. Learn what you like and want before committing to anything. They can get real expensive. Yeah, exactly. Chocobo is blue, green, white, bird, tribal, landfall. Yeah, I went for like my main ranked deck on Magic the Gathering was a mono green bird, a mono green landfall Chocobo deck, which did very well. It did very well. There were very few games that it was based off of it was the 1 mana cost 0/1 Chocobo that basically every time a land enters it got a +1/+1 counter, and then I also had those mythic, I can't remember the names of them, but they were the ones that made it so every time a counter would be applied, it would instead apply 2 counters. And then I had the one card that's like whenever it attacked, choose a creature, double the counters on that creature. So it just got out of hand way too fast. And then I coupled that with, there's this like weird boar spider, this legendary boar spider that gave all birds +1/+1. And then there was this other card that it was like this cutesy little card that was an enchantment that every time a +1/+1 counter was played, it created a food token. And so I would just constantly get these food tokens, and the tokens, you could spend 3 mana to draw a card, which was like, oh, now I have card draw. Now I have all these. Oh, someone just got a primordial crystal. That's kind of cool. Okay, yeah, but anyways, that's the gist of my deck. Everyone wants to talk about their own decks and not other people's for some reason, because it's like you spent so much time and effort into your own decks, and you wanna talk about them a little. All right, let's see what everyone else has here. I just learned Magic. Okay, I can it. Mono red hands. It's a Jaxus deck. Okay, I love Choco, Seeker of Paradise. Fair enough. If you want to read that one, Choco of a mono green graveyard recursion deck that can really pop off. That sounds interesting. Ren and Realmbreaker as a commander. Okay, I don't know what I don't know that card. I'm not familiar with that one. Not me. Yeah, commander can be really... I wonder if there's a little bit of overlap with the people who play old school and the people who play Magic the Gathering. I wonder if that exists. It sure does seem that way. That's for sure. I don't want to lose too many people though, so I don't know if this is a topic that I can talk about for a long period of time without losing half the people in the stream here. But it's... Yeah, Ren is a Planeswalker commander. Okay, fair enough. Oh, man. It's funny how much overlap there is between certain hobbies. Like, you have old school, you have Magic the Gathering, you have D&D, you have Warhammer 40k, which I think is probably... maybe go back to talking about prime numbers then? Yeah, exactly. Prime numbers is the universal language of really, really entertaining content. No, you make an absolute solid point there, Natural Insanity. You make a very strong point. Our conversation beforehand was none too less entertaining. The only Magic I ever play is Draft. Draft is so fun. Like, when you actually have, like, okay... If any of you have never played, like, a draft Magic before, that's when you get together with a bunch of buddies, or you get together in a store. You open up basically a whole box. You get a box, everyone gets, like, it's like 1 or 2 packs of cards. You open it, you take 1 card out of that pack of cards, then you drop it, pass it to the left, and basically, oh, it's a blast. It's so fun. And basically, it's like a combination of, do you take the super expensive cards and make a deck around those, or do you instead make a deck that's like super mushed together, like that synergizes very well? And because like there's usually a winner in those things. Like, for example, the drafts that I used to play, where you came in, it was like $20 to play. And that covered, you know, it would basically, I think we started with 4 packs of cards. And then we would go around, because there were enough people there that we'd all get a good amount of cards from those packs. And basically, out of the 60 cards that you'd end up getting, you'd have to make a deck out of 40 of them. Lands were covered. There were enough lands that you'd just be able to basically borrow the lands that you needed for your deck. They had this box of land cards, go figure. But all of the other cards were, yeah, it was really fun. And then tournament style, what we'd do is we would, you know, play against each other. Best of 3, the winner moved on, the loser went over to a loser's bracket, and then there was a, like, 3rd place got 2 packs of cards, 2nd place got 4 packs, and 1st place got, like, a whole booster box. Like, it was fun. There was, like, so there was a little risk over reward of, do you take the mythic rare that you just pulled that's worth $40? Obviously you take that, doy. Or do you take the rare card that's right beside it that would synergize really well with every other card that you have? Like, you have to weigh those risks. So yeah, draft is fun. I enjoy draft. Anything that's kind of like you can't plan. You just kind of have to draw and see what happens. That's why there's that Steam game. There was a Steam game that I mentioned a little bit back, actually. Sorry, I have the hiccups. Let me get some water. Keep hydrated, everyone. IRL roguelike, yeah. Well, it's like loot box plus roguelike, plus you get to keep what cards you draft. Plus, like, there are all these pluses to it. People want to see my map. The code is PVGL. Yeah, if anyone wants to see... Uh-oh. Shoo! Woo! If anyone wants to see Harzlik's map, to see what the crazy grind he has for the black dragons and stuff, you can see that. Shoo! Oh! Oh! Gesundheit. Oh my gosh. I think there's another one coming too. They usually come in threes for me for some reason. Oh! Yeah. If you want to see what the Black Dragon Smoldering Stone Draconic Visage plus Champion Scroll grind is for Harzlik, that is a death chunk. Go check out his code, which is PVGL. Yeah. 1 and 2 green planeswalker, starts with 4, land taps for any color while he's on the field, +1 turns a land into a 3/3 hexproof with vigilance. That seems like a really good counter to a lot of blue decks, which is nice. I love hexproof cards. It's so nice. So nice. Just the mechanic of not being able to get boned over by some freaky, you know, anything. Hexproof is so nice. No, I'm not sure. Does hexproof... it stops targeting spells. I don't think it targets AoE spells, though, like a destroy all permanents on the field. Does hexproof void that? Or does hexproof allow it to stay on the field for something like a destroy all permanents on the field? Not sure if it does. I think it's targeted specifically. Yeah, it would be more indestructible that would allow you to stop from that. Hexproof indestructible, there you go. Hexproof prevents target. All effects get around hexproof. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't stop board wipes, just targeted. That's what I thought. But, like, blue decks having a full board wipe does not occur too often. So, it's not that big of a... I don't think that's going to be that big of an issue. Yeah, hexproof is fun. So is ward. Ward is just like, you know, if you really want to get rid of it, you're going to have to pay for it. It's like a little... It's a little worse than hexproof, obviously, but at least it's something extra. It gives it some niche uses. There's some early cards that have, like, a ward costs an additional 3 mana to target this card, which allows it to get off some of its abilities sometimes. That's nice. So yeah, they're I like those. Blue mostly doesn't care about destroy effects. It's just tee-hee-hee, put it in your hand with effects like Cyclonic Rift or Aether Spouts. Yeah, and that's why I had a few of the cards that were like, when you place this card on the field, like it had placement effects. There's one that, like, I had some Chocobos on the field, and because they're birds, there's this one card that if I play, it's a legendary creature card, but if I play it, it makes all birds, basically you add up all of the power of all the birds you have and have that deal damage to a target creature. So I could wipe out some big cards, some real big cards, by just playing this one card. And it made them, like, they had several cards that were like return cards to owner's hand, and that's one of them they couldn't do that with. Because if they did, then, oh, looks like it's coming out a second time and wiping your board. Because, like, there's that in combination with... There's a third Chocobo that makes it so every activation effect, if it happens on a bird, happens twice. So when you brought this card in, it would make your birds attack and damage one creature, and then attack and damage a second completely different creature. So you could literally put one card out, and it was like three or four mana, pretty cheap, and you could literally take out 2 big threats on the opponent's side of the field with that. It was super cool. I gave more info about Ren and Realm Breaker's effects. Yeah. Blue mostly, yeah. Relix, we should play Magic the Gathering. I'm pretty sure we can get 4-player games going. I'm not sure. There's Magic the Gathering Arena. That's the one that I have. I don't have IRL cards that are newer than... I haven't actually bought cards in probably a decade. So, like, I was back when there was, like... back when Cough of the Hammer was popular. Like, I have some older cards. So I'm not sure if we could do, like, an old card game, or whether there is... I haven't seen a 4-player mode on the online version. But if you know how to set that up, I'd be more than happy to give it a try, because I do have some other friends. Arena, there's also a few different places to play online. Fair enough. Yeah, I'd like to see if there is a place in Arena that would do that, but I'm not too familiar with Arena to be able to do that. Yeah. MTG Online if you want to do older cards. Yeah. I think the one we do is Arena. We're making decent progress. Decent progress. We have just under 2,000 more butterflies until we level up again, which we've caught 2,700 so far on stream. And it's been 2.5 hours, so it looks like the 6-hour mark is going to be fairly accurate for the time where we start rolling. So just an FYI, if any of you are short on time and need to go do things, I would suggest going to do things now, because in about, I would say, 3 to 4 hours, probably near 4 hours, we will be rolling, and you don't want to miss out on that, okay? If you have the chill time and just want to sit back and relax, I mean, by all means, we're golden for a while. As long as my hand doesn't cramp up too bad, in which case we'll have to go to birds while it recovers for a little bit. Oof. Unfortunately, run energy is a bit of a slowing issue here. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality. This song, Isle of Serenity, I've heard it so much, but honestly, it's a bop. It's one of the better songs of that RuneScape has produced in recent years. In old school, that is. RS3 is a whole different can of worms when it comes to music. I wish I had more player options. I have to go back in 2 hours. Oh, well, I'm sorry, lol. It's... Just make sure to maybe catch the VOD after you leave, because, you know, this will be publicly available as well, so you'll be able to see back on it and see the major things. Or you could wait for the video. The video should be coming out next week. I'll be putting in a lot more effort there. Speaking of, I'm thinking maybe... because next Monday's stream will likely be in the new area, and I'm thinking I might not want to get too far ahead with whatever new area we end up rolling. So depending on the grind, we may do a much shorter... We might do a couple, like, much shorter streams. It might be only a couple hours for next week, just so we have a lot more daytime hours in order to actually... get to, you know, actually editing and actually making the videos. Because if you imagine 6 hours a day streaming twice a week, that's 12 hours that could potentially be used to edit and make videos better and faster. So every time you see a stream, there are ups and downs to it. I really enjoy streaming. That's why I do it. I like talking to everyone here and having this conversation, this back and forth, especially like about the game, about things around us, about magic right now, shockingly. I'm actually enjoying this conversation quite a bit. But yeah, there are going to be weeks where I might have to cut down on the length of these streams just because I need more time editing or something like that. So as long as you know, that might be in the future, in the books. I don't want to surprise you with, we're only streaming 2 hours today, because that might be the case in some days. It's life. Plus, of course, there are going to be days where I'm just not going to be around. Like, if I'm at a convention or if I'm at my buddy's wedding and it happens to fall on a Thursday, I'm just not going to be around, obviously. I'm not going to stream at my buddy's wedding. Sorry. New topic. What's your favorite, most unusual food that people think is weird? Meatloaf. I'm a big fan of meatloaf. There's I don't know why, but my mother makes a really good meatloaf. Oh, hello there, Salazar. Sup? Ooh, like the axe. That's a cool axe. It's me, lol. Oh. Cool. Hi. Yeah, when your in-game name doesn't match your YouTube name, it's sometimes hard for me to remember who is who, because there's so... Yeah, I know it's you. You said lol. I got you that. I got that there. Yeah, I'm just saying in general, unless people say, hey, it's me, I'm blah 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 from the chat, unless you introduce yourself as that, even multiple times, not per day, but like, every time we stream, if you come in, you're like, hey, this is so-and-so again, it helps a lot, because there's too many names to keep up with nowadays. It's getting unreal. I think we just passed 50 different memberships, thanks to a couple... Oh shoot, PS Chunk just hit 99 mining. That's a big one. That deserves a grats. Little GZZ there. Oh no, too many fans to know them all by name. I hate, my steak is too juicy. It's a long-standing joke. No, there were some people who gifted a bunch of memberships. There was Ahumaya who gifted, just this last stream. I think he gifted like 20 gifted subs or something. And then beforehand there was someone else. I can't for the life of me. I'd have to look back on the files. But yeah, there were multiple gifted subs that, yeah, I gifted memberships. Yeah, no, it was you. Yeah, and a bond. Yeah, you were the one of... I've gotten 2 bonds so far, by the way, now. Bonds are super helpful, but yeah, it's hard to keep track. It's funny, because in YouTube, it doesn't actually show who gifted subs. It just shows the people who received the gifted subs, which is really weird, but that's how the system works, and that's all I can pull up. So except for that time on the stream that it's like, oh my goodness, this person gifted a sub, like that information immediately gets basically almost lost in the wind to all the other stuff on YouTube, because like there's a lot that you can track, and for some reason that's not one of the things that tracks. Yeah, Twitch makes it a big deal, but YouTube doesn't care. Yeah, it's weird. You'd think it would be, but no. YouTube's weird that way. YouTube's really weird that way. Like, you'd think there'd be more emphasis on trying to get some recognition to people who gave gifted subs, But it's like, no, it hangs out there at the top of the chat for a little bit, and then, you know, poof. Our group puts screen snips to our group chunkers together in Chunk Chat Discord. Could put them in Mistrock Manor if anyone wants to see. You can definitely... You feel free to tease those if you'd like to, Tiger. That's fine. It was honor of our group's 1-year anniversary. Oh yeah, no, that, yeah. Feel free, yeah, you can definitely do that. That's more than happy to. That's a good place to put it. That is a good place to put it, Tiger. Sitting over there now, yeah. That's. I wonder if you'd get a better view from up on top of the hill, and then you could look down on me and be like, oh ha ha ha, you're in the butterfly pit, and I'm up in the grape valley. It'd be kind of funny just seeing like all these people lined up on the grape hills. That's a good spot too. It's not too in the way or anything. Plus, of course, like I'd have to right click on you. So if a butterfly does go over you, it just auto clicks over it. So you get what I mean. Yeah, I didn't want to be in the way of your camera or in the way of the stream. Yeah, being on the side a little bit is helpful. It is helpful. I mean, people know that you can come and you can interact, and that's fine. I look like the chunking peasant? What? Oh, is this in relation to what was just posted on the Discord? I'm gonna have to check it out, and then I'll see if it's something that I can show everyone. Oh yeah, no, that's... There we go. You can see there what we're talking about. The chunking peasant. Just a group of chunkers together. 1-year anniversary. In a chunk that all... Yeah, there's... Yeah. That's kind of neat. Give that a thumbs up reaction. Yeah, if you haven't, if you're not part of the Discord, by the way, feel free to join. It's just below in the description. All you have to do is click the link and it should take you there. Yeah, if you have any issues with it, let me know. It was an honor, in honor of our group's 1-year anniversary. Oh, that was a yawn. Better take some more of my caffeine. Try code Goobus for no. I actually did get some of that GamerSup stuff. I'm a fan of how it is. It sponsored me, by the way. I have the anime girl thigh flavored, which is I think orange creamsicle. It's really good. I'm a fan of creamsicle flavored things, and yeah, it's one of the good ones. Sorry, look down from the cliff, tops the butterfly catching peasant. Yeah, exactly. Love that flavor. Yeah, it's a good flavor. It's great flavor. It's just a little hard to explain when someone else takes it out of the fridge and says, "What the hell is this?" That's a fun conversation to have. Better than the headless ski man running around yelling profanities. Yeah. What anime girl thigh? Yeah, anime girl thigh flavored gamer sups is what I have. It's freaking amazing. Yeah. No, the headless ski man running around yelling profanities. It's funny because I actually made it a point to put part of that into the video for 2 reasons, actually. One, because it was the first time something like that happened. And I know a lot of you are like, you're feeding into it. You're giving them exactly what they want. And now that's the thing, though, is they're also giving me what I want, in a way. Because that contention, that level of conflict, is something that is more entertaining than not having that conflict. So, you know, if we do get trolls, it's like we can squash it real quick but at the same time, it's not like having the troll and being able to squish the troll is part of the fun of having trolls. So I'm not entirely opposed to occasional trolls popping up and doing crazy stuff, because we can just remove them. And it also makes for better content because it's more entertaining. There's a time and a place for trolls. IRL is not a good place. On a 48-hour butterfly grind is a great location. For example, like, it's weird to think about that. Like, you have so many people being like, you gotta give them nothing. You gotta avoid trolls and everything. But trolls help. There is a place for trolls, and it's specifically in teaching people how bad trolls can be and how easy it is to get rid of them. Because it's super easy to get rid of them. Because, like, a person following me that can't talk to me is not gonna bug me. Period. Tiger, get the cards ready. Yeah, Tiger, if you get the cards ready, that will... I will use an entity hider on you. Like... You will never appear in a ChunkMist video again if you start tossing cards at me again. That was a bit obnoxious, honestly. I didn't know that I could actually get... Like, I wanted to be super friendly that first big stream. But yeah, no. I'm gonna be too busy for that. Well, thank you. But yeah, the card chuckers are one of the things that kind of bug me a little bit. So if you're like chucking cards at me, I will find a way to hide your identity. So, yeah. At the same time, 20 people chucking cards at me would be kind of hilarious. Like, so like it depends on the context, right? If we're trying to record a super serious scenario and someone's chucking cards at me, maybe not great. If we're having a party and there's 20 people out there throwing cards at each other, then it's just absolutely chaos and it would be fun. Yeah. It's on a bridge. What are we, PewDiePie? Maybe add a channel for the chunkers in your server for people who post their chunk codes, for those curious. That would be more self-promo. You can put that into the self-promo channel. Because that's not being used too much for anything else. You can feel free to, yeah, you post your chunk codes into that, because that is a form of self-promo. Like, hey, check out my chunk. Self-promo with your chunk code. Yeah, that seems like a good place for it. Also, if any of you are in the Discord and you do see a scammer, spammer, bot, anything like that, please let me know. You are free to PM me in or out of me being online for those kind of things. I am more than happy to squash those things. There was someone there earlier, I think today. Fortunately, a couple of you did mention, hey, scammer, Relix, what's going on? And we were able to ban that account from the Discord real quickly. So, yeah. It was one of those, like, Mr. Beast scams. You know the ones where it's like, oh, I got so many bitcoins. Thanks, Mr. Beast. And, like, that's obviously, like, that goes against our rules. Which is, like, rule number 3, do not spam. And that is spam, and that is bot behavior, so, yeah. Just looking through, how long were they in the channel before they posted that? Probably not too long. Huh. Neat. Is there a place in the Discord you have your unlocked chunks shown? That's actually a great idea. I would, yeah. Excited about the Mulk Pearl update. Yeah, the Mulk Pearls are interesting. That would be aerial fishing Mulk Pearls. Lower the Mulk Pearl cost of some rewards listed below. Fishing sack from 500 from 1,000. Angler pieces from 100 down to 50. That's good. Yeah. Occasionally a larger pool will spawn that'll send your cormorant off several times in a row, which adds a little downtime of periods of lower intensity, breaking up the rapid pace. Yeah, there's some really cool changes to aerial fishing and Mulk Pearl. Yeah, the fish backpack specifically, from 1,000 to 500. I just bought 3 pieces last week. Oh, well, I mean, I also did, hundreds of kills on osprey and hammerhead sharks before the range changes occurred, making them not deal 1 damage. It happens, right? You gotta play the game as it is at the time it is, and the changes, let the changes occur, right? Deadfall traps, other hunter changes. None of this really makes a... It's funny, the pity rate of butterflies. This is pretty non-interactive and feel like they have much... Yeah, no kidding. This doesn't feel too interactive. It's just high click intensity butterfly catching. Oh, you see there's a problem with butterfly catching. Do you, Jagex? Maybe change the butterfly catching then. This is... Nope. Course changes. Freaking, the course changes for the Sepulchre is really cool too. You can now boost to get lower, and there's lower requirements to get to higher levels. Like, oh, that's so cool. So cool. They're adding shortcuts, but butterflies can be put into jars and be sold or used later. Exactly. "40 hours of solid effort." Yeah, no, exactly. Doing pearls a while, it's been a misery. Hours to get a handful, and then you'd need 1,000. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, there was, I think it was Limport that rolled the Lake Mulk and was there for a while, and yeah, he did not enjoy his experience either. Agility shortcuts, we don't have to worry about that. Guardians of the Rift. There's some Guardians of the Rift changes which are proposed, which are going to be really cool if they're implemented. For example, you can now buy an Abyssal Needle with 750 Abyss Pearls as a way of being like, okay, well, like, as a... Yeah, it's a dry reduction. You can just buy it for 750. It's a big amount of pearls, but at least you're not going like 10x dry and never able to get that. Mulk Pearls are both high intensity and worth no gold, nothing for irons. Yeah, I mean, the Mulk Pearls, they're for collection logs, right? And for... I mean, they do have some use for me, honestly. Because they do allow, I think they allow for the fishing rods that the Mulk Pearls are used for to be equipped in hand. So it would save an inventory space. It's not a lot, but that is something. Plus the fish bag, the fish cosmetic, I think can also be used as a transmog for the fish barrel, if I'm not confused. I think that's the item. Yeah, it's an equipable rod, so you save 1 slot. Yeah, so there are some minor bonuses to it, but no, obviously it's not the best. That whole event is more for just, hey, do you want to power train fishing and hunter actively? First bag saves 1 slot to make it, and it makes the barrel a backpack. Exactly. Yeah, the first bag, lol fish. Yeah, the fish bag, the fish sack. The fish sack and the barrel that you get from Temperos, I think, can be merged into one, so that it can become a back slot with that. So, like, there are a few things like that. Huh. Yeah, the summer sweep up's been insane this time around. Best way I found butterflies, finding two that spawn right next to each other for less running around. That's the thing, is we actually get faster drop rates from 3 because like the respawn timers are, I mean, they're not set up for 2. Like these 3 here that I have right now, I finally found the 3 that are on this eastern point. And if I just go between these 3, it should be moderately fast, but like, so the thing is there's some butterflies that wander into the area. Very underwhelming reward for such an intensive grind. Well, a lot of grinds are like that. A lot of grinds are like that. If you think about any rewards from anything that you do, look at the lumberjack outfit. Look at any outfit in the game. Like it's literally a pittance of an XP reward in comparison to the amount of time and effort that you put into that event. Right? Like look at the fishing trawler, trying to get the fisherman, the full fisherman's outfit, the trawler. Actual worst one is the evil chicken. Yeah, the evil chicken, the layer where you get like the cosmetic chicken feet and legs and stuff. Like that's awful. That's awful. And there's no real way to farm that. Evil chicken is unironically the worst set in the entire game. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a reason why it's not the good chicken. But yeah, hold on just one second. I'm gonna go, I gotta... Oh! Ah! Gotta go turn something on real quick. I had a fan going that was circulating air in the room. And, circulated... It's a little too much, honestly. It was getting almost a little brisk. Now it should be good. Someone mathed it out and it'll take some Ironman like 20 years. Yeah, regular Ironman to be on rate 20 years or something, which is something. Yeah, exactly. Thing is you can't buy those eggs on the Grand Exchange either. Or nests or anything like that. So it'll take regular non-Ironmen that long too. Like that is a flex outfit. They probably need to change that, honestly, because that's far too rare to be fun to anyone. Let's see, there's coral PVM changes with the gauntlet. Other PVM changes. Let's double check here and see if there's anything that slipped through our grasp. Let's see. Add a minimum number of player attacks before the Phantom Muspa changes styles to prevent constant back-to-back swaps, which makes the fight frustrating in high-tier setups. Yeah, it would be nice to get like multiple Ruby Bolt procs off of in the ranged phase, instead of just having like one proc and then you're back to Ancients, back to using, you know, Ice Burst or whatever. Yeah, that's a good change. Added a minimum number of player attacks for demonic gorillas to change overheads. Same scenario. Okay, that's going to change that fight significantly, which is interesting, because that means that if you have a really heavy hit... Oh my goodness. That's going to change the meta of gorillas and... That's going to change a lot, honestly. Because if you think about it, if it's based on the number of attacks before it swaps, if you use a slower but heavier hitting... Oh, nature implings. Nature implings, those were good. Those were good. Those were good. I think those were good. I think those were good. Oh my gosh, I'm not catching this one. There we go. Ooh, nice Irrit seed. There we are. Very nice. Huh. Never had to catch thousands at a time. How many go? Well, we have 1,305, 4, 3, to go until we level up to 69, and then there's just 1 level to go, which I don't know how many we're going to have to catch for that. It's going to be more than 2,500, but it's going to be less than my harshest day. If you look right here, boop, 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 we're at 3,291, and I've caught 13,000 in a day. Lol 69, yeah. Yep, get the lols out now. Get the lols out now. Slow hard hitters like Tebow or Twin Flame. Now even the... Yeah, exactly. Well, what it's going to make, like, Ballista an actual valid weapon. Because if you think about it, if you use a heavy... something with a very high accuracy and a very high max hit, you could potentially, like, 2 or 3 cycle some enemies. Right? Phantom Muspa, it's going to turn the Zarite crossbow with ruby bolts into an absolute powerhouse, because you're able to just, like, get 200 damage instant, and it doesn't change combat styles. It depends what the minimum is turned into. If it's like 3 hits or something before it changes, or if it's 4 hits, the demonic gorillas are going to be... That's going to be huge, though, if they add a minimum. Because you don't know how often I was using, like, a demonic weapon and being like, whack, oh, guess I have to change combat styles. Gotta love being able to AFK magic trees. Yeah, no kidding, Tiger. That would be great. I mean, we can there's some magic trees right down there I can AFK if I wanted to, but, I mean, working on 90 woodcutting, yeah. Welcome to the party. That is my highest skill level still by a good margin. Even higher than my cooking, which is 94 woodcutting on mobile. Mobile's a great place to do woodcutting. Woodcutting was made for mobile. Speaking of woodcutting, oh no, don't speak of woodcutting. I don't like woodcutting. Yeah, no. So, young implings, as I said, back. Hey, Harzlek, welcome back. Young implings are both very dangerous and also very, very great for us, because they have 2 drops, not just 1, 2 drops that would change everything. No, I'm kidding. It would change some things. The bad good unlock from young implings would be the lockpick, which would of course put us into the Yanille dungeon grind. But the good drop would be the bowstring. Yeah, change everything. Exactly. I did that deliberately, but yeah. The bowstring drop would allow us to make a magic shortbow. So our best in slot magic weapon would go from the U shortbow to a magic shortbow, which, if any of you are familiar with a magic shortbow, that's a good weapon. Unironically, across the board, right to 99. It can be used in end game stuff if so desired. The magic shortbow is a powerhouse. So having a bowstring from that would be great, but at the same time, getting a lockpick, especially right now, yeah, it rocks for a long time, exactly. It'll be likely our best in slot weapon, period, until we get bosses, which, honestly, like, the Colosseum would be our closest boss, in which case then the Tonzalstics of Ralos would be probably our best in slot. Or whatever that's called, but trying to unlock that would be incredibly difficult. You can do bosses with it, get it imbued, and you can literally do up to Desert Treasure 2. I mean, you can do Desert Treasure 2 with that, definitely. I mean, we can do Desert Treasure 2 with our Addy crossbow, too. Like, our Addy crossbow, as long as we got some ruby bolts, which, I mean, unfortunately is adamant bolts unlocked. Hopefully not through a smithing method, would be, yeah, that would be a thing. Look at all of these butterflies. They're all hanging out by ya. They're hanging out by ya, lol. There we go. Something, as someone who has a BMS imbued, I can say it's good. Exactly. Harzlik has a you have the blessed, is it the blessed magic short bow, or the, it's the one that has the extra magic to it, the imbued version. Yeah, it's a good weapon. Honestly, the U short bow is pretty good too. We're pretty cooking with the U short bow. It's still doing really good here. That's the one. Yeah, exactly. Man, there's some fun things on our horizon too. Because, like, there are, as soon as we get a chunk that allows us to teleport back into our chunk, things are gonna actually change. Like, the unironic this changes everything is going to be really cool. So, what I've decided to do for teleportations, this is actually a big topic. Because we were concerned that teleportations were going to take over and completely saturate our map. The thing is we don't have access to... We don't actually have access to a lot of things. Specifically, renewable runes in a 1 in 16 drop chance. As soon as we do, then suddenly things start opening up a little bit. But basically, what we want to do is make sure that if we do end up adding teleports, that there are renewable methods of obtaining the resources that coincide with our 1 in 16 rate. So, for example, unlocking the Ring of Dueling teleports will require us to have a location that can be teleported to by the Ring of Dueling, and also a Cosmic Rune method. So, the Ring of Dueling is an air enchant. We'd need a Cosmic and an air rune method. Once we get Cosmic and air runes at a 1 in 16 or lower, or allows us to, like, buy them from a store, something like that. Geez, Relix, go to Guardian of the Rift so you can make runes. Yeah, as soon as we get Guardians of the Rift, for example, everything is... Oh, look at that. People are starting to high alch and hang out at the top of the mountain there. Nice. It's still gonna be a while, people. It's still gonna be a while. So yeah, get your high alchemy gear out so you can do something at the same time. Oh. Yeah, the hand is just ever so starting to cramp, and we're about halfway there. The boys up top, yeah. The boys are up top. Man, getting that farming cape. It's crazy. Ooh. Yeah, let's see what other updates we have here. Besides the demonic gorillas, lower the duration of the Muspa's homing spikes, so it ends a little sooner. It's kind of a drag. It is a longer, that is a longer mechanic. Add a cooldown to the before a Skotizo totem can spawn after again being destroyed. That's good, so you're no longer going to be destroyed. Oh, it's back up. Destroyed. Oh, it's back up. That was an annoying part of the Skotizo fight, especially later on when you're like trying to... That's good. That's a good change. Reduce the size of Skotizo's arena so that you're more focused on dealing damage than increasing your daily step counter between running between totems non-stop. That's also big. Yeah, decrease that arena. Remove the restriction of lifesteal attacks against the Wardens of Elednus and Tumacan, meaning the Blood Fury and Sanguinesti staff would be able to function here. That's pretty big too, honestly. Ooh, that's gonna change a few strategies, I bet. Prevent the Surge Potion's cooldown from being reset on death inside the chambers of Zarek, since it introduces a feels bad meta for speedrunners. Yeah. Half the time it was so annoying I just waited until all 4 spawned for a minute, and then they go away permanently when you kill them. Rogue, what are you talking about there? What? Oh, the 4. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I would do sometimes. I did that once or twice, the Skotizo eyes, yeah. Because there is like a 5-minute timer and then they stop respawning. So yeah, it would be like, oh, we spawn them, okay, they're up. walk around for literally 5 minutes, getting your step counters in, and then, they're no longer gonna respawn, now I can kill the boss. That's, yeah. The timer is all 4 need to be active for 1 minute. Okay, there you go. Sorry, it's been a while since I've done Scotizo. Let's see. Reduce Chivalry's drain rate so it matches Deadeye and Mystic Vigor. There is no follow-up sentence. There is no follow-up sentence. In other words, that's what they're doing. That's hilarious. Let's see. Prevent progress between night waves from being reset if you leave via the door. Okay. Chivalry update is huge. I'm super excited about that one. Oh, there's a magpie impling. There's a magpie impling. Someone else catch that, because I'm not catching that, because that is a rune bar, potentially. Someone get that magpie, please. Can anyone grab that magpie? It's going to be a race to the magpie impling. Oh, man, yeah, if we weren't so scared of the 1 in 12 rune bar, I'd be all over that, because that's like power amulets. There's so many cool things that we can get from magpies, but like the 1 in 12 rune bar drop would be, I would literally end the series if we got a rune bar drop. It would be over. ChunkMist would die. That would be too much of a grind for us. That's not something that I'd be able to handle. So you can see why I'm opposed to catching it. Yeah, World 543, top left corner. There you go. Where did it go? I think it went northwest. It's in that general area. It was just up here when we saw it. It's roaming around. Might be able to get something like a... You can get some cool stuff. You can get like a dragon dagger from it. Chunk Sailor with a medium wilderness diary. Oh, that's big. Oh, that's worth typing on. That means they have access to all of the single target monsters in the wilderness. Calvarion and Artio and all those. Because you need the mediums to do that. Yeah, that's a big unlock for Chunk Sailor. He flew over the ocean. Oh no. Someone grab Dark Lure and bring it back. Okay, well, it might be around. Might be around a little later. There's no saying. It might just, yeah. Bonk. Lol. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It is tempting. Yeah, let's take a look at the because the magpie impling has the potential of giving us the best and the worst things. Let's there we go. Why have the mind talisman there? It's because mind talisman these nuts. Ayo. That's my hotkey into the wiki, is the mind talisman. Just so I could make that pun on occasion. Magpie impling. Yeah, the 1 in 21. Sorry, the 1 in 21 rune bar. The black dragon hide is also nasty because that got me. Yeah, I got y'all. Lamau. Yeah, there's a lot of things here that would be great for us, right? An amulet of power would be fantastic. The rune square would be an upgrade to our shield. Sinister, like, some of these things. Mystic gloves, split bark gloves, the nature tiara. Ugh. But you see, the thing is like the things that you can get from here, like the amulet of power, are quickly offset by the chance of getting, first of all, black dragon hide, which means as soon as we get a tanner, boom, we get black dragon leather, and then boom, we have to go for like a freaking, yeah, 84 crafting grind. Yuck. So obviously, between the black dragon hide, and the runite bar, which it drops 2 at a time. So what we'd have to do is, basically the way I'm working at it, because like we'd have access to 2 runite bars, what we'd have to do is we'd have to make a best in slot with 2 runite bars. So we'd go bars. Okay, well, we can't make anything with 5 bars because we only have access to 2 bars. Okay, and then we go 2 scimitar, 90. We'd have to make like a rune scimitar. We'd have to make we'd have to complete a best in slot out of that particular out of those 2 bars. So it would likely be 90 smithing that we'd have to get to. Yeah, we wouldn't need to go for like claws or a full helmet 92. We could likely get away with the 89 plus 1 for a rune scimitar. But still, that's pretty game changing, considering it was going to take us like a month of grinding runes in order to get... I'm ready, sir. Let's go slap trees. Why are you slapping trees? Yeah, go. You can slap trees right there. There's some magic trees right there. Go slap those trees. By the way, very nice axe. Like the axe. Yeah, so that is why we are avoiding magpies like the plague, because there's too much of a chance between the 1 in 10 black dragon hide and the 1 in 21 runite bar to turn that into a really nasty death chunk. Now, if we look at ninja implings, on the other hand, let's take a look at ninja implings. Any of these, let's see, they do have the black dragon hide there, so ew. But then again, that craft and grind, oh, there's no bars anymore. Okay, that's not terrible. And then we get, oh, there's rune scimitar, dragon dagger, poison plus that we can't use, darts, knives. Thing is like, is there anything here that would be a game-changing drop for us? No, there wouldn't. Like, nothing here would change the overall aspect of the game for us. Let's look at dragon implings, though. Let's see how terrible dragon implings would be. First of all, it would give us a dragonstone amulet, which would be an amulet of glory. That is pretty good. I'm gonna go do adult stuff. Okay. Ooh, you saying this isn't adult stuff? Ooh, the implications there that we're not doing adult stuff, capturing ruby harvests for 28.1k XP per hour. Ooh. Don't claws require a quest in the troll storyline? Yes, exactly. That's why they wouldn't count as something that we'd have to make. So here, the glory would be great, but if we look at everything else, there's some big pitfalls here too, and ones that we really don't want to get. Mainly, dragon dart tips. Because those require 95 fletching, and we don't want to do any more fletching. We're at 87. We don't want to go beyond 87 for a good long time. And except for the Dragonstone Amulet, nothing here changes anything. Unfortunate. So ninjas are off, magpies are off. That means that the best thing we can catch, of course, is the nature implings. There we are. Which are just seeds. We get some magic logs. Nothing too game-changing here. Yeah. Let's see what the risk of the eclectics are while we're at it. Because there's our 10 Addy ores right there. Slayer's Respite and Wild Pies would be kind of interesting. That would boost our Slayer level, which would be kind of interesting, but you can't boost to start quests. Problem is this would also give us Oak Planks. Okay, that's scary. Mithril Pickaxe would be fantastic, but we can get those from Earth Implings. And without the risk of getting... Yeah. You need to do a quest to get dart tips, so you're safe. Okay, but what about any of the other ones? You're right about the dart tips. You are 100% right about the dart tips. However, there's also arrow tips, which is 90. And javelin tips, which is 92. There we go. So we'd still have to get 92 fletching for dragon javelins, which is sad. That is kind of sad. We don't want to have to get 5 more levels. Likely what we would do... Honestly, it's not the end of the world either, because if we did get those the javelin tips, we are on a farming grind, and we do have fruit trees. And what's at level 81 is the dragon fruit trees. And if we notice here, our chunk grind is 80 plus 3 for the spirit tree. So we would be able to technically get a dragon fruit tree in that time, which means that with the dragon fruits, I think the dragon fruits are the fletching bonus of plus 4, are they not? Dragon fruit, make the dragon fruit pie, which is a fletching by 4. So yeah, if we take our current fletching level, which is 87, and boost it by dragon fruit pie, that means we have 1 level. Okay, so maybe dragon implings might be worth it then. Yeah, because there's no other grinds except for fletching that would come from that. There is a magic seed, but we have those. We don't have access to a magic tree spot. Snapdragon summer pies. Could just get straight up dragon darts as a drop too, and dragon arrows, which would be really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna say honestly, dragon implings are probably worth it. The problem is if we get it too soon, like we're still like a long ways from being able to catch these. These require 83 hunter. We're only going to 70. So it's going to be a good while before we actually get these. Unfortunately, that's going to mean that our farming level is likely going to be much higher. Hopefully high enough that we can plant dragon fruit by then. If we have dragon fruit, access to dragon fruit, then javelin tips are also locked behind a quest, Monkey Madness 2. Are they? Yep. Must have completed Monkey Madness 2 or they are not dropped at all. The only exceptions to this rule is Scorpion Desert Treasure 2 bosses. Huh. Only dropped after completion of... Okay, yeah, no, there's a little asterisk there. Okay, so we won't get the javelins. That means it's only the arrow tips that are the scary ones, which is a 1 in 19. And that is a level 90 grind, which means either that's 3 levels in fletching, which would still be kind of icky, or boosting with the pie. So right now, immediately, I'd say no. Like, if we had the level to catch a dragon impling, I'd still say no right now, because our farming level is not high enough to feasibly get a dragon fruit pie. But once our level's a little bit higher, I'll definitely start considering dragon implings as something to catch. But for now, it's a little off the table. Of course, there's also lucky implings, which can give you anything under the moon. At that point, I mean, if we have the hunter level for a lucky impling and we see a lucky impling and we don't catch it, that's shame on me. Anything that we can get from a lucky impling, if we get a run-ending drop from a lucky impling, that's just bad luck. That's just bad luck, because, yeah, no, they roll from the easy, medium, hard, elite, and master clue tables, so you have, like, access to everything, but that also includes everything on their bonus pages, which are, like... Yeah, let's go to elite clue rewards and go to their regular things. Like, they have gilded, third age, they have, ooh, extended anti-fire potions or drops. That's kind of cool. But there are some, like, more basic things. Maybe it's in the hard table. Potions, daggers, armor. I'm not seeing any bars, so maybe that's just who cares. Like, we're good. I think we might just be golden with lucky implings. I don't think they're gonna drop any run enders. How many more butterflies? Great question. The number of butterflies we require to level up is now 901. You have 901 more of them to level up to 69, and then there's just one more level to go. We're gonna do some ASMR right now. No, I'm kidding. I got 2 potion drops from Elite in my first 20. Oh no. Because those are rolling on the rare trait. Oh, that's rough, Majarkin. That's rough. Rip. Yeah, rip to... That is a rip. That is so unfortunate. Oh, I feel... oh. That's like... Oh, so... In RS3... This is going to be a bit of a pull for some of you, but in RS3, there's an item called Hazelmere's Signet Ring, which is basically, it's beyond the Ring of Wealth, was something called the Luck of the Dwarves, which was an onyx ring that could be made using like onyx and the equivalent of Zenite, which would count as an extra tier above the Ring of Wealth. And the Hazelmere's Signet Ring was only available from, I think it was Elite Clue Scrolls and above. And it had a very similar mechanic. Hazelmere is the, it's the gnome just to the east of where we unlocked. Or exactly where we unlocked. But yeah, his Signet Ring was basically like the 5th tier of luck. And it had like a 1 in 10 chance of doubling the drops of Clue Scroll rewards. So you could, in fact, get like a double rare drop. Like you could get double Third Age if you wore the Signet Ring. So it had some very unique mechanics. Like it was a 1 in 10 for any drop from Clue Scrolls to be doubled or something. And so like, it was a weird... I don't like how the quests always gotta zoom in on Hazelmere's hand like that. Yeah, the quests are really weird. But yeah, RS3, it had that thing. But there was something called, basically you had every time you rolled on the table that you could get Hazelmere's Signet Ring from, you could also get a Blurberry Special. Basically, you had 9 chances of getting a Blurberry Special and 1 chance of getting the Signet Ring. And I had gotten one of the Blurberry Specials before, and that hurt so much. It hurt so much knowing that I was a 1 in 10 chance away from getting the Signet Ring, which was billions of gold at the time when it came out. Like it was one of those big items that everyone wanted because it was like super rare, plus it had a really strong use case. That's when I quit RS3 lol. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I quit right around the time Necromancy came out, honestly. That's when I stopped RS3. It was right before Necromancy came out, when I had just finished the game. I was done. Necromancy was just another wad to the puzzle, so to speak. And they came out with a whole bunch of new bosses that were Necromancy based and stuff. I just never really got into it. Never got into Necromancy, really. That was the line that kind of... Yeah. It wasn't... I think one of the last updates I remember was the player-owned fort. The one that... You know where the lumberyard is, right? Basically, they took the lumberyard, stretched it north into the wilderness, and then basically stretched the wilderness wall up to like level 12 or 13, so it was almost at the lava areas. And then had you own a fortress that was on the edge of the wilderness. And so you had to build, like, it was honestly one of the best updates that RuneScape has ever done. And if Old School ever does something like this, I would be to the wall with happiness. Because what it did is, like, there's some things I would definitely not implement, like, for example, the resting XP bonuses. That does not need to come to old school. But things like an additional semi-AFK construction method, where you just use, kind of like how, actually no, you know what? They already made something fairly similar to it. They took mechanics from that, and they added it to sailing construction, using the like the keel parts, how you need to make multiple parts in order to make things. Yeah, mahogany homes isn't too bad. Yeah, you're right. I think between like making keel parts and mahogany homes, you basically have a similar vibe. The only difference between that and the player-owned fortress was, like, for example, you had like a wall that you would have to build or fortify, and it would use specific ingredients. You gathered the ingredients, you turn those ingredients from large ingredients into basically things like the keel parts, where it's like, oh, you know, these 5 keel parts use 200 adamant bars or something. So you take those parts, and then you'd use that to build walls or buildings and stuff like that. And they, like, there were different tiers of buildings, kind of like how the construction hotspots had tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, stuff like that. Or like the cupboards, how you could upgrade the cupboards. It was very much like that. And like, you sat there, you started the construction, you could also renew the construction. And basically you sat there and you semi-AFK'd, and it would just be like 200 XP. 200 XP, 200 XP, and then, like, there were things called hotspots. So there are different spots on the walls that you could stand on, and then every like 15 or 30 seconds the power spot would change. And so if you were AFK, that 200 XP would turn into 50 XP, 50 XP, and you'd go at a quarter of the speed, but it would be super AFK. Meanwhile, you could also just move to the area that had the super hotspot and still get that 200 XP and that speed bonus. And so it was like semi-AFK, but you kind of wandered around. It's kind of like, oh man, I mean, they incorporated the mechanics of archaeology as well, which doesn't exist in old school either. I'd say the closest thing to it would be Volcano, when you're mining that one glowing ore, and then occasionally Volcano will throw a bomb and you have to move away, and then another area will light up. It's kind of similar to that. That's the closest thing I can think of at this exact moment, to that kind of a mechanic, which, I mean, might be one of the reasons why I like Volcano so much. It's probably one of my favorite bosses, just because it's like, I like skilling bosses. I'm a sucker for skilling bosses. Wintertodt a little less so, but like Temperos is fun. I really like Volcano. Wintertodd's good. I like, all of them are enjoyable. Are we gonna enter into the Volcano is a blast, to be honest. Yeah, and not to mention it sucks doing it solo though. It does. I did quite a lot of it solo, honestly, because the drops that you could get from it solo were just so good. Like, I'd love getting like 1100 steel bars from a single kill. Like, oh my gosh. That was so nice. But yeah, if you do it in like a trio, yeah, drops in solo are amazing. Man, does it take forever, exactly. That's why, you know, I'd love trio teams. Like, if you did a trio team, you could do it in like 2 or 3 rotations, instead of like 6 or 7. And the rewards were almost as high, because like, doing it solo, you hit a max cap. Whereas duos and trios, you're getting close to that max cap. Small scale Temperos feels like a bliss. Oh yeah, it is bliss. I mean, honestly, I think Reyna, I was actually mentioning this in another conversation we're having, but Reyna does small group Guardians of the Rift. Which, if you've ever done Guardians of the Rift in a smaller group, the pacing is so much different. You actually have to interact with the front half of the mechanics of that minigame, because it's not just like, oh, spam, there's a giant wall. Small group Guardians of the Rift is insane XP. Yeah, exactly. Well, thing is like you can... It's so much different. Like, you're sitting there, you're using... You have to go back and you have to mine multiple times. Like, each and every step of it, I've never actually done small Guardians of the Rift. But it's... Like, from what I have been told and from what I've seen in clips and videos, it's so much... It's good. And I like regular mass world Guardians of the Rift. I can only imagine how fun the small world Rift would be. I was talking to them earlier about Guardians. Yeah, I mean, Reyna's been very focused in Guardians of the Rift, mainly because that is an ultimate Ironman right there. And yeah, they were like trying to get all the dyes in order to get their full outfit dyed, so that they could then deposit it and stuff like that. And they were also hoping for, you know, the pet and all those things. Ultimate Ironman, they're a different... That's a different breed of... I don't know. That's too... That's a level beyond what I think I can do. Unless it was for, like, a shorter form series. Kind of like Swampletics, how there was a limited... You know, a limited goal. I did think about doing a Swampletics, but in the desert. I think that might have been interesting. Having a desert-locked Ultimate Ironman, I think, would be a really unique series. Not one that I've seen yet. And then, of course, the ultimate goal is to do Tombs of a Masket and get all of that stuff. Basically, you can only do it 3 places that it would make a really good series. One is the swamp, one is the desert, and then one is, you know, doing raids 1, so to speak, that area, the Korend. Having a Korend-locked Ultimate Ironman would also be a thing. You'd have to make some exceptions to rules, like you'd have to unlock herb lore and rune crafting before you get to those areas, or else you're just boned. But yeah, those would be real rough. Those would be rough. You'd basically have to start out with like weeks and or months in the freaking this area, the library. You'd have to spend literally months in the library getting your rune crafting up to make blood runes, because otherwise, like, you're just boned. Oh my goodness, that would be awful. That would be awful. There's no really other good way. Like, for rune crafting training, if you were locked up there, you would literally have to do that until... Ugh. Months of library at low level agility sounds gross. Well, you wouldn't be low level agility because you have the the Shazian agility arena, which would allow you to get at least some modicum of agility XP first. Now whether you stop at like 30, 40, 50, who knows? It depends on how patient you are, but like there is a level 1 agility training method there. The upside to death chunks is on the other side of it. You never have to worry about that skill hurdle. Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we got rid of the skill capes as well. Because the last thing I want to do... Like, I like having progressive skill hurdles. Like this right here, going from level 14 to level 70 hunter, that is a big skill hurdle. But once it's done... yeah, it will be done, and likely we won't have another skill hurdle until we bump into some slightly higher thing. Like, I mean, let's just take a minute here. I'm gonna actually pause the XP tracker on Hunter, give my wrist a second to heal here for a second. Oh, okay, yeah. If we look at the actual Hunter here, birds, we can do all of those. Butterflies, sunlight moths would be immediately, like if we rolled into the sunlight moths, we'd be immediately able to do those. Moonlight moths though are 75. So, I mean, that's that's another roll, right? Or like if we roll into the Hunter's Guild, boom, Moonlight Moths immediately, which is 5 levels more. Probably not of this hunter, because moving up there will probably pass by either moths or jerboas or some other method, right? Hopefully on that trail up or down, because like there's two ways of getting to the Hunter's Guild, right? There's here. This, of course, we can't roll diagonally. We have to roll east. And then north, we have hunter training right here, right? Which I think are the sunlight moths. So we'd have sunlight moths to train for the moonlight moths. Yeah, they're in the Hunter's Guild, or moons, exactly. Yeah, we would have a better training method than Ruby Harvest. We'd have the sunlight moths, which are unlocked already. Yeah, actually, hold on. We're still wanting to pause this for a second. Yeah, we'd have sunlight moths in order to train 2 moonlight moths. Now, whether we go to barehanded, I don't think that's necessary. I think we just go to unlock it. So it would be 75. Of course, getting that, we would also have, what's it called? The Pitfalls 91 Moonlight Antelope, which would be the actual goal. But getting 91 Hunter off of Moonlight Moths is still very good XP in comparison. Like, I could get 91 off of Moonlight Moths. If you don't get it tonight, yeah. If I don't get 91 tonight, exactly. Thing is, we could roll the Hunter's Guild today. All that would take is like 1 or 2 rolls in the Varlamore area. Will you stream the roll tomorrow? No, we're streaming today. We are literally going to keep going until we hit 70 Hunter. We're getting our imp, and then we are rolling. So we are streaming today, or, I mean, depending on your time zone, we're not stopping the stream until we get the drop, until we roll. We are rolling today. That's I think in the title of the video is, we're not stopping till we roll, or something like that. Because we really aren't. We're just going to keep getting ruby harvests, and pausing again because we're not done with our train of thought. Let's see. Black Chinchompas aren't going to be a deal. Monkeys, we're already past all that. Net traps, the Teku salamanders. I guess that would be a new... Like, if we rolled west and up, the Teku salamanders would technically be... Well, I gotta go lay down. Good luck with the grind. It's all good, air sniper. Enjoy laying down. Tekus would be a new roll. Or a new... level up, so to speak. Rainbow crabs with 10 construction. That's kind of interesting, but yeah, crab traps. Aerial, we'd only need the great sign. We won't have to deal with that. Of course, there's birdhouses, not dealing with that. Imp traps, that is our current task. And then... we actually unlock expert hunter rumors at 72 as well. Nothing else though. So there's a few different tiers to level up, and it's mostly around the Hunter's Guild or Teku Salamanders. But if we get either of those, or the Chambers of Zarek for some reason, we roll that before, but the odds of that, yeah. I am pleasantly vertical, horizontal, pleasantly horizontal, pleasantly vertical. You sleeping vertically, boy? You need to change those sleeping habits. Standing straight up, just your legs. Oh, what would you have to do? You'd have to like wedge yourself in between 2 walls and just kind of collapse in the wall in order to sleep vertical. The Alex session was great. First green cash stack obtained. Congrats on the green stack, Buxy. That's cool. Green cash stacks are fun. Okay, speaking of, let's get our numbers. We are 550 on the dot before leveling up. Which is, yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along. 13,000 experience left until we leveled up, and then we have 1 more level to go, and then we're done. Then we are done this clicking hellscape. We are going to be delirious by the end of this, I think, because like we've been going for 3 hours and 43 minutes so far. We've taken very few breaks, but hey, that's part of it. My fingers are slightly, that's equivalent to 5 butterfly hunter rumors. Getting close. Yep, exactly. And that's why, yeah, hunter rumors would be so nice. I'd love, honestly, like, getting hunter rumors, getting that area, that's the thing, is we unlock that area, the odds of us being, like, locked out of the rumor system is exponentially high. Like, it's very high. We wouldn't be able to take, or actually, I think we'd be forced to try to re-roll to take, basically, yeah, because we're locked out, we'd have to be forced into the novice rumor, which would then roll something randomly, which would then probably permanently lock us out of hunter rumors. Yeah, the only way of resetting it is by taking a second rumor from the novice one, but then that locks you into that one until you've completed that one, period. And that could be literally anything that your level is capable of. So it could have us trying to capture snowy whites in the Piscatoris Hunter area or something, in which, if that's the case, technically doesn't, yeah, so there's the soft block and then there's the hard block. Basically, and I'm not sure what we would be required to do, because, like, we get a rumor from one guy, oh, we don't like it. We get a rumor from another guy, oh, we don't like it. Or we can't access them, I should say. We'll take anything that we can access, obviously. But you lock them out of the other ones. And then, I mean, what are you left with? You're left with, yeah. Basically, if you're locked out of everything else, then you have to try to gamble the roll with the random, and then that could be anything, and that could literally lock you out permanently, or not permanently, but like a long ways away, basically indefinitely. I talk later, mate. All right, Harzlik, I shall see you around. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it. Only way out is leveling up to a different rumor master. Not even. If you take the novice hunter rumor master, every other hunter rumor master will say, oh no, you have a task with this. Doesn't give you the option of trying them with you instead, because you've reset it off of everyone, which is not good. I don't know if we'll be forced to do that from our rule set, or whether or not we'll just soft lock it and not take the novice roll, so we have like 4 or 5 different chunks that could potentially unlock the rumors for us again. I mean, that's the smart thing to do, and I'm a sucker for being smart, so that'll likely be what happens. Is we won't ever take the novice extra, we'll just lock ourselves in with all the other ones. Yeah, that would be what we'd do. Plus, of course, having access to that already, getting access to the Hunters Guild would immediately get us into a 91 Hunter grind, which would, of course, unlock the Master Hunters, because we would need the Moonlight Antelope anyways. Which is funny that we would have the Moonlight Antelope but not the Sunlight Antelope, which means that the Hunter's Crossbow, which is a fantastic weapon, by the way, would be basically locked behind a few chunks to the east. And we could get, like, Moonlight Antler bolts, like, really good bolts and really good ranged weaponry. Honestly, that's gonna out-tier anything that we can get. Like, Magic Shortbow can take a hike compared to the Sunlight Antler Crossbow in combination with Moonlight Hunter bolts are so strong. Like, that is Vorkath killing gear. The DPS on that is insane. So, yeah, that's what I'm using on my hardcore Ironman right now, Moonlight Hunter. Exactly. That goes to show you how strong it is. A hardcore Ironman would trust their life with a Moonlight Hunter bolts and the Sunlight Hunter crossbow. So that just goes to show you. Of course, that comes with the grind of, I think you need a crafting level for those bolts. I'm not sure. Use it for the fight caves. Yeah, I would use it for the fight caves too. That's a fantastic equipment for the fight caves. Oh, our XP bar is slowly going up. We are 412 more rubies away. I'm actually going to stop recording for a bit because I think there's only so much footage of me grabbing butterflies that I'm going to use in a video. Keep streaming, obviously, but turn the recording off just to save some space. And then right before we level up, I'll restart the recording. Did we roll? I just got here. Oh, well, I can definitely do a little catch-up refresher. We have definitely rolled. Oh, hello. We're going to visit Pete for a second, everyone. We're gonna Pete's out for a moment. But make a video, have 30 minutes of unskippable butterfly content. That would be brutal. Okay, we got this one. Unskippable butterfly content. Oh, that's horrid. Why would you think of... Oh. Okay, we need one with a squishy tail. That one there. Oh, that would be hilarious. Like, I went through this pain, you're coming through with me. Like, oh, I had someone actually complain about the length of the videos. Just today. They were like, why won't you just condense this into a 20-minute video? This is so boring. Like some of my 40-minute videos, right? It's like, buddy, this is an adventure. This isn't like... Oh, we got a lamp. Nice. It's like, this is an adventure. You're on the ride. Someone had the nerve to complain about the length of the video. They wanted shorter. People complain about long videos need to have their attention. Exactly. That's exactly what I thought. Like, I was so close to just, like, blocking the kid. Because, you know, it's probably, like, a little kid being like, why don't you just speed through this and get to, like bosses where it's fun? It's like, do you not know what a one-chunk account is? You don't just go to bosses. They need to lay off the TikToks. No kidding. Long, old school videos because it means more time to disassociate and imagine. And I have the patience to play that much RuneScape. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's the new Frey video that... Was it Frey that just released a video? He's the one on the... Yeah. Frey just released a new video. I was catching butterflies this morning before the stream started watching Frey's video. And it helped pass the time great. Helped me disassociate from the illusion of the pain that is catching butterflies at a mass rate. Oh, man. Yeah, I actually have video footage of the I think it was 13,000. It might have been 11,000, honestly. It's one of those two. It's 11, 13,000, something like that, of that butterfly day. We're at 4,200. You can only imagine how long it took for that other grind, that other day. That was when I went from 14 to like 61. From 14 to 61 in one day. That was insane. That grind was unreal. Oh. Sounds like we got a bit of a windstorm today. My friend wondered how I've been able to stand playing old school for so much over these past 8 months. Yeah. It's, well, I mean... there's a correct answer, and then there's a funny answer, and I'm not gonna say either of them. The maze provides. That wasn't... 10 bronze bolts. Hell yeah, yeah. Oh. You got 10 bronze bolts from a maze random? That seems a little... Oh, wait, no, you're doing the maze stalling. I know what you're doing. Okay, yeah. 10 bronze bolts at a time. Man, if only our agility level was a little bit... The thing is, as soon as my agility is a little bit higher, then I'm boned. Unless we get the Brimhaven... Honestly, the Brimhaven chunk is single-handedly going to be a game changer for us. Not only would we get a high level agility, but like all of the areas that are unlocked from that is... Oh, it's going to be really handy. It's going to be handy. It's going to be a big chunk if we roll the Brimhaven chunk, but like it's going to be the biggest positive change to our account that we could get. Speaking of Brimhaven, I wonder how Verf's Inferno grind is going. Yeah, fair enough. It's funnily enough, if we unlock that chunk, we don't have that grind. I love mirror mode. It's great. It's like, oh, what level will the Brimhaven chunk be agility-wise? I know we at least need to get the Pirate Hook, which is at least 80 hours of grinding. Like, it's a good amount of agility no matter what. Now, whether that reaches the agility goals that we have, because now we have Yanille East, we have the Yanille Agility Dungeon, I don't know what the cap is. The Pirate Hook is such a slog of a grind. Yeah, but at the same time, yeah, agility is, let's just... Yeah, there you go, right there. There's your answer. What would you rather do? Do agility on a rooftop or agility on an agility course where you can get a cool pirate hook? That's ultimately what it comes down to, right? Brimhaven Graceful is one of my favorites. Yeah, it's one of my favorites too. I really like the Graceful set from there. Now, we'll have to... I think we need regular Graceful unlocked in order to actually qualify for the... we might lock that Graceful grind behind getting Graceful itself. But that is definitely something on the to look out for list. Because you can't just buy Graceful there, you buy the recolor there. But the recolor there is a bit of a grind, but I mean, I don't think we'd have to get the recolor points until we got the Graceful outfit. Which means unlocking that, the Brimhaven chunk, the Rogue's Den chunk, would be, I mean, depending on how many other outfit areas we get, because yeah, we could get the Varlamore Graceful set from the Worm agility by then. We could, like, there's a lot of really cool outfits that we might be forced to grind for a little bit, which I really wouldn't mind. After sitting at 1 agility for so long, it's not going to be too bad. Me too. I'm actually making my own Varlamore Graceful IRL. It's been an adventure making my own patterns for the first time. Now that, Silver Scout, would be something really cool to post in the Discord. Keep us updated. If you're making like an IRL Varlamorean Graceful set, that would be really cool to see, like even the sketching plans of how you're going to make that. That would be super cool. Plan on wearing it to Ren fairs and stuff. Yeah, that would be... Oh, that would be an interesting outfit at a Ren fair, because it's not based on medieval looks. That's specifically RuneScape, but it's still, like, such a unique outfit that it would... Like, people would ask you so many questions about it, and there's a lot of overlap between old school and Ren fairs in terms of who goes there, so I'm sure you would get quite a few people talking about it. Like, oh my gosh, is that the Varlamorian? Like, they would be that specific too. Is that a full set of Graceful from... That's fun. I'm sure you'd have fun with that. Yeah. Yeah, you have to add that to pics and vids when you can. 'Cause that would be interesting to see. It's really fun seeing how everyone has their own way of showcasing off their honestly their love for this game, which is stupid. Stupid that this little pixel game could capture so many of our hearts. I saw a guy in full Torva with the Infernal Cape at a Ren Fair last year. It was so cool. Runescape and the Red Fair overlap is huge. Exactly. The thing is yeah, no, the people that go to both are, well, I mean, think about it this way. If you can't go to RuneFest in Birmingham, England, where else are you going to meet up with other RuneScape fans? It's likely going to be at a Ren Fair or something like that. It makes sense, right? It's the more generic version. Yeah, at least that's what I think. I think Ren Fairs are like the more generally populous version. Like, for example, if you went in there in full rune plate armor, for example, people would think, you know, oh, that's cool color for a plate body. But at the same time, if you build it like in RuneScape, you get so many people talking to you. I don't know why I made that sound effect. You've been playing for a while. Oh, sorry. You've been playing for a while. Take a break from your screen. I'll consider it when I'm cold and dead. No, I'm kidding. Might need to make myself a sandwich or something and take a little break. Jagex themselves said touch grass. No! I'm touching grass all over the place. There's grass between my feet. These butterflies aren't gonna catch themselves. If they did catch themselves, that would be pretty cool. Honestly, if I'd finished my 99 farming grind on the group chunker for the cape, I think that it would have been the biggest flex for my group picks posted in there. I could have finished that grind if I focused on it the week leading to it. That's fair, that's fair. So you've been planning to do that since April. Oh, so you knew it was coming? You didn't focus on the farming cape? Ah. And now you look like that? No, I'm kidding. You gotta just enjoy your experience. Don't push for something if it means you gotta struggle for it. Unless your livelihood is on the line. Like, come on. No. There's no reason to really push yourself. Unless it's for like an entertainment purpose. Like, for example, right now I'm pushing myself because I know that a chunk roll is going to be entertaining as hell, right? That's part of my job, is to make sure that each stream has a little bit of something special to it. You know, the stream before was like, holy crap, there are changes, let's roll some chunks. And this stream, if it was just butterflies, would be an awful stream. I mean, we've talked about some interesting enough things, but like the quality of a stream from we're catching butterflies to we're rolling chunks is night and day. People enjoy watching chunk rolls. I enjoy watching chunk rolls. Anytime there's an announcement that someone's rolling a chunk somewhere, regardless of what chunk it is, if I'm around and I see that announcement, I'm clicking. Because I like to see chunk rolls. I like to see what progress some other person has made in a certain area. And what kind of diabolical scheme is going to be set up against them this time. Speaking of, once we do hit this next level, we are going to talk about our chunks a little bit. Mainly because I need a break and my wrist is starting to hurt. And number two, because then we'll actually have the exact number of how many butterflies we'll have to catch until we level up. In terms of break, I mean, like, we'll go to the birds for a little bit. Just so I can have a little bit of a break. Because my wrist is starting to cramp a little. Do that for maybe half an hour or something while my wrist recovers. We're so close. We're so close. We have 127 more until we level up. Yeah, we'll do that while we're talking about our chunks. We'll go to the birds, talk about our chunks, and then yeah, then we'll finish up with the ruby harvest grind, and get to rolling. How's that sound? Does that sound good? That sound good? You want to spam some woo-woo-woo-woo-woos in the chat or something? Yeah, there we go. I saw someone else click one. That's good. Not that anyone's... No one's really sitting around ready to click the happy birthday. It sounds like a plan. Yeah, no, it's a decent clan. Woo, yeah. Let's get the hype going. No. Oh. Man, I've been super happy with how the chunking's been going recently. The channel numbers are steadily climbing. We're getting more and more people saying hello every day, which is really cool. I keep getting comments of like, oh yeah, I just caught up. Can't wait for more videos. Like, I can't tell you how happy that makes me feel when I hear things like comments like that of like, hey, I just saw your... I just caught your first video and I binge watched all the way to the last one. Great content. It's like, oh yeah, cool. I took some pain out of an afternoon and we had some fun. Ultimately, that's what I'm here for. That's why I have two very strict rules. And that is, we don't talk about politics, we don't talk about religion. Because those are two things that don't need to be brought up in a RuneScape stream. You know, we're having fun here. There's no reason to get real. Because we're not real here. We're having fun in a land that was made of pixels. There's no reason to get into current world events that are going to cause trauma or blah 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 blah, right? I mean, world events are actually a little bit more fine. I will talk about them on occasion. But specifically when it draws into politics or is politically charged, that's when I try to avoid those things. We're all just here to play our medieval point-and-click cookie clicker number go up game. Exactly. We're all just here to play this game. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. We got some headbangers and cheers on this side. Okay. We're going to turn our streaming or our recording back on because we are getting pretty close to the level. We have 60 more butterflies to catch, and then we are at our last level before the roll, so to speak. We only have one level to go. I hate to be watching a stream and listening to that kind of stuff. Would rather talk about prime numbers. Oh, no, exactly, right? Like, there are too many times... Or something that... Drama. Talking about drama between one person or another. Ugh, yuck. Yuck. Not a fan. Not a fan of... I don't enjoy that. Oh, I gotta stretch a little bit. Oh, it's gonna be one of those days. I think I will, probably. Yeah. As soon as we're done this level, I'm gonna go make a sandwich. If I want politics in RuneScape, I'll go to Guardians of the Rift chat and mute it. Oh, no. You gotta go to, for politics, you gotta go to Shooting Stars. That's where the politics are, is the Shooting Stars chat. Not the clan chat or the group chat. What kind of sandwich? Likely peanut butter. Just something real quick and easy. Something to get something in me to... Winter Todd has the best politics chat. Oh no. And see, this is the only exception to the politics rule, is talking about where we can get the worst kind of politics. Sears Village on a forestry world. Actually, no, we did get the politics in the Alderan forestry world was also a little rough a few times. Sears Youths gets wild for sure. Oh no. Yep. No, there are some areas that just, they get wild. I've never seen it at Guardians of the Rift, but I'll take your word for it there. The public... Oh yeah, forestry worlds are probably the worst, I think. Oh, no. Mining, I don't know. Shooting Stars mining is so AFK, though. You can just type up a storm. You get people... Oh. We are close, by the way. 12 more butterflies. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5, 4. We're down to prime numbers now. 3, 2, 1. That is 69, Hunter. Giggity. Nice. Nice is the right answer. Grats. So, how many butterflies are we going to have to catch before we level up and roll? That is 2,899 butterflies. Time to go to the birds. We're taking a detour to the birds, everyone. That's a lot of butterflies. Yes, it is. Easy. Yep. Yep. We've already done 4,652. We have 2,898 to go. And we're going to chop down a few of those numbers using some birds. Because I need a little bit of a handbrake. My hand is absolutely cramped right now. So we're going to do that. We're going to get a peanut butter sandwich going. We're going to let chair stream start for a little bit. I could put the AFK one on, but I know y'all really like chair stream, so we're gonna do chair stream for a few seconds while I make me a sandwich. Chair stream. I just realized my birds are probably going to expire if I do that too long, so... There we go, let's capture these up. Whew. These birds would cost so fast. Yeah, the thing is like, this is... You can literally catch 4... butter some butters, or put some peanut butter on some bread. I'm actually down to 3 slices, so I'm gonna like make 1.5 sandwiches here. One of them is a butt, of course. Welcome to life. I'm gonna get that peanut butter out, big old glob. Oh. Big old blob of peanut butter in there. There we go. And the half sandwich can be folded up and kind of scraggly. That's fine. That was actually the perfect amount for the sandwiches. Nice. Hey look, all 4 are done again. See how easy this is? See how much of a break my wrist gets here? And those are 61 XP each. That's like 12 butterflies every time I look away for a minute, right? Already caught 4 birds. Yeah, no. That's the thing, like, this is so much more AFK, but it's half the speed. Like, we get about 16k an hour here, as opposed to the 32. Oh. Man, sandwiches are so good. Yeah. While we eat and while we talk about our chunks, we are going to just, kind of chill here for a minute. We're still getting XP. It's just a little slower for a minute. Our hunter's glowing. Dashing cabots. Wow. We can get dashing cabots. That's kind of cool. I did, I turned left click to drop, and then I deprioritized the raw bird meat in my picker. Or in one of my, my things. So if you look, it's not saying pick up bird meat. It's actually toggled off, and the walk here is actually the priority. So we never have to accidentally pick up additional bird meat. Have I cooked any bird meat yet? No. Don't really need to either. It's not a chunk task. It's not my maximum cooking level. That was the manta ray. No reason to cook it either. It's like, it's bad food. Can't be used for anything except for bad food. I like the animation for it. Like cooking bird meat in the Grand Exchange just to confuse people. That's fair. If you're wondering why there are these big blue things all over the place, it's because I have them tagged. I can untag these ones. It was the butterflies that are more necessary to be tagged. These ones are fine. That was more when I was initially trying to figure out what area is the best to put up the traps for the birds. Turns out this corner. This is a close second up top here. This is, yeah, because there's a respawn point here, there's a respawn point I think right here. Yeah. Now all the birds are as far away as humanly possible. That's great. And this is what drags down the XP rate to 16. Is, oh, birds are just all over the place. They decided to take a permanent nap to other locations for some reason. Oh, see, there's a spawn right there. Yeah, that's going a little quicker. Alright. And my actual sandwich, not my half sandwich. Caught on all the trees around here. Yeah, no, they got caught on this tree. There's nothing I can do about that. I wish they made spits stack to do full inventories instead. It's just so weird. Yeah. And look at that. You can't actually fail these still. 69 hunter, and these bird snares are not 100% effective. Yeah. Sandwich sounds good right about now, to be honest. Kind of want to make one. Yeah, I mean, they're the easiest things in the world to make, right? Nice having extra little source of feathers as well. These aren't too bad in terms of utility. They're a little slow though. Trying to find polls also in Discord, but couldn't see them earlier today. Was wondering about putting your unlocked areas in those too. Yeah. Well, the polls in the Discord, I don't think I'll put the polls in the Discord. The polls need to stay on the YouTube. The YouTube post section. That's where all the votes are. I can definitely post poll results. That might be something to do. Yeah. As for the putting in the unlocked areas in there, if you could, I'm not sure if you're able to do this. I haven't actually tested it, but in the discussions section, try making something in the ChunkMist Q&A that talks about that. I'm still kind of troubleshooting and opening up the server, so I don't know exactly if everyone has permission to create posts in those sections. try to create a post in the ChunkMist Q&A of just asking, like, what are your unlocked areas, and then I'll see if I can just link something to there. Okay, I will next time I'm in Discord. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. So much. I am shocked at how much there is to keep track of nowadays. It's getting more... I know, lobster too buttery, right? It's starting to get a little overwhelming with how much just general stuff there is. Speaking of, I got an email. Potential sponsor. But it's a little, oh no. The actual sponsor is someone that something that I'm not opposed to personally. I've definitely used them in the past, but like it kind of feels a little, not scammy, but like their method of payment and stuff is a little weird. Like they're definitely, it's yeah, I'm not sure about it. It's still kind of on the fence. It's not like it's almost like a mass market, like a generic email to, hey, you can join our creator program by clicking here, and then you have to sign up for it, and then you of course have to reply to their terms and conditions. So it's a little bit different than how a normal sponsorship works. So I'm a little bit in the air on whether or not I want to take that. I like that you give a crap about what you're endorsing. Yeah, well, if it's not something that I would use, then I don't really feel like or something that I know that you guys would like. Like, there's some things that I won't use, but I know a lot of you might. I'd be fine with something like that, as long as I can prove that there's a certain level of quality there. But like yeah, this one in particular is more something that I would use myself, but the actual program is like mass market. Like, I don't think they pay you directly. They give you instead like $300 of your choice of products, and like it's not a direct sponsorship that would help me, I don't think right now. So that's the only reason why I'm a little hesitant on that one. Is it's like, you get 300 bucks out of one thing. You got, I found, big news, I found Nutella in my cabinet, so I'm gonna have a PB and Nutella sandwich. Fair enough. You want to hear something weird? I'm not a fan of Nutella. Or Nutella, however you pronounce it. Actually, it's one of the few things, it's one of the few spreads I just never got into. It's strange. I know. Shame. Boo. What is the sacrilege? It's one of... It's like... Yeah. For a Canadian, that's very unheard of. It's like one of the... It's almost like the maple It's almost like the maple syrup of spreads. Pretty strong flavor. Exactly. I found it to be too strong. It's like Vegemite. We have a few Australians in the chat. It's like talking about Vegemite, right? It's a very, very acquired taste. Funnily enough, though, I don't mind that. If it's just a raw Vegemite sandwich and you're like, ugh, you put on way too much, obviously not. Vegemite should not exist. Yeah, people have very strong opinions of Vegemite. I would never, like, given almost anything else in the world, I would definitely not choose Vegemite as my first pick. Oh, it is a rough flavor. As an Aussie, it's a nope for me from Vegemite. Yeah, there you go, Boxy. Straight from the Australian's mouth. Vegemite isn't notoriously... Everyone does not eat Vegemite down there. Unlike up here in Canada, where everyone just chugs maple syrup. That's just a key part of Canada. Actually, in the winter, there's some really cool stuff we do with maple syrup. We'll go out in the snow when it snows, and we'll pour some of it in little lines, and then it'll freeze in those lines, and then you can create like these frozen syrup swirl things in the snow. It's really good. It's a nice little frozen syrupy treat. I'm happy I decided to take this little break. My arm, my wrist. Oh man. Starting to burn a bit. I'm still getting an okay XP here. Nothing to write home about, but there's a blip on our... There's a blip there. Finally got to make the little syrup roll-ups this past year. Oh, I love the fit craft. Now, what is that outfit? Yeah, show off to the group. What is that outfit? Oh, right there. I literally can't zoom down. It's kind of funny. Yeah. What is that outfit? That's an interesting one. I'm not sure I'm familiar with all of those. I think those are the dual size in terms of a weapon, but I am not familiar with the... Oh. Elite plate, bit, body, and legs from While Gothic Sleeps. Okay. So that's what it looks like here. Okay. That's interesting. Are those the dual size? I think that's the name of them for the weapons. Earthbound Tech Poddle. Oh! From the Nogos and the Final Dawn. That's why I didn't recognize them. Because I've never completed that quest. The double stabby stabbies, yeah. I've never completed that quest. There's playing old school and then there's playing old school. Bro got sandwich lady random in real life. Yeah, it gave me a triangle sandwich. Or a square sandwich. That's the one. Got the square sandwich from the triangle lady. Yeah, I was taking some poison damage from sitting here for too long. Fortunately, this is helping to subside. There we go. I think the Chipottles look better than the sulfur blades. Fair enough. Well, the sulfur blades are the stabby stabbies. Those are the slashies. No, wait. Those are the stabbies. The other ones are the slashies. Yeah. Wish I could eat a sandwich in 0.6 seconds, but It goes to show you how far we are from being level 3 base characters. That's one of the core requirements, is to be able to shovel a shark in your mouth in 0.6 seconds. Ice maracas are the bonks. Oh, yeah, I call them the boppers. Ice maracas are also like the bonkers. Or the boppers. The boppers, that's it. Ice boppers. That's what I'd call them. The worst part is the shark doesn't even get a little bit of lemon juice or pepper. Yeah, no. Not at all. It's just literally pop a shark in your mouth. No seasoning. Like, you ever wondered why a potato with just a couple spices and seasonings can heal you 22 health? Versus, like, the entirety of a manta ray? It's because you have unseasoned meat chunk versus like, yeah. At least that's what I have to gotta go harvest my snaps. Okay. Good call. Good call, Iron Maiden. Go get those snapdragons. We have, let's see, I just finished my sandwich, which means we have 2 things or one thing to do before we get back to the butterflies, which is talk a little bit about the chunks. I tasted a bit of shark fin soup in Yokohama, Chinatown a few months ago. Oh. I was just about as whelmed as could be. Yeah, I've heard it does not have that strong of a flavor. It's a very whelming. I've never had shark fin. Yeah. Should I post in hashtag food on Discord? Yeah. Haha, whelmed is accurate. Yeah, I've never had shark fin. There's a few things I haven't had. You know what? We can talk about the chunks and stuff after. We're gonna pack her up and head back over to the butterflies and get this going. We have 64k to go. That's about 2 hours of hard actions before we level up and get rolling, which is about, yeah, it's about on par of what I estimated. I estimated about 6 hours, and it's gonna be about, ooh, geez, oh boy, that sandwich. It looks like it's gonna be about 6.5, because yeah, we did take a few little moments here and there of not directly gathering. Fortunately, we have full run energy now, so that'll speed us up for just a little bit of time before our run energy ultimately goes back down to 0 like normal. Get that bird meat out of there. Gross. I used to have shark cut fillets when I worked in the kitchen. Mako shark is an absolute biatch to skin. Gesundheit, yeah. Thank you. It's funny, Gesundheit actually auto-translated to health. Relix is live, you know it, Torighammer. Since when? Since 6 hours ago, basically. No, 4.5 hours ago. We stream every Monday and Thursday. I hope it's Thursday. Otherwise, I am streaming on a completely wrong day. Yeah, no, it's Thursday. Or at least it is where I am. It might be Friday where you are, in which case, hello from the future, or the past. Yeah, Gesundheit means health, yeah, when you sneeze. It's the automatic German response that tells you to get healthier next time. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you can tell, but historically speaking, my family and myself, we have a very German background, so to speak. Accentless or not, yeah, Gesundheit was used a lot in the family. Or Gesundheit, I guess is how they pronounce it. Had to change my fit too, but fair enough. Really, I assumed you'd be from an Italian plumber family based on the hat. Yeah, well, there's the Luigi one, there's the Mario one over there. Now I have a bunch of hats. There's the yeah, let's go full nerd. You ready to roll, punk? Let's get a Constitution saving throw. How's that sound? Everyone roll a d20. Yeah, I am a man of many hats. I hope that was a good bit. I don't know if it was, but... The Germans' response to a lot of stuff is very blunt and forward. I love it. Yeah, and that's why I'm only partially German. Very blunt and forward. I am blunt and forward, but Germans are also very concise in their wording. And unfortunately, I'm not entirely German, and that is one thing I did not get from German. I mean, that's why I can that's why I can talk for freaking 4.5 hours straight and still be talking about nonsense. Right? A German would be like, "We are getting butterflies. That is all. End of sentence." and then just silence for 4 hours, or until someone responds. I'd just be sitting here in silence, staring you down, just continuously prolonged eye contact. Prolonged eye contact. No. Is your dog a wiener dog? Yeah, Toreg, I'm also concerned. My dog won't start barking. I'm about to turn him into a grilled hot dog. If he's not a wiener dog, then I'm even more concerned, honestly. W put on my most esteemed outfit. My hardcore set. Game over. Ooh, fancy. Oh, dang. You got the Tome of Fire. That's nice. Before I die, well, I'm not dead yet. Yeah, wear it while you can. Just don't AFK too long to the northwest. There are bears there. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, you're a little too high level to be phased by bears at this point. Unless you have like 1 defense, which, I mean, could be the case. I don't know. It's funny how your priorities change when you go from regular to a hardcore Ironman. Like us here, if you look at our stats, we've got a good spread of stats, but our defense level is 50. In comparison to, like, if this was a hardcore Ironman, I guarantee you that defense level would be on par with every other level. Because the more defense you have, the less chance you have to be one-shot. The less chance there is of being myrtleated. That would be one of the first things I'd level up. Everything would be defense. Range defense. Magic defense. You wouldn't train another skill unless defense was up, because it's... You don't want to die. No one wants to die on a hardcore Ironman. Now, how would I know that? I think I'm a little weird. My stats are so uniform. Oh, that's the thing, as I said, the stats being uniform is more normal, right? Whereas mine are non-uniform. If I started playing a hardcore Ironman, my first priority would be to stop playing the hardcore Ironman. I do not do well without access to my beloved Grand Exchange. That is fair. I am Coolden. The Grand Exchange is one of those things where you either love it or you don't, right? On my main RS3 account, love the Grand Exchange. Although, you know, old school, I couldn't see myself using it ever. That's why every account that I make is Ironman or otherwise. It's, yeah. Now, fun fact, there was a time that I did have a hardcore Ironman. It was a group hardcore Ironman, actually. I think I've told this once before, but it was a few streams ago, so I will I'll say it again. I'll tell you the story of how we started and ended a group hardcore Ironman account. It all started, we had 5 buddies, we all got together, we decided to make group hardcore Ironman. We started playing, and then like 1 week later, people got too anxious to play. Because these were normal people. Normal people in hardcore Ironman are not great combinations, because they are living in fear at all times. And if you ever fear playing a game, you're not going to end up playing the game. And so what happened is, basically it was just me, myself, and I playing on a 5-man hardcore group Ironman account. And that's boring. That's lonely. So what happened, the first death that I had was unintentional. The other 4 were not. So the first death I had was actually to Chaos Golems in the ruins of Camdozel. I AFK'd a little too hard. I walked a little to the side, I was training ranged, and then I wasn't. And then Hardcore Ironman completed. We lost our first life there. And then I said that, hey, look, see, it's no stress. If we lose the Ironman, the Hardcore Ironman status, that's all golden. We're fine. We're good. And so, they started playing a little bit more, and then they got stressed out and stopped again. So then I'm like, you know what, screw this. And so I ran myself into the prison guards east of Draenor 4 times, and just ended it. There we go. Status gone. And then one of them came back. One of them came back and started playing, and we got right to Tombs of a Masket, and we were doing duo queues in Tombs, and it was fun. The other 3 never came back. They just, that's the difference between RuneScape autism and regular human being who isn't so connected to old school, right? These were people. Now that I look back on it, the 3 other people were, they're people that like to change their games a little too often. They're the oh no, we're all addicted, Torag. We are all living through an addiction together. Everyone here is so addicted that you're watching me stream on a Thursday evening or night, watching me catch butterflies for hours on ends, right? This is definitely an addiction, and we're just getting through it together. But the thing is, we're not getting over our addiction. We're harnessing the addiction. It was so much kiting around at the freezes. What was that in reference to? I didn't catch the start of that. RuneScape, neurodivergent, and normal people. Yeah, that's the thing, is RuneScape has a whole nother tier of people. I just need my chunk man fixed until Sunday when Frey rolls again. Yeah, fair enough. And then Frey will roll, and then next week, midweek, I'll be putting out my episode. So, yeah, don't worry. There'll be plenty of, yeah. You think Frey is gonna roll that early? I guess his, Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I haven't gotten to the end of his newest episode. I was 10 minutes out, and then it was well, it's time to start streaming. So I haven't seen the final 10 minutes, but I take it he's either gotten to 99 or is close enough to 99 that he announced that Sunday is going to be the day he streams that and streams the roll. I'm going to have to go, hopefully, back before you do the roll. Hopefully, $2. Here's hoping. We are cruising with the XP rate. We are 58k to our level 70 goal, which is crazy. It's crazy. We actually have a number. And if we are going at 32k an hour, that is less than 2 hours to go. Speaking of, I'm going to stop recording again, because, again, there's only so much Ruby Harvest footage that you can get before things get dull. Ooh, Techlin Lad with the mossy key. Where did Techlin Lad just roll? Ooh, ooh, ooh. We were talking about the Crystal Grail rabbit fight. Oh, the kiting and freezes for the Crystal Grail. Yeah, the Crystal Grail strat is different for everyone, really. You either do the freeze and the kite in the circle, or what I did, and what I would suggest anyone to do, is to use Ruby Bolts. Go into the instance, shoot a bolt, leave. Go into the instance, shoot a bolt, leave. It's way more AFK, and when you do get the procs, it's 100 damage at a time, and you get through it within I think it was 10-15 minutes that I got the Grail from, and it was super chill. That's what I would recommend if you ever do the Rabbit Grail grind. Speaking of rubies, Calphite Queen and the Champion Scrolls. Ooh. Yeah, that's the that's what Frey was doing, yeah. Unless you're referring to someone else, KRF Craft. I think that was Frey you're talking about. And yeah, I saw those videos. Honestly, Calphite Queen was such a huge blessing for his chunk, kept him occupied long enough for the farming grind to pass naturally. Yeah, not to mention the magic tree seeds. The magic tree seeds from the Calphite Queen were so good for him. 370k from 92 construction Torag. That is big. Yeah, Frey had a monster of a chunk to work through. Yeah, that is a monster of a chunk. And one of the reasons why we are not doing in extreme... I mean, you saw the last video where I did that little Edna mode little clip. We don't want to get caught up and just murdered by a skill cape. I already told you the requirements for us to get a skill cape, by the way. And that is basically to unlock the next highest item and the skill cape location. So for example, for cooking, that would be summer pies. If we ever have all the ingredients to make, or it might not be the summer pie anymore, that's 95. I think there's, no, Marlin's only 91, so yeah, summer pies. If we unlock the 95 cooking grind for summer pies, since there's nothing between 95 and 99 that I know of, yeah, not seeing anything. Yeah, once we get the summer pie unlock, then if we roll the cape, if we roll the Varrock Cooking Guild, that would be the 99. Because that is the only additional plus to the cooking skill that we can get. That is the only exception to that rule, and the only time we'll ever go for a 99 deliberately for a skill cape, and that is if the highest next skill is complete. Make sense? It's no capes with an asterisk. Yeah. But as you can tell, like, there are some things, like, for weapons, that's 82 for the Asmumpton's Fang. Like, we would need to unlock the Asmumpton's Fang, or Tombs of a Masket before we go for the 99 cape. Like, that's a pretty big, that's a pretty lofty requirement to force us into a 99 attack roll. 99 farming, but all but one champion scroll, green log Calphite Queen, green log forestry, all in one chunk. Yeah, that is what Frey had to do, and honestly, that's I feel like it probably, I mean, it took him way less time to do that than it took for us to do our freaking Port Khazard chunk. Port Khazard was a brutal chunk. It was truly a death chunk. I'm with you there on the 99 farming grind for my group chunker, CRC Craft. Yeah, for farming, what's the highest farming grind? Is it Spirit Tree? I really hope it isn't Spirit Trees. 85 for Torstall. No, okay. Rosewood trees, I think, are the highest. Yeah, so we'd have to unlock Rosewoods before we went for the 99 farming cape. Which is fortunate because, like, the odds of us getting a rosewood, like a hardwood... Oh, actually, scratch that. There's a very strong chance that we can get rosewood as a rollable. Ooh, yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. That's, ooh. 99 farming isn't out of the question. But we would have to get a bunch of very specific rolls for that. For example, a rosewood source plus the hardwood tree, likely by right there. That would likely be the chunk that we get our hardwood patch from. Because if we get that, then hardwoods are available, and then that final hurdle would be available if we got a source for the rosewood trees. Yuck. That wasn't other, that was Scarecrow's special. That was under special. Rosewood, Redwood, Celastris. So there are a few extra tiers up that we'll have to get for the farming. Oh. Come on, let me click you. Darn it. I clicked like 10 times for that one freaking butterfly, but it's like, I'm running this way. Haha, haha, I'm running this way. Flying, whatever, you get the point. geez, some of these are just so... they're so click intensive. Speaking of, this marks 2,313 butterflies to go. We're getting closer. We're chewing through them. We're chewing through the butterflies. We got this. 7, 6, 5. Whew. Sailing hardwood seeds are from the middle of ocean sea monsters. Yeah, so the odds of us actually unlocking the 9... because keep in mind, the odds of us having Marvin the Master Farmer, by the time we unlock a lot of the ocean chunks, is moderately high. Right? So it will literally be those sea monsters that unlock the 99 farming grind for us. Which is honestly really cool, because, like, who locks 99 farming behind a veiled kraken spot? Right? Or Tithe Farm. Yeah, Tithe Farm is... I mean, Tithe Farm is the not just standing clause that would get removed from that. Right? The Tithe Farm has specific... That's, 74, the Loganovo fruit. We would have to basically not just... like, if we got the Tithe Farm, we would be up to 82, or whatever our... what is it? Yeah, the 80 plus 3. We would have to get our spirit tree immediately if we got the Tithe Farm. We'd also have to do the same thing if we got the, yeah, Tithe Farm doesn't give those seeds, but still, yeah. No, Tithe Farm would be an active method of training. So just like we have to do this stupid Ruby Harvest thing, instead of just, you know, AFKing birdhouses or something, birdhouses would be a not just standing clause. If we were like, if we started on Fossil Island, birdhouses would be in the not just standing clause. Because we literally have to wait for the XP. But these are active, so we don't have that. Tithe Farm would get rid of the not just standing clause for all of farming, because we can get 99 farming at the Tithe Farm. It would suck, but it's possible. But of course our max level required would be based on, of course, the max, our max thing. So we could unlock... yeah, the thing is, it's going to be so hard for us to unlock the Tithe Farm because it's in Korend at the southeast. Someone just got a double dragon metal sheet drop, which is cool. I don't know how rare that is, but congrats, Archipelagote. Archipelagote. That's a good name. I like that one. That's funny. That's funny stuff right there. I'm shocked we haven't seen any more implings come by recently. Generally, like, we get a few implings here and there every once in a while. Right now it's just bird. Yeah, this is a little quiet for implings, really. I'm so unbelievably excited about the new goat hunter method. Okay, you're gonna have to talk to me about that. What goat hunter method? Where was that mentioned? Was that in the summer sweep up? Or are you just trolling me? You're trolling me. There's no goat hunter method. New sailing unlock? Oh, is it with the Worm Crag? It's the Worm Crag, yeah. I'm excited for the new, like, one of the main drivers of Grr that I had with Hunter was that there was no use for the, extra hides that you got from Hunter. So being able to use the hides from Hunter and Worm's Crag is like, mwah, like, that's gonna be such a good update. That'll be so good for people who have access to that. Not me, of course. I'll just be holding those. Golem crafting sounds fun too. Yeah, I'm so glad we finally have a use for those things. Yeah, That's the thing. I really think, like, the best updates in Old School so far, since I've joined, have been Auburnvale and probably Wormscrag. Because, like, the ability to use your unstrung or strung excess bows on an XP method that is decent is definitely, like, so good. Auburnvale is just stacked. Yeah, no, Auburnvale is... If I had the choice of starting somewhere, Auburnvale would have been a definite winner. Moonlight Furs have been useless for literally 2 years exactly, and now they won't be. They'll probably be like some obscene amount of either hunter or crafting XP, just because, like, who saved all of their... The music in Auburnvale is also peak. What, you don't like our Alduin Peace and Prosperity loop that we have to listen to over and over and over because of copyright purposes? What do you mean? Yeah, we played Sailscape, and that thing was copyrighted. It was so funny. Red crabs are better than black warlocks at levels 21, 24 levels before you can catch black warlocks. Yeah, I mean, I would kill for some black warlocks right now, but the crabs are better. Yeah, there's definitely some balancing issues. Honestly, I would bump up the butterflies a little bit because this is a little markedly it's inhospitable. You're either catching them like this and getting nothing, or you're capturing them into jars and then, like, your XP rate tanks through the ground. Right? So there's only a few ways we can play this. We are 25% of the way to our new level. We have 2,148 more butterflies to go, and then we are done. Then we get to roll. We get to explore a new chunk. I mean, we don't get to roll immediately. We still have to use the impling box and catch an impling, which we'll probably do at the Ardoin Monastery chunk area, because that is where all of the implings like chilling out. And then, from there, we are going to roll. We probably should be in Yanille East when we roll, though, right? It's up to y'all. Do you want to go to Yanille East to roll, or should we roll from basically our Ardoin Monastery chunk? I'm asking this because there are a few chunkers that do like to swing by when we roll, and if they're in a chunk that we have, then it might be worth just heading there so we can all kind of group up. So yeah, let's talk about locations for the roll. If any of you have a specific chunk or location that you would like the roll to occur, please speak now or forever hold your peace. Haha. See what I did there? Haha, funny wedding joke, but not wedding. Monastery chunk is a classic chunk rolling location. Yeah, it's pretty central. A lot of people can get there wherever we are at the moment. Yeah, so it'll be the Ardoin Monastery then. Sorry for caps. Wherever we are at the moment. I'm holding my peas. What now? I'm holding my peas? Is that like the reverse of the keyboard that only has peas? What would an email look like if I were to write you an email using this keyboard? Peas? Yeah. Okay, we'll go to the monastery chunk. It's pretty centralized. People can get there with the cloak super easy. Yeah. And plus, that's where we're going to catch our impling. Oh. BRB gotta tuck my ducks in for the night. Oh, you have ducks? Well, that explains why you like peas so much. Oh man, if any of you have ever seen videos of ducks and like frozen peas, oh, they love them peas. They'll nom 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 nom. We have chickens ourselves, so we don't get the joy of watching ducks flop about in a in a tub full of frozen peas. I can picture strong bad delivering that. Yeah, absolutely. Love that. All I've seen from Game Changer shorts, but I love it so much. Yeah, Game Changer, it's one of those shows that I'm so on the fence of buying a subscription to their... I think they're on, what, Dropout? Like, I'm so close to getting a subscription just to binge watch all of the episodes, but at the same time, it's like... I still gotta live within my means. Like, I like the show, but I'm just not in a scenario where I can buy excess right now. One day, when all the big sponsors come and give me 20 grand for the 2 million views that I get them per video, then yeah, by all means, I'll buy it then, and then we can talk about it in detail. But until then, you know, I'm just gonna live within my means. Do you know how to hypnotize a chicken? Yes, I do. Yep. Hold their head down, draw a line in the sand, and they go, bleh. Of course, you need a chicken that is hostile enough that you'd need to hypnotize them. The chickens that we have are, you can just pick them up, and you can pet them, and you can do whatever you want. We have good chickens. We only have 2 left, unfortunately. One of them got egg bound, which, if you know anything about chickens, is when they are unable to lay eggs and they get all constipated. We did our best. We gave them Epsom salt baths. We did everything we could short of bringing them into a vet, but it's a chicken. It's a chicken. The difference between livestock and family pet is, do you spend $200 to unclog your chicken when it could happen again? Keep in mind, these are older chickens. Like, they're getting up there in age. They're like 3-4 years old now, which is a long life for a chicken. Considering most of them are like several weeks before they're butchered, or like a year at most if they're an egg-laying chicken, and then the eggs start to drop in quality a little bit, so then replaced by a new one. Welcome to the reality of farm life, right? Everyone likes to raise the chickens, but when you have to bop them off, it's a whole different story. Yeah. Anyways, got egg bound, then we got it back to like a normal-ish modicum of life. It was okay. Was feeling a little better. And then the other 2 chickens just basically cannibalized the thing. Just pecked at it. They knew it was sick. And they just beat the crap out of it. Chickens do not care. They are mean. If they sense weakness or illness or injury in one of them, they will take that out, because that is a drain on their food source. Like, they are cruel mistresses. And so they beat it up, and we put it back in a little isolation chamber, and by the time we checked on it in the morning, it was gone. So, you know, that's life. We started with 4. One of them got mauled by something in like a year back. Nothing we could do about that. We increased the security of the pen and stuff like that. We dig down deeper, but yeah, like there's some unavoidable things. It's like one of those chickens with a mobility walker, and the top comment is like, "Nah, I'm gonna need you to stick that sucker in the deep fryer." Yeah, no kidding. We're having chicken tonight. Well, enjoy your chicken. Chicken's great. I eat chicken all the time. Real talk, I don't get why pigs get the "they eat anything" stigma from farm animals. Yeah, pigs and chickens have that stigma. Chickens will eat pig crap if given the chance. Yeah, chickens eat everything. Pigs and goats. Chickens, pigs, and goats are the eat everything animals. It's just the pigs will also, like... I mean, if you've ever heard of the You want a serious, not so PG conversation that I'm fine with talking about? The Picton Farm. Oh my gosh. If you ever want to do some research on some horrifying reality, just look up the Picton Ranch. The man fed people to his pigs. It's brutal. So, yeah, that's kind of, I think, where the stigma came from, is when they'll eat anything is they'll also eat you, kind of a thing. It's kind of like if you die and you have several cats, how the cats will start eating you. It's kind of that scenario. Yeah. Farm animals are surprisingly vicious when they're able to. Yeah, if you give them a scenario where they're stressed, they will act out. Like, there's a reason why cows are a really good farm animal. Because, like, as long as you keep them in a fenced area, and as long as we're keeping them happy, cows are, like, super docile. Just not the bulls. The bulls are angry testosterone monsters. You gotta kind of keep them at arm's length. Some of them are really good, some of them aren't. We had chickens that chased rabbits across the backyard and massacred them. Yeah, no, chickens are horrifying. They hunted them back in the burrow and slaughtered them all. It's unfortunate. Yeah, if we had rabbits up in our area and our chickens were free roam, they would absolutely do that. We do have a large garden area that we keep our chickens in. It's probably a 1/4 acre large. So they have a good amount of space to run around and peck and stuff. But yeah, if there were rabbits in that, they would absolutely go for them. We have dogs, though, so we got to keep the chickens and the dogs divided. Did you say your chicken got hit by an obby malt? Might as well have. It got hit by a, you know that Jaguar Warrior from, the Jaguar Warrior from the Colosseum? Yeah, that's what happened to the chicken. It was just shredded. What level are we going for? We're going for 70. We're at 69. We're 46k from leveling up to 70, having our level, and being able to roll. We are 1,928 butterflies away. We have done 5,403 of these suckers. On stream today. Chicken got specced out. Yeah, chicken actually got specced out there. It was still young, unfortunately, but like, I think it was a raccoon, honestly. Raccoon probably got to it, is what my best guess is. There's a dude on YouTube who has 2 bulls. One bull will protect him from the other bull in exchange for a little Debbie cake. Yeah, exactly. That's 100% what I was referring to when I said, when I was talking about the bulls. I was thinking of that guy specifically. I've definitely seen those videos too. But yeah, like his big bulky bull that's kind of fat and kind of lumbery is like a big protector. But even then, that bull did have its like quirky moments, and the bull could absolutely run the man down. That's the thing, is like, unless you gotta realize they're domesticated, but they're still animals, and they're still much bigger than you. So you gotta treat them with a level of care and respect. Is that an essence impling? Oh, that is an essence impling. Ooh, we saw something here. Should we go up and get the essence impling? No, we'll let it come to us. Yeah, look at that. There it is, sitting on the edge of our vision. I see you. I can see. I set it up so that they actually show up on the minimap. So if it flies into our minimap area, it actually shows up, which is super cool. Instead of having to flip around and check places like in Puro Puro, it just pops up on the map and it's like, essence impling. It's like, cool. It's yeah. See? It shows up on the map. Oh, and now it's gone. 1,888 to go. And go, and go, and go. We're the Energizer Bunny of this place. It's crazy how much. You just got some people chilling out, watching me freaking run around like a head cut off chicken catching these butterflies. Must be entertaining having a second viewpoint of just this guy that you see on the internet flying around trying to catch butterflies. I can only imagine what your perspectives would be here. I didn't know if Puro's gotten better. A couple months ago there were so many bots. I have heard that a lot of the bots have gone away because, like, there's some there's what's his face, oh, who is it, the guy who does all the bot busting. He said that the bot busting had been very successful and he's only seen a few bots recently. There are way fewer bots recently. Yo, sorry I'm late. No, Dynasty Star, you are not late. You're actually pretty good timing. Yes, we have been going for 5 hours straight. No, we are not finished. We are not finished yet. We are going to keep going because we are... Oh, Essence Impling, come on, come on. No! Come on! Don't do that to us. Come on, come on, down the hill. You know you want to. Yes, get in our net. Oh no, it's going to run. Nope. What did we get? Chaos Runes. Sergeant! Everything's happening all at once! Oh goodness. Star Jumps. We're gonna just get through this real quick. I can't believe we got a random event again. I mean, I guess we are on 5 hours and 10 minutes without world hopping. More Star Jumps. You started in the middle of my shift then? Yeah, I definitely did. But we're not done. This is gonna be this is a longer stream. This is gonna be my longest stream. Jog on the mat. This is, yeah, by a large margin going to be our longest stream because we are not going to finish until we have rolled a new chunk. We are rolling today. I am, yeah, I'm absolutely set on it. I want to roll today, and we are within, yeah, we have 44.2k XP to go, which is just a little over an hour. There's another Slayer level right there. Typically I work Sunday starting at 6 a.m. for 7 or 8 hours. And I have 4 afternoon shifts where I have Monday and Tuesday off, or Tuesday and Wednesday off. It's 9:41 p.m. right now. Yeah, well, it's, yeah, 8:41 where I am right now. So, it's about an hour off. So, yeah. We're starting at 4 p.m. for streams on Mondays and Thursdays. Afternoon shifts are 1 to 6 or 2 to 7. Yeah, so you'll be able to catch the ends of our streams most days then. Yeah, Monday and Tuesday off, you'll be able to see the Monday one, no problem. Or Tuesday and Wednesday off. Yeah, fair enough. If you have the Tuesday, Wednesday off, then of course you're going to be working Monday. But if you have a 1 to 6 or a 2 to 7, and we start at 4 p.m. my time, that's 5 p.m. your time, which means, like, you're only an hour or two in to the stream before you can actually get here outside of work, if you don't factor in transportation time or anything like that, of course. I hate waking up at 4 a.m. to be at work at 6 a.m. Oh, yeah, no, that's a rough one. I have had that scenario before. I don't know if you have this, but in Canada here, there's a store called Chapters. I used to work at a place called Chapters, and what I did is I did early morning inventory. Yeah, my department is like 2 rats in a trench coat. I'm Canadian, yeah. Also Canadian. Yeah. Specifically Saskatchewan, yeah. Honestly, I was thinking of moving out there because of the cost of living. That is my number 2 pick right now for locations to move, is in the Saskatchewan area. So, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, right now, of course, staying where I am is currently the best financial course of action I can take. But yeah, if I finally get enough saved up that I can get an apartment and stuff like that, I'll definitely be doing that, because, Yeah, rent out in Saskatchewan is not terrible. What's the XP per hour on this? When I am super focused and trained in on this, it's about 32,000 experience per hour, which doesn't sound terrible, but it's also absolutely killer on my wrist. Because as you can imagine, each of these tiny butterflies, it's 24 XP, which means we have to catch like, I mean, like 1,500 an hour. My rent is about 900 and some, forgot the exact amount. Yeah, 900 and some for rent is much better than, like, here, rent is about 1,500 starting, not including utilities. And it's only because I live in an RV. My pad rental, keep in mind I am getting a good deal because I have internet included, and water. I have water and internet included. My power is, of course, from the sun, but it works out to be approximately 800 a month. Is what the pad rental cost is. So it's a good deal, but I mean, I'm stuck in an RV. Like, I'd love to have a bedroom and a living room. Like, you don't know how big of a change that would be. Or even like a bachelor pad where it's like, oh, I have a house that no longer moves left and right when I shake. Like, you don't know how much of a big bonus that would be. Not being on tires your whole life. Yeah, if I look up the rent amount around, the lowest is about $675, and that's exactly why Saskatchewan's like my number 2 pick. Is because the price is so remarkably low in that area. Yeah, I think we probably saw the same thing, Dynasty Star. It was the $675 that I was looking at, being like, oh, cool. Right? Because, like, I can do this job, like, working YouTube from anywhere. Problem is, it doesn't yet quite pay the utility plus rent bills. It pays the food bills. And that's why I still work Saturdays at a regular job to cover those costs. And frankly, it's probably going to be like that for a while, which is fine. Yeah, that's just how life is. Until I get good enough that I'm putting out, you know, settled level videos, it's probably going to be like that. Speaking about food, I'm going to start going to a food bank. Yeah, no kidding, right? A food bank would be great. Problem is, yeah, thing is you have to prove a whole bunch of stuff over here, and yeah, food banks are a little tricky where I live. Yeah, fans start dumping your savings into Relix's accounts. No, you do not do that, Toreg. Yeah, joking, please. Yeah, thank you. I know some of you here. Let's not do that. For once, I would like a stream that I don't feel like I'm on the hook for any specific other thing. I really don't have to prove much over here. My biggest problem is the groceries home. Yeah, buy Relix coin. Yeah, my new cryptocurrency. Oh, one pump and dump and I'd be set then. Now everyone buy this coin. Find out that the pump and dump is actually supported by my silver or something. There's some other little currency or something. It's like, oh, shoot. I try to pump and dump. Next thing you know, I lose out on the money because the Relix coin has some value or something. You're like, what the heck? Then I go to jail for pump and dumping even though the price is higher. My apartment's probably like 15-20 blocks away from home. Taking the bus would cost money since I don't buy a bus pass. Well, the bus unless you use the bus constantly, a bus pass is a little redundant. That's why if I moved into an apartment or something like that, I'd probably get an e-bike or something that I could literally store in my apartment by the entrance or something like that, or even an e-scooter. Like, it doesn't have to be something big, something collapsible, something I could even carry on my back. Like, something to get me from point A to point B. That's about it. I'm shockingly, you know, oh, I'm a guy, I must like cars. I see cars as a transportation from point A to point B. Unlike my brother, who sees it as his RuneScape. All he thinks about is cars. That's his RuneScape. Yeah. Yeah, I don't use the bus constantly. Most of what I need is within walking distance of my apartment. Yeah, I mean, I'm so torn. Because I know the government wants to create these 15-minute cities and all these things, which is like, oh, you're taking away freedom and blah, 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 blah. But, like, having everything within a 15-minute convenient walk would be so nice. But at the same time, forcing people to stay in a specific area to save the trees because they want to, you know, that's where my line is. Like, that's where I think it goes from being nice to being a mode of control, right? Like that's not cool anymore. As soon as something goes from this is something convenient that you have in your life to you are now required to stay in this area or you have to pay tolls and fees. That's one of the reasons why I don't like living on the island. So I live on a place called Vancouver Island. I'm not going to get specific where. I have not given that details out publicly. Nor will I. Don't want to dox myself. Don't want that headless troll guy coming to my house or my RV, tracking me down and talking about my toes again. So, but yeah, no, I live on the island, and one of the downsides of living on Vancouver Island is the ferries. In order for you, unless you're a wait, what, lol? What do you mean? What's lol about that? Dude, some headless toe guy was actually nightmares. Yeah, no, there was a stream, one of my first streams where we were doing the curve bone grind. It's in the last YouTube video, if you check that out. We talk about the toe guy for a bit. Yeah, but anyways, there's a medical clinic, pharmacy, optometrist in my work building, which is a 25-30 minute walk. There's a dentist that's close enough that it shares a parking lot with my work. There's like a dozen fast food places between my work and apartment. Yeah, when I was in... I did live in Victoria for a while. I'll give you that because I no longer live there. And when I was living in Victoria, everything was so close. I had, yeah, pharmacy. I had construction places. I had fast food places. My work was like a 10-minute bike ride away. No, I drove there in 6 minutes. It was a moderately trafficked area, but yeah, it was, it had some advantages. It was nice. Never really had to leave around the home area, but at the same time, I don't think I'll ever live in a big city like that again. Not a lot of you think Victoria is a big city because you live in a bigger city. Keep in mind, this is my normal. Not having human contact for days on end. That is my norm. Except for online interactions, like, I live a very isolated life. It's kind of strange. Sarkan, I don't know if I have that there. It's a recycling center I take my bottles to for collecting a deposit, about a 10-minute walk. Yeah, our bottle depot, we have bottle depots, or return it depots, or what they're called. Mine's about a 20-minute drive away currently. And yeah, no, those are a little hit and miss. They're not everywhere. I used to live in LA and the city stuff was convenient, but I cannot stand cities now. I moved out to the farmlands as soon as I could. Yeah, it's so much more peaceful. You're not having to worry about people. I mean, it's a difference between city life in a house and city life in an apartment as well, is people breaking into your home. Like, you don't have to worry about that in an apartment usually because there's security in the apartments, right? Unless you got one of them bad apartments, in which then, you know, F's in the chat for those people. I can actually see the stars at night. Like, wow, yeah, no, stars at night are great. I have a skylight up on my bed, and I can open that window and look into the stars any night I want from my bed. It's great. It's fantastic. How do you mentally deal with OSRS burnout? That's the thing. You don't. I don't have burnout. I can't get burnt out. Mainly because it's my, like, it, I don't think I could ever get burnt out of old school. I could get burned out of one specific type of content in old school, but I think that's about it. So for example, Ruby Harvests. I'm getting burnt the hell out of this. This sucks. but knowing that I am 1,571 ruby harvests away from never having to do this again, because then I can just catch implings if I wanted to, that's a big positive for me, right? So there are shorter grinds that are like, oh my gosh, this is horrible, but at the same time, there's like really cool moments as well. And I think that's why, like, you don't think of old school as a whole. I think that's the key mental fact you have to get around. You never burn out on old school. You burn out on a specific thing in old school. And that's how I get around it. Like, I can burn out on this any day of the week. Like, I am burnt from this. Like, I will never want to catch ruby harvests again. But yeah, so how much time will it take? We are likely at about an hour and probably an hour and a bit. Because if we're getting 32k an hour, and we have 37k to go, then that's about what we're gonna get. So it'll be just over an hour in order to start rolling. My issue is I miss all the other games. Well, that's the thing, is this isn't the only other game I play, right? Like, I have some buddies right now that if I wasn't on RuneScape, I would likely be playing some ARAMs in League, or some TFT, or sometimes they play Fortnite. Sometimes I join them, sometimes I don't. I'm not too big of a fan of Fortnite, but I mean, it's an occasional breakup. It's okay. Those friends happen to be the same friends that I played that group Hardcore Ironman with, right? So, like, they are constantly on new games. Like, all of the new games that I've mentioned and talked about, Windward, for example, that pirate game that just came out, that's a survival pirate ship sailing game. That's fun as hell. We played that for like a week or two, and that was before I went like full-time RuneScape content creator, that is. And yeah, no, we had a blast on that. And even now, like, if I have a couple hours in the evening, like I'm done with RuneScape, I'll just play a different game for a little bit, and then by the morning, thanks to RuneScape-tism, I'll be ready to go the next morning. I hate to say it, but that's exactly how my brain works. I'm such a simp for Ari. Oh no, Dynasty. Yeah. Well, I mean, at least it's Ari. I do know a guy who's a simp for Poppy, so it could be worse. Fortnite is an absolutely wonderful game. I don't play it, mind you, but it acts like a lovely little daycare for children. My first-person shooters that keeps the squeakers out of my games. Yeah, exactly. It's great for that. I like to play Zelda games to break up the OSRS gaming. Yeah, Zelda games are good. I have Tears of the Kingdom on my Nintendo Switch. Oh, you didn't know I had that, right? Yeah, no, I have a Switch. I use it. I played Tears of the Kingdom. That was fun. Breath of the Wild is probably my #2 favorite game of all time, besides RuneScape. Like, Breath of the Wild was great. Tears of the Kingdom, honestly, was really good, too. I loved the crap out of those Zelda games. Of course, that's not to mention... I mean, you have Ocarina of Time. You have Majora's Mask. Like, all of them are great in their own ways. In terms of overall total fun, I mean, childlike wonder and splendor, Ocarina of Time, nothing's ever going to beat that, ever. So I had a few core games that I had growing up. Ocarina of Time was like the first, like, we got the Nintendo 64 and we had Mario Kart 64, and then for my for Christmas, like it was like 2 or 3 months later, I was gifted Ocarina of Time. And I remember playing through that game and having the strategy guides and like all of the books with, oh, these are the locations of these certain things, like all of these super cool things. Jet Force Gemini was another big game for my childhood, but Ocarina of Time specifically, I've just like getting to the first water temple inside Jabu Jabu, and just having that like whole weird experience. Like, it was so strange and out there. It created worlds that I didn't know could exist. And it's like the childlike the childlike wonder that came from that game of like finally beating Ganondorf at the end, using my Begoron sword because I grinded out for that as like a 7-year-old child, was so impactful that it's never, like, I'm never going to find a new game that's going to have that same feeling. Second, another major impactful game was Luigi's Mansion when it came out. A 7-year-old child as opposed to a 7-year-old adult. Yeah, exactly. I wish I could mod Dark Souls control theme with this Switch Zelda games. FromSoft is just so good at third-person controls. Very true. Breath of the Wild and Tears are actually fantastic. I wish I had the Switch. I could actually play them. There's some of the playthroughs I've watched are just magnificent. Yeah, and every playthrough is different because you go everywhere. You're not bound to a certain location. Like, you can literally go, it's like, go to one of these areas, and it's like 5 different options. Right? I've never played FromSoft game. They're so expensive. Yeah, well, specifically, like Dark Souls, I wouldn't I can't say I'd recommend a Dark Souls game to anyone. Elden Ring, on the other hand, I could recommend to people. You will be logged out in approximately 30 minutes. Please make sure you move to a safe location or log out now. What do you think? Should we get nerd logged or should we move to a safe location? Yeah, Elden Ring is so good. Elden Ring was, like, I'm a sucker for hard games. And Elden Ring was just every itch scratched. Oh no, not the nerd log. This is an on-stream nerd log. Log out and log back in. Oh no, we're going for the nerd log. I want to hit that 6-hour mark and I want to disconnect because the game has had enough of me. Or we could log out for a minute. I think we should log out. Yeah, you know what? We're logging out for a minute. I don't want it thinking we're a bot. Yeah, I don't want anything, I don't want to give Jagex any reason to think that we are a bot. Because, like, after Lunatar got hit with that bot ban, it, like, that would crush, like, psychologically that would crush me if I got a ban on this account, knowing that I spent, like, days and days grinding something, and then being like, oh, well, you're suspicious of being a bot. No, that would be a go on to Twitter or X and something and be like, hey, look, I have hundreds of hours of me playing this game in a very specific way. Can you unbot me? Lunatar is he's the guy who did Relicer. Okay, we should be good now. That's a good enough break. There we go. We're back. Welcome. Yeah. Lucky Jagex has very good customer service, right? Never heard of Relicer. Oh, it was a Fremenic Extreme OneChunk Ironman, which is, it was a whole lot. That was crazy. Look, Mom, a gamer. Yeah. Point me out. I'm in the little glass. Look at this guy. Almost got nerd logged. The lights are going. If you look, my background lights are getting dark because it's actually getting dark. Fortunately, I do have light for my face. I did get that face cam or the face lights. So at least I'm not going to be. Yeah. You'll be able to still see me. That's what's important. You're literally the only OSRS content creator I follow. Well, I mean, Dynasty Star, you have to realize, we've known each other for a lot longer than Relix has existed, right? You came from Ryanakin. You came from that. At least I think you did. I'm almost certain I saw your name there. Yes, exactly, yeah. You've known me for even more than any other person in this chat, right? Which is crazy to say, but yeah. It's true. You've been around for since I don't know what was the first video you saw of mine? Must have been one of my cringe reviews that I made or something. Who knows? I can't recall. Not sure if true. I'm also in the chat. Actually, yeah, there's another person. I don't. That would be a tough one, honestly. That I would give it 50-50 between you two, honestly. Dynasty Star's been around for a long time. Stardew Valley review or something like that, some indie review. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I think maybe I knew Olivier a little bit sooner in... But, like, it's... Like... Oh, it's gotta be close. It's gotta be close. I think it's very close, I think. Yeah. Hahaha. Yeah. No, honestly it is. That's the thing is... Before I knew Olivier, I knew another group of people that... Oh, man. This is taking me back. Now we're going back to when Discord wasn't around and we had a Mumble server. If any of you are familiar with Mumble... oh boy, my old chat groups. Goodness gravy. BRB gonna go do that. Yeah, go. Yeah. Head on out. Go do your thing. We'll be here. Yeah. Yeah. I used to hang out on Mumble. Used to also still play League of Legends. I've been around for League for a while. Jeez, that thing has haunted me for a while. But that was back when RS3 was a main. My hardwood patches already. Yeah, fair enough, Silver. I get you. Get your hardwoods. I used TeamSpeak most of the time, but I knew Mumble existed. Yeah, well, it was back when Skype was, like, the primary thing that people used. You'd Skype people. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy Discord took over. It's so much, like, as glitchy and buggy as it can be at times, it is at least consistently okay. Like, there isn't any, like, catastrophic problems with Discord that I've found. Like, it might have a hiccup for an hour or two here or there, or you might have to do some little thing to get it working perfectly. But, like, it's honestly not bad. I'm happy with how Discord has turned out, and I would much rather use Discord than Mumble nowadays. I remember I did... eventually politely unsubscribe because you did a poll. I voted on stuff and lost and went, well, my content I'm interested in is not here now. I forget what exactly won. Yeah, I think it was when I went from... I think that poll was likely when I went from general content to I want to start making RS3 videos, which I agree entirely. That was a bad decision on my end. I mean, that's one of the things you learn about, and that's the reason why this isn't becoming a multi-game channel. This is only ever going to have old school content on it, period. Relix is going to be old school. That is it. Unless I get sponsored by Jagex or something to host a Dragon Wilds episode or something. That would be an exception. But make it a Jagex exclusive channel or something. If I'm ever playing another game on here, know that it's probably like a fully sponsored episode or something, and they're going to be paying me thousands of dollars to do that. In which case, then, you know, watch the video, please. That would be funny. Like, was it Among Us or something? Yeah, I'm not sure. I did enjoy Among Us at a time, but no, I never got to actually making videos on Among Us. Can't wait for TeamSpeak to finally relaunch and make Discord obsolete. Yeah, of course, that's gonna happen. I can't wait for Codec to come back and make digital imaging obsolete. I want to have some Polaroids, baby. I remember some of the most recent content you did was challenges. I'll try to look it up. Yeah. I mean, I can look it up too. But the thing is, as soon as I look it up, my mouse goes away from the ruby harvests. Maybe you should look it up, and I should stay clicking these things. Yeah, let's do that. We can look at other things another stream. We are going to be focused on this specifically. We are 30.4k, 1,266 ruby harvests away from completion. That is a number. That is under an hour. We are at under an hour mark now. Oh, I'm excited. We're actually well under an hour. Or just at an hour. It depends on how focused we can stay. Because if we kind of slack off, we could get 28k an hour. If we're really focused, we get 32k an hour. And there's 30k almost exactly to level up. 30,061 experience, yeah. Wait, we rolling? Yes. Yes, we are. We are rolling. We are rolling today. That is why our stream is going to be over 6 hours long, because I've been wanting to roll so bad. I got that dopamine rush from the other day when we rolled 3 times and I forgot how good that rush would be. And it's like, no, I can do this. And so for the last 3 days, I've been putting in like 12-hour days at these stinking butterflies to get from level 14 to level 70 hunter. So yeah, we're rolling today. So get excited because it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. That is under an hour away, by the way. Oh, I am glad I decided to wake up and not oversleep. Oh, yeah, glad you could wake up and not oversleep too. That's awesome. I hope you don't have to go to work in an hour or so, and you have a little bit of morning time. That would be awkward and unfortunate, but I mean, that's life sometimes, you know. You can't have everything you want, unfortunately. But yeah, we are under an hour away to roll. You know, I'm gonna announce it in the clan chat. There we go. Dude, I got a spirit seed for my birdhouses. Heck yeah. Oh, that's a good one. Spirit seeds are great for 2 reasons. Either if you have access to the farming guild. Oh, Ice, it's 9 p.m. in Canada for him right now. Yeah. I know I unsubscribed a while after the back wax. I know it was at least after that. Yeah, the back wax video was definitely, that was an acquired taste of a video. Jeez. What was that? Was that like a 5,000? I can't believe I did things like that. It was like a 5,000 subscriber bonus or something. It's weird. It's weird. The more I treated subscribers like goals and milestones, the less I got. And now it's just like, I'm just focused on making as good as a 1,000 subscriber video. Exactly. Meanwhile, here I hit 1,000 on day 1 of putting out the Lorebound video. Like, it was insane. And then ChunkMist went from 1 to 10, which is also insane, right? And we've been slowly crawling up since then, as people slowly discover us, which is super cool. Oh man, 28k to go. We are at 1,190 to go. Oh, yeah, we're almost at the 1,000 mark. Then we can count it down by the hundreds, and it's gonna be great. We can stay up late swapping manly stories, and in the morning I'm making waffles. Oh, I'd love to make waffles. There was a point in my life in which I had the entire Shrek film memorized. Entire, front to end. I watched that movie probably every day for 2 years straight. I just loved the crap out of that movie for some reason. Oh, it was funny. Best part about most chunkers is once you get a taste, you want more. And since the most chunkers post very, very rarely, the best thing to do is look up more chunkers. And you wonder why we're growing so fast, eh? It's because I have my 2-week video, like, I post a video every 2 weeks. Which is uncommon for a OneChunk account, right? We also have a slightly faster chunk grind schedule generally. Yeah, I can't seem to find the poll. Oh, I probably would have deleted it a long time ago. It was Ryanikin. I didn't think of keeping things on there or anything like that. For a while I had 5 minutes of the B-movie, yeah. According to the laws of aviation. Did you have it at the end of a review or something? I might have had it at the end of a review. It might have been in the channel polls. I really don't know. The strange thing is Ryanikin seems so long ago for me. It's close to the Tarkov review. Fair enough. The thing is that... Oh, jeez. Butterfly's given me the kite treatment. Taking me all the way down to nowhere land. Yeah. I had some good Tarkov. Like, there was the Baldur's Gate review. If you haven't seen that video, by the way, Dynasty, you'd probably enjoy that one. So that was, I put a lot of effort into that Baldur's Gate 3 video, and that was ultimately actually the one that made me decide to stop Ryanikin, because I put so much time and effort into that one, and it just, I mean, it didn't do nearly as well as I was hoping for it. I knew that was like, I can do everything, I can follow trends, I can buy the expensive games and put out reviews in moderately quick succession of a game coming out, and it still, like, flops to the ground and does nothing. I knew that there wasn't going to be a future for Ryanikin, period, at that point. Oh, you play Escape from Tarkov 2? I'm on Streets Raid right now. Oh, no. I did play Tarkov. It's definitely one of my... With the exception of the loading times, I really did enjoy Tarkov when I played it. Keep in mind, like, I was not that great of a player for Tarkov. Like, I would die continuously, because I would always go in with, like, base gear. Like, basically nothing, and then scrounge around for my weapons and armor and stuff. Like, I'd maybe bring a backpack. That's about it. Do you think there's a future for Relix? Yes. Yes, I do. It's the major difference, is because I've specified so hard into old school, there are niches, there are advertisers, and plus, like, the actual consistent viewership of about... There's about 20 to 30,000 viewers on every new episode, which is not a zero amount. And when you have that number, advertisers start looking at you, you start to get some, I mean, okay ad revenue from those things, and you can get sponsorships going. So, yes, I do think Relix has it has not just a much better chance, but I'm making it have every chance it possibly can in order to work. Without, of course, just relying on crowdfunding. As much as I love getting the new, new High Alchemy channel member here and there and stuff like that, or someone adding a super chat. I love those things, of course, but I don't want it to be my primary income source, right? I'd rather use funds from corporations or products, and like the whole reason YouTube exists is to be able to entertain. I'd prefer to stick to entertaining and then just use the subsidies off of ad revenue in order to do that. Yeah. I need to stop being a scaredy cat and start my YouTube career as well. YouTube is not for the faint of heart. I wish I could say otherwise, but like I've been trying for freaking since, man, was it 19 or 20 years old? Yeah, I've been trying for 13 years to get this thing off the boat. Of course, it's like part-time, on the side, posting every week or two, making reviews, trying new things. Like, it's not that easy to get into. And so unless you're going to be... I mean, there's an easy way and a hard way, I should say. If you want an easy way to get into YouTube, you do something that is Mr. Beastish. That's the only way to really get big quickly, is you just act like a crazy person and just make as clickbaity, sinfully generic content as you possibly can. That's how you get big on YouTube nowadays. Your oldest video that's still up is 10 years old. Yeah, and that's still up. That is not my oldest video. My oldest video was actually a... it was an Unbound video, which I think was another 2 years before that. Yeah, it's an old one. Now, I'd go for a game that's in the same niche as old school RuneScape. Yeah, that's the thing is, yeah, I'm not selling my soul for money, exactly. You gotta really find that niche and push into it. Thing is like, the smaller now, this is what I learned with Lorebound, though, is if you push too far into the niche, then you're too niche for the niche. Like, for example, with OneChunk Ironman, there's a large niche of old school that knows what a OneChunk Ironman is. It's a well-known enough game mode that people will search for the game mode and see new creators of that game mode and immediately get excited because of that face value of, oh, that's this, right? That's the reason why Settled has such an easy time creating new series that are more obscure, is because he already has that audience. So he can be like, okay, well, I'm gonna start, you know, a sailing locked Ironman, which is cool. If I started a sailing locked Ironman, it would have piddled and died, because sailing locked Ironman does not have the same grab as a OneChunk Ironman does. My niche should be challenge runs in Football Manager. Yeah, if Football Manager has an audience that is what you really should do, what you should research, is look for, before you decide on Football Manager as your channel, look at other Football Manager channels. Look at about 100 of them. And you want to see what the highest and what the lowest subscription rates, what their view count averages are. This is one of the only uses I would probably use AI for, is data scrubbing. It's a good use. Use it. Try to figure out information like what their average viewership is. And only if all 100 of those people are reaching decent numbers, then should you consider that niche. Because you need a large enough niche to be able to handle your channel. Because if there's 100 that work, 101 can work as well. You just need to be a little bit better than number 100 on that list. That's why I put in a lot of effort into my videos while also trying to keep up a 2-week turnaround. Because I know that in order to reach the top 100 of old school RuneScape videos, I've got to do both of those things. Or else I'm going to fade to obscurity, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. That's my reasoning behind wanting to push for this and stuff. Not only, of course, liking the game. That's a huge part of it too, and a huge reason why it clicked so much better than the other things. Because like you could see the genuine interest that I have in both my voice and my scripting and my knowledge of the game. All of that is very well, like, it's very well easily aware. It's easy to see that I have that want. I know every FM channel on the market. Okay, there you go. I got a question pertaining to your video creation. Well, fire away. Fire away, Dynasty Star. What's the question? Oh, shoot. We also just passed 1,000. We are at 973 more to go. So this is the last hunter level before you can roll. That is correct, Olivier. That is correct. We have just this level, 23,000 to go. That is under 40 minutes. And we're going to get the hunter level. Then we're going to catch an impling in a imp box. And then once that imp box is full, we get to roll. I did most of my research there Have an appetite for career modes and with funny rules. Think team got money issue, got relegated so hard. You have to climb back. Okay, fair. Keep in mind, I'm not too familiar with fantasy football or any of that, so I'll take your word for football manager stuff. That's not my forte there. Dynasty, for each of your ChunkMist videos, how much gameplay time have you done in that time? Now, here's the fun thing: it's actually changed. I actually had about 4 or 5 months of footage before I started episode 1. Because I wanted a backlog of content so that I could put out decent videos every couple weeks and still have like a faster pace to it. Because, I mean, first of all, once people are familiar with a series, like all of you, you start to want to see how that series does. But the thing is, if you get stuck super early on, then interest kind of drops off. And because I hit Port Khazard, I knew that I had to at least be close to beating Port Khazard before I started actually pushing out the videos. And that's exactly what I did. So I actually had like 6 months of footage stored up by the end of it before I started actually pumping out the videos. And then by the end of that, like I caught up to my footage, and now it's basically like I have a week or two of footage of me playing, and then there's the video of that week or two, and there's a little bit of like back and forth. Like, so the videos that come out are usually a couple weeks behind, but it's like a good summary of what I've done, and because of the pacing and our rule set, there's usually enough interesting things to go around to make a good video. It might slow down eventually if we get another big grind and there's just not a lot of content, or it might just make the videos shorter. It really comes down to that. How many hours, though? Okay, that's fair. No word for it. Like, how much time have you played from one video from the next? I mean, the amount of time played from one video to the next is different. Like, the first episode takes place over a 3-month span of time. Yeah, how many hours have I played? There's actually a button for that. Hold on. Which one was it that showed that? Where's the... I know it's something that's hidden, and you can see it somewhere. Where was it? In here? No. There's some button somewhere that allows me to view my playtime. I don't know the hours specifically. Quest button, then first tab. Thank you. There you go. Time played. 62 days, 20 hours. So, quite a lot. Played for 62 days. And that is in a 365... Like, I have yet to renew my my annual rate for ChunkMist. So that 62 days is in a 365-day cycle. So a good amount of my time has been on ChunkMist, grabbing footage or actually farming. But keep in mind, the bulk of that was chopping maple trees for freaking 94 woodcutting for my 87 fletching. And that was the bulk of the time. And now that we're actually through that grind, a lot less content is needed. So yeah, every new video that I put out now has about, in hours, I usually try to get about 100 clips, and each clip is at maximum 15 minutes. But some clips are like 15 seconds as well. Like, it might be just like a level up or something like that. I can't give you a specific number on that, unfortunately, Dynasty. I can't. Hey, that's my plan too. I backlog 2 or 3 series and then start pushing them at a 2-week pace while working on the 4th series. Yeah. Quest, yeah. Do you think that as you get further into the rolls, the death chunks will get less and less frequent? Like, it can't be a death chunk if you've already got the levels for it. Well, yeah, but the thing is, there's so many skills here that could still be death chunks. Let's just take a look at this. So, any location with a boss is immediately a big grind. Not a death chunk, but a big grind, right? Like, you could consider, like, keep in mind, if I was playing this normally and not, like, hyper focused on getting these butterflies done, this could have also been a bit of a death chunk. Because if I played, like, a couple hours a day, this would have taken me weeks to get past. But because I put in, like, 36 hours, basically, straight of collecting ruby harvests, we were able to push through these. There's 3 plateaus of death chunks: items, bosses, and levels. No, that's exactly correct. And each one just depends on RNG, right? For example, the previous one, my previous main chunk, what's it called? Oh my gosh, I've been watching butterflies for too long. Corsair Cove South, there we go. The Corsair Cove South with the Shaman Mask grind. I put in way too much time on that Shaman Mask. We went like 3.5 times dry there. That sucked. But if it wasn't for getting really lucky on the Nature Talisman, if we went as dry on the Nature Talisman, we'd still be there for probably another month or 2. So, RNG grinds are one of those, if we get lucky, cool. If not, death chunk possibilities. Just like, Verf. Or no, sorry, Frey. With the Calphite Queen. Frey could have gotten super unlucky with the Calphite Queen. And as he stated, like, that was his major fear. Because, like, 99 farming will come for him. He will get 99 farming eventually. It's a grind, but it's a manageable grind that eventually he's guaranteed to get. The Calphite Queen, he was almost out of actual, like, food. He was going to have to farm for food to then start killing his Calphite Queen kills, which is that bumps up the amount of kills that you can get per hour from like 10 to 5 to like it just gets progressively harder and harder, right? So yeah, we do have a few death chunk scenarios that still exist, definitely. But like they're all rooted in certain things, right? Like the 87 fletching grind, that is going to be our hardest fletching grind of the series, period. If we unlock rune crafting and then have to get like 95 rune crafting off of fire runes, or 99 off of fire runes, yeah, that would clearly be a bigger death chunk. That's not going to happen because of how our rule set is. We'd likely have to get to like soul runes or something, or who knows. We'll get to that when it gets there. Our only major like death chunk grinds that I can see would be, I'd say, crafting. Crafting, if we unlock an onyx somehow. Smithing, if we unlock rune or adamant bars. Honestly, adamant bars is a pretty rough grind too. So it's really just smithing and crafting, and everything else is probably pretty manageable by now. Oh, and construction. Don't forget about construction. That's a hell of a death chunk too. Once we unlock a saw and a sawmill, or a method of actually getting construction XP, that's a heck of a death chunk as well. So yeah, that's something as well. There I am. Yeah, okay. I hadn't seen anyone talk in the clan chat for like several minutes, so I thought, oh my goodness, did I get banned for saying that 1 hour until we roll in or something? Like, yikes. No, clearly not. That's not the case. Okay. Like, Okay. How long until we do agility? We're one roll away from agility, which unlocks a lot of stuff for us. No, the clan loves rolling streams. No, fair enough. Fair enough. The clan does love rolling streams. It's just 5:30 a.m. right now. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's the thing is, yeah, kind of have to choose when the bulk of my general audience is around, and US West to East tends to be that. Oh, speaking of, what? It's 9:30? It's already 12:30 US East. We're getting late. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks on the East Coast. I know it's getting late. I apologize. Woke up early today, went to bed early. Oh. I mean, went to bed early, that's fine. You're doing good then. We are really close. We are 745 ruby harvests from Roland. Is this the last task for the chunk? Yes. Yes, it is. We get this level, and then we use an imp box to catch an imp. And then we're done. And then we roll. I'm excited. I'm starting to feel the excitement. My wrist pain is actually starting to be overwhelmed by the adrenaline that is coming from the upcoming chunk roll. I thought, oh, this is way too far away. You're feeling giddy just a little. That could also be all the caffeine running through my veins, though. Or the dehydration caused by both. Keep hydrated, people. What's your goal level? It is 70. We're at 69, Hunter. We're going for 70. So 17k to go, and then we're rolling. That is my goal level. Because we need 71, but we have a +1 boost. 69. Yeah, exactly. One apologies to the person in the chat here who is most likely to be playing TFT with me this evening. I will probably be tired, but we'll probably do a round or two. That's usually my wind down goal every night, is play a couple rounds of TFT. It's something nice to chill out to. You can actually second monitor old school really easily when TFT is on, if you're familiar with that game. I felt like crap a month-ish ago and went to the doc. He could have told me that I had 3 days to live and I can name the virus, etc., etc. Nope. Bitch told me to drink more water. Stay hydrated, kids. Yeah, if you're feeling like death all of a sudden, drink some water. Oh, and I also simp for Sona. Ah, Dynasty Star. You're one of them? No. Oh, geez. What skill should I put this book of knowledge into? Sorry, I had my all chat turned off. I didn't see you talking. Oh, no. I'm forgetting the agility shortcut to the south. Hardwoods have been harvested. I always feel like this... feel like Tingle in this outfit. Yet you do look like Tingle in that outfit. My random event luck is kind of insane today. That's cool. Whack! What skill should I put into the book of knowledge? Herblore of agility is never, but it's your book of knowledge. I usually do agility and toss, but I might toss it onto construction this time. Ah, no. You gotta toss that onto Herblore. Herblore is like, if you're a normal-ish account that's not, like, locked, it's gotta be Herblore. You gotta throw that onto Herblore. It's Relix. What's up, my wholesome homie? Hey, D-Bob. Papa Slice, man. No, I'm kidding. How's it going? Do you ever think you'll create a clan? No. Because this is the OneChunk clan that I'm in. It's full of other OneChunk Ironmen. Which is where, if you're a OneChunk Ironman, and you're, like, that is where you go. So, I'll probably not ever create a clan, in old school, specifically. Just because, like, it's such a niche scenario that it doesn't make sense for me to. But yeah, that's the scenario there. Hey, Sona's my favorite too. We're looking at stream times the other day. Did you switch to a new stream time? Yes. I start at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, PST. That is 7 p.m. Eastern. which is, I don't know British and Australian off the top of my head, but you can always do the math from there. But yeah, that's the winner of the time, which is 4 p.m., which is nice because it means that I'm not like... So how my brain works is if I wake up first thing in the morning, I can get things done. But if I like wake up and start streaming first thing in the morning, 11 p.m. or midnight UK time. No, it's like midnight Eastern US time right now, but yeah, no, 11 p.m. UK time start. We are a little late for the UK, unfortunately, but like I had to. It was tough to wiggle that around. Not necessarily. Oh, not necessarily for ChunkMist, but maybe for a future character. Now that is a possibility. That is definitely a possibility. But if that other character is a OneChunk Ironman, I'll have to unlock the Grand Exchange before I can start a clan. So take that with a grain of salt. There we go. Hydrated. Woo! Make free money on the Grand Exchange making superstores. Alchemist Amulet was a game changer for Herblore gains. Functionally free money for any pots you're likely going to want in bulk. Yeah, especially if you use the you can combo that actually with the Mauritania leggings. And if you do that in the Canifus Bank, you can like double combo those things. How do you feel about Fiora, or is it Fiona? It's Fiora specifically, or I forgot her name. Yeah, no, it's definitely Fiora. I don't really. I'm not a simp for fictional characters like that. So I get the general vibe of people liking them, but it's just that's not my thing. Yeah. Oh. OBS reconnecting. Uh-oh. Looks like we had our first disconnect of the night. We're getting a little warm here. I'm gonna have to just check the check our stream analytics, make sure that we're okay here. You still streaming okay? Is everyone back? There's a little bit of a hiccup, maybe a lag spike. Try to refresh if you aren't able to see me right now. They're going to be there for the roll? Oh yeah, no, these people are definitely going to be here for the roll. These are spectators. That seems fine to me, yeah. I got a notification. OBS watches itself in the live stream, and sometimes like I'll get a notification that says OBS has been... Oh, I got no disruption. That's good. Yeah, it said that OBS was reconnecting, so I wanted to make sure. That's the thing. Working with this kind of a computer is you never know. It's old enough that it sometimes has connection issues. It buffered briefly, but otherwise fine. Yeah, it was the buffering that specifically it was noticing. Basically, there's a little hiccup in either the internet connection or in processing power, and it dropped for a second or two. That's what I was referring to. Ooh. Peanut butter sandwich and energy drink. That is a great late night special. Ooh. My stomach is doing some weird things right now. Okay, yeah, no, it looks like the stream is still healthy. That's good. I just gotta pull up something real quick. There we go. Okay. Oh, anyone want to take a guess in the chat how many more butterflies we gotta get? OBS is garbage. You need to upgrade it to unregistered Hypercam 2. Oh no, I gotta use Fraps. If it's not Fraps, it ain't nothing, right? Please let it be less than 1,587 or 3,000. Good guesses, everyone. The closest is ice. who said 567, and we are at 569. Now now Ice is absolutely 100% correct. That's actually a very amazing guess there, Ice. You got it right down to like the number. Yo, super close guess. Yeah, that was insane. Where's my cookie? Yeah, no kidding, right? I can't give you a cookie, but I can give you an apple. There you go. There's your apple. Oh my goodness, it deleted the apple. What the heck? Did any of you see my comment with the apple, or did it just delete itself? What in the world? I'm still getting chat banned by my own chat. Melatonin gives me insane dreams. I don't wake up for like 3 hours. I see apple. Okay. So it's just my replay that's not showing it. I can see it. Yeah, there's you get the happy apple there. That apple is in honor of you for getting the almost right on guess. So yes, fortunately it is under 1,000 now. It's the apple seeing test now. Everyone's just like, I see the apple, yay! Yeah. For further apples, see Buxy Maiden, who has access to the emotes and can give you all apples if you so desire. Or disembodied sharks, if they so desire. Alright, homie, I'm off to work. Enjoy the stream. Thanks, D-Bob. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, you're number one in the stream, and you got the channel membership. I mean, you gotta have some privileges, right? Oh. It's unfortunate, D-Bob, that you're heading out at such a pivotal time. We're so close. We are so close. We're probably just over 20 to 30 minutes away from the roll. Oh, man. The adrenaline is definitely keeping my wrist from hurting right now. Because I know it would be absolutely aching if there wasn't some sort of chemical in my body telling me that everything was okay. Whew. I'm north pruning ents at the moment. Ent pruning's real cool. Wait. North as in North Alderaan? Or north as in, like, the... what's it called? Are you in Auburnvale pruning ents up there on, like, the farming world? Or are you, like, chopping magic trees up there? Do you get an ent random at the magic trees up there or something? Nah, event north of you at the moment. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's funny. You got an ent. Oh, Captain Arav. Oh, yes, I will help you unlock your treasure chest. Oh, 20 to 30 minutes, I'll set an alarm. Oh, no. You definitely could. Bar, coins, other bar. There we go. Yeah, give me that amulet. Yeah, now we can wear this 0.07 kilogram gold necklace. Ooh, ooh. How much time do you think? Yeah, about 20 to 30 minutes is what it's looking at. Like, so we are 11k away, and we get about 23,000 experience per hour. So yeah. I'd say realistically 30 when we roll, because we'll probably be like 25 till the level. And then from there we have to head over to the Ardoin Monastery to catch our imp, to complete the chunk. And then we can roll. I'll set his timer for 20 minutes. Yeah, fair enough. Go get your fashionscape on. Yeah, you go get your... This is my fashionscape. Just gold necklace and a purple cape. That's my perfect fashionscape. No, we'll get our fashionscape on at the bank before we head to the... because we have to pick up the box. We have to pick up the imp boxes. So we gotta stop by the bank anyways for the imp boxes. We'll pick up our fashionscape at that time. Ooh. Someone got the Araxite head. People are still talking about leagues and Waterthorns builds in the chat. It's kind of crazy. Purple cape is peak fashionscape. Yeah, posture check. Just realized totally shrimped my desk. Shrimped. Oh my gosh, that's a hilarious. Oh, and yes, I was starting to shrimp a little bit too. Oh my goodness, I'm going to use that silver. I am 100% going to use that. Slowly turning into a banana. Yeah. Shrimping oneself. Almost horizontal in the chair. Yeah, I was slowly sliding down too. My posture was awful. No wonder my back is starting to crimp up a little bit. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Shrimping up. I've never heard that before. I love it. Posture check. Shrimped at my desk. Oh, that's great. I could tell you were sliding. Happens all too easily. Yeah, no kidding. Well, I've never been a guy to spend a lot of money on computer chairs. I've had nice computer chairs. They've been mostly Christmas presents and stuff like that. But my latest computer chair, my best one that I've ever had. Oh, gesundheit. It had the unfortunate negative effect of not fitting in my RV. So I had to find something skinny enough to fit within, like, I got basically what is a kitchen chair. And that's what I've been sitting on, is like a kitchen, regular kitchen chair. It's like fabric. It's not too posturepedic or anything like that. It's just like 4 legs and a back. It's nothing fancy. Doesn't roll, it's just 4 legs, and it fits within this little cubby that I'm in. Unfortunately, it seems I only have shrimp back inducing hobbies. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, you should have seen me when I was in my Warhammer 40k painting hobby. Hunched over. Oh my gosh. That was double shrimp. I was getting the under shrimp and the over shrimp. And there is 399 to go. We're getting close. Still going A. Yep, 399 more to go. And then we get our level and then we roll. You're coming in at a good time. Oh. I used to sit on my dining chair at my desk too. Made it a little better with a car lumbar support thingy and a nice butt cushion. Yeah, no. Here's the catch to that. When I'm in a nice chair, what happens when I get out of the nice chair? I'd have back muscle spasms. Because the chairs were so nice and comfortable that when I did anything else, my back muscles weren't used to working properly because they were so relaxed, and it would cause major issues when I was doing other things. So I deliberately choose hard and moderately uncomfortable chairs, mainly so that my back muscles never stop working. Like, I have to sit up, I have to use some back muscles a little bit, so that, and then it stopped the back pain for me. Yeah. I know it's weird, but it's how my body works, so that's what I do. Used to... Next. There we are. Reminds me that I need to replace my chair soon, because the one is a war zone, and the architects are 3 creatures of the meow variety. Oh, okay. Old school should take take a page out of Legend of Zelda Link to the Past book and let you hit NPCs at the bug net. That would be funny. I'd love to, if it counted as a fun weapon and you could just bonk NPCs with the net, and just, yeah, just it adds the bonk effect. Are you guys? What are you? How's it going, guys? You finally noticed. Playing freaking. That's hilarious. Oh, hi. Oh, that's funny. Oh. Oh. Okay, we're turning the recording back on. We're getting close enough. we have two patty cakers over here. I think that's the glass wall emote. How long have they been playing patty cake? Oh. I hope you're waiting on farming grinds or something, because this is a big ol' XP waste here. Look at that, we have a vineyard worker watching us now. Fancy. Probably got excited after we hit 400. Just planted my hardwoods. I got a day or so to kill. Congrats on beaver, holy moly. Oh, someone got a beaver? Who got a beaver? Someone got a beaver? That's cool. Nice. Oh. Lox Panda. Yeah, okay. You got the beaver. There we go. I see your chat. There we go. Got it before the forestry items? That's insane. A while. I would love to join. Cat. I'd love to join the party, but I have a moons grind to finish. Yeah, no, that's very fair. Finish your moons. No XP waste. Get those, get the boppers. Gotta get them boppers. We have 318 more butterflies to go. It's getting so close. We're getting so close. I can feel it. It's so close. Oh. So close. Come on. It's post-leagues. The grind is on. Hold for me, lol. Next month is going to be all about vibes. Yeah, we're just going to go through leagues, grinds, then vibes on a 3-month cycle. This is clearly our grind month. I have full eclipse. I need blood moon helm and chest and blue moon helm, I think. Oh, you're like close to done. Okay. Yeah. You could get that all tonight if you wanted. Like, boom. Just do it. Just do it. Three kills. You're going to get a triple drop. You don't want to yeah, eclectics are like my hyper danger one. If you see an eclectic, catch it. I don't want to see that in my sights. Eclectics are like the most dangerous impling. Besides, I mean, I did see a magpie once. That was freaky. But yeah, okay, I'll grab them. Good. Yeah, eclectics are the scary ones because they have a 1 in 100 chance of dropping the Addy ores, which would spiral us into a massive smithing grind as soon as we get a furnace. Ooh, 4 oak planks. Yeah, okay, that's equally as dangerous for us. Oak planks would mean that we would have a... basically, as soon as we got... as soon as we got our saw... As soon as we got a saw and our house, immediately have to go to the highest level of oak plank making thing. That would have been rough. So I'm glad I didn't grab that one. Oak planks are dangerous for us. Like, we have regular planks on the ground, but if, yeah, oak planks, if we added those to our chunk picker, because that's what they do, is anything that we can't get otherwise, we're adding to the chunk picker as, oh, we have this item source now. Not as a training method, but as an item source. Suddenly, yeah. That's the thing, is you can add items as primary or secondary. If they're primary, they count as, oh, this is a training method. Secondary as in, this is a cap that you need to complete to. We'd add that as a secondary. So it would be not a training method, but it would be a requirement for a goal. Yeah, I know. Crazy, right? We are at 245 butterflies to go. We're getting so close. We're under 250,000. We are at 5,700 experience to go. We are, like, we're under 10k by a large margin. We're catching up. Home stretch, baby. Yeah, no, home stretch is absolutely correct. Oh, I just had to add that comment in the chat real quick. Everyone likes a roll. Everyone likes a roll. And we are so close. I am so excited to get this roll done. Oh. We are at 222 more butterflies to go. And then we can get our impling. And we can get our roll. So, out of everyone here currently, would we like to go over the chunk choices? Or would you like us to just basically, raw dog it and go right into the roll? Would you like a little discussion on the chunks and what are the pros and cons of the rolls first? I'll leave that up to you. Because we're going to go over it in the video anyways. But for those of you unfamiliar with our current chunk rolls, is that something that you want, or you just like get over with it, get on, do it? Either one works for me. I want to know what your top pick and the scariest chunk would be. Fair enough. We can go over it lightly like that if you'd like. Mom, are we there yet? Oh, we are so close, little child. We are so close, D-Bob. You can basically smell the ocean from here. That is, if we're going to the ocean, not Disneyland. You can almost hear the screams of children. No, that'll get me a lawsuit. The screams of glee. There we go. That'll save me. If you get this and that chunks, we're in trouble. Let me explain part of the video. Yeah, exactly. That's basically what we're gonna be, what we're debating on right now, is how in-depth do you want me to be, with the explanation. Smell the ocean is better than saying you can smell the children. Oh no, D-Bob. What is this, a Chuck E. Cheese? Oh, jeez. Smell the... Ugh. Children are gross. Straight to jail, yeah, no kidding. Basically, I want to know what chunks to root for. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll have some free chunks, and then we'll have some rooter for chunks. I'll lightly gloss over the free ones, and then tell you what ones we're rooting for. Thing is a lot of the free chunks open up the map a lot. So like for example, the Varlamore southeast or southwest chunk, the one that's just across the water from Alderaan, that would open us up to the Hunters Guild, like, as a next roll chunk, which would be super big, even though it has like no requirements. You know what they say? You can say that you... Oh. Oh, no. D-Bob, no. Time out. You are 100% correct. Yeah, I'm not a fan of kids in general, though. They're icky and gross. They teased me when I was a child. I'm sure it'll be different when one day I have my own, but, like, for now, you know, children are just... They're just bacteria goobers. 139 more butterflies to go. Kids are the worst, dogs are the better alternative. I mean, you can definitely think that. I'm more of a cat person myself. Dogs are just... Yeah. The dogs that I've lived with my whole life are just like big, jowl, drooly animals that are also kind of messy bacteria monsters. Oh my gosh, these butterflies are like giving me the... They're juking me. I hear your dogs and I raise a cat. Wait, you hear my dogs? Oh, can you hear them barking outside occasionally? Yeah, they're not my dogs per se. They're the family dogs. Yeah. Oh, you need a golden retriever, man. Yeah, no. Golden retrievers are nice. Yeah. No, I'm too used to, like, pit bull mastiffs and pit bull Great Danes and, like, Shih Tzu poodles. Has nothing to do with the other ones, but, I mean, that's what I grew up with. My dad used to have a friend who had 2 mastiffs. Gentle giants to be sure, but they were industrial slobber factories. Oh, yeah. Not to mention they eat so much. They are not a poor person animal. Those are, like, you gotta have a certain level of income before you take on a mastiff. They will chew through your budget, literally. So, 103, 102, 101, 100 to go. We are in the final stretch, everyone. That is 98 more butterflies to go. We are so close now. Oh, we're so close. I can taste victory. Oh, it's so close. We're only, what, almost 7 hours into the live stream. We got this. You should be taking a final stretch. Loosen up those muscles. Yeah, you're right. We need to take a 5 to 10 minute stretch right now. Exciting. Yeah, no, definitely exciting. 87. 86. 85. Oh my goodness. Oh. We're almost there. I'd get some dancing on too, yeah. Back figure I'd rather be a few minutes early than late than miss it, yeah. 99 bottles of Ruby Harvest on the wall. 99 bottles of Ruby Harvest. Take one down, pass it around. 98, 74 bottles of Ruby Harvest on the wall. We're speeding through these. We only have like 25 actual bottles of Ruby Harvest. Because, frankly, if I need some for boosts, I'll just grab a Ruby Harvest. I'll just grab more. Like, it's not expensive. It's not hard for me to come back here and grab some boosts. We're so close. We're so close. Oh. Alright, now, everyone who's here, start grabbing Ruby Harvests together. If you have the Hunter level, make it as hard as you can to make me grab these Ruby Harvests. Try to steal them out from under me. Let's go, let's go. Let's grab all the Ruby Harvests. Here we go. No, see, there are so many of them here that it doesn't matter. Everyone could be grabbing Ruby Harvests and it wouldn't make a difference. There's so many of them. Haha, caught that one. Oh, caught that one. Oh, you got that one. You got one in front of me. There we go. Okay. See, this is far more interactive. Now it's a contest. There are so many Lamau. Yeah, I'm not joking. There are so many ruby harvests here. It's unreal. You could have a whole hunter party here. And just everyone's grabbing ruby harvests, and there's just always more. Alright. Now they're focusing the ones closest to me. That's gonna be a... Oh, that's funny. They're figuring it out. They're figuring it out. Okay. Have you seen any good anime recently? I could talk about that for hours, but why don't we leave that one for another... Why don't we leave that one for another day? We are... Oh, so close. Butterflies are honestly such a weird niche in old school. Like, what if a potion but bad, but also mean? Hunter mixes are fantastic pots. Yeah, exactly. You did tell them to, lol. Yeah, no, I definitely told them to. It's funny. I'm not getting, like, it's funny. I think running around like that's funny. Why do you think I brought it up? To extend your stream for hours? Well, yeah, maybe we'll get to that after we roll and after we're into a new grind. How's that sound? We'll talk about anime then. Maybe. Okay, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here's my last one right there. Whoo! 70 Hunter. Happy New Year, wait. Okay. Let's head to the bank real quick. Let's get our imp box, catch our imp, tick off our final task, and then we roll. Now to get the imp. Yep, we get the imp, and then we're done. Oh, now it's exciting. Now we only have one more thing to do. Oh, getting that 70 Hunter out of the way. Oh my gosh. It's done. My wrist can finally recover. Imp time. Yeah, exactly. You want another weird niche item? Talk about the imp box. Holy cow. Speaking of, we almost got 10,000 orange feathers. Let's grab some imp boxes. Let's grab our cash. Oh, and our fashionscape. We can't forget about our fashionscape. Let's go the shaman mask with a petal garland. Let's go... I'm feeling pheasant legs. Nah. Now let's go full adamant. With our rune battle axe. That feels nice. Yeah, there's our fashionscape right there. Can put the butterfly net away. You get in that box. We got our imp boxes. However, we still need our blackbird reds. And there they are. Now we're going to head to fishing trawler area. Yeah, those are +1 hunter boost. Doesn't Varlamore have something called Rumors for Hunting? I quit playing old school a long time ago, but I heard they're good XP. Yes, they are. We're only technically 2 rolls away from the same place that gives the Hunter Rumors. The problem is that same place also has a 91 Hunter grind. Which would suck. Back-to-back Hunter. But then again, there's so many more good methods. Okay, here's... You know what? Here's our implings right here. We're gonna toss these down right around here. Drink. Activate. You need a hunter of 71 to activate that trap. Yes, that's why I was activating that trap at 71 hunter. Imp Disco. Oh, oh. There we go. 450 experience and... Oh, that wasn't satisfying. Hold on, let me try that again. There we go. There's the sound effect. Catch an imp. That was 450 experience for catching an imp. That is insane. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, you know what time it is now. Oh. It's time to head to our chunk picker. Check off our catch an imp. The only tasks we have now are farming, farming, and farming. Which means, thanks to our not just standing clause, since we have all of our trees planted, that means we get to roll. What kind of rolls do we have? We're going to go over them briefly, as discussed. Ah! I just hard right-clicked and it went back to... what the heck? Okay, let's try that again. We have Sunset Coast, free. Also, super close to the Hunters Guild. Super cool. This area here, free. A lot of different amulets which would be cool. And then Forest East, that is our smithing grind from our best smithing area. I'm kind of hoping for this. The Forest East would be great to roll right now. 5, it's not really anything that I know of. I think this is completely free right now, but I'm not sure. Yeah, those are all just quest requirements, which I think we all have. Actually, no. We would have to get 62 crafting, 68 mining. Okay, so that one has a couple grinds. I did not know that, so that's kind of icky. Battlefield is the one we do not want to get. Thought it was like 1 in 1,000 to find a needle. Oh, we're all gathering from this haystack. Here we go. Why the red skull? Because that was the ogre shaman grind. That was a bad one. This red skull here was the curved bone grind. So those were big ones. And then this one, this is our current one, East Yanille, still absolutely could be a bomb as soon as we get a lock pick or as soon as we get a magic training method. Then those are some pretty big grinds as well. Tree Gnome Village, this is the nasty one we don't want. Okay, this is our current, like, the worst chunk we can get. This one's nice-ish. We'd get our fire battle staff from there. We'd have to do a bit of crafting there. This is a nothing burger. That is a smithing method that's a little more annoying because of where the furnace is. This is, I think, nothing. Let's get us like a staff of fire. Simple enough. That one is like mine 1 ore from the gold. Like it's super free. That one's gonna be fun. 13 would be really interesting. 15 would be really, really interesting. Honestly, this is what I hope for. I hope for Brimhaven, because then we can finally get agility. And then, of course, 16, 17, and 18 are fairly free. Okay, we ready to roll? I'm ready to roll. I am so ready to roll. Oh, I'm not saying all gnomes deserve to be punted. I'm just saying if I see someone taking a running start, I am not stopping them. All right, let's roll. Let's roll. Okay, here we go. We got our 18 chunks. And we're rolling. Oh! Oh! Come on, come on. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Kutanoth Island, number 10. Oh boy, it's just lichen down here, isn't it? Okay. We have dwarves in that area? Okay. It's not a free chunk, but it's pretty decent. Okay, so we're gonna... Looks like we've got to kill about 200 new things. This is actually probably a really good... I think that's a nothing chunk. It's a very easy chunk. So what, like a couple days? No, this will be a day. This will be an easy day. It's next to free. The Clue Hunter Cloak. That is an untracked unique. The Clue Hunter Cloak. How do we get it? Dig between the 2 willow trees southeast of Yanille. Oh, nice. It actually has some stat bonuses too. Neat. Huh. Some serious fashionscape. Yeah, no kidding. Let us... Yeah, oh, wait, no, we have a bank in Yanille. We can just go here. Dedoy. I'm surprised that the chunk picker is, like, giving us this specific area. Like, it's really honing down on this specific area. Now we have an imp in a box, too. That's funny. Okay, so we are gonna want a spade. We are gonna want our non-fashionscape gear, because we gotta kill some things. Now, of course, do we just keep going? And we keep going and going? I'm kind of excited right now. I just kind of want to keep going. Maybe we get another roll tonight. Who knows? That's our best in slot gear. Grab some food. Let's see, what are our tasks specifically here? Clue Hunter Cloak. Kill 100 black bears, 100 dwarves. And then the dwarves have a bronze bar at 1 in 18. Oh my gosh, that was almost the smithing grind right there. Good thing we have a 1 in 16. Yikes. 100 bears, 100 dwarves. Yeah, and I do have to get an iron battle... Wait, no we don't. We do not have to get the iron battle axe. Yeah, if we kill 100 of those and we haven't gotten the drops, we'll just make the drops. So this is the chunk that we have unlocked. Pachunk. Congratulations. So yeah, there are dwarves right here. We gotta kill the dwarves. It's kind of a funny location for dwarves. We gotta get a bronze bar, bronze battle axe, bronze pickaxe, coal, iron bar, and an iron pick. Actually, we do not need to get coal, because we have coal. Oh, we do not need to get an iron bar, because we have an iron bar. We don't need a bronze pickaxe, because we've had bronze pickaxes. Oh, shoot. Swap screen. Yeah, of course. Thank you for reminding me. Are you gonna show the game full screen? Yeah, boy. I was just so excited I forgot to click over. Jeez. Thank you for the reminder. I remember killing these dwarves at the start of my career because I needed something from them. There's the coal drop. Nice. Now, where's the 2 willows that I have to... for the Clue Hunter Cloak? There's bronze bolts. Okay, that's interesting. I think it's these 2 willows right here. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this crack the clue thing real quick. Is it right here? Yes, it is. Our purple cloak could be... Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm unironically probably going to never use the... Oh my gosh, that has shoulder pads. New drip. Yeah, we go from... That's classic, but like... That's got like a wolf pelt shoulder piece. That's cool as hell. Oh my gosh. The drip is so good. That is crazy. Oh, that's nice. Wait, is that a gilded two-handed sword that you... The heck? You spawned a random event? Jeez, what are the odds of that? Whole Clue Hunter outfit is amazing. Yeah, I can imagine so. Go ahead, we'll make that the final goal of ChunkMist. There we go, full clue hunt. No, I'm kidding. That would be like cutting the journey short. We'll set that as a mid-ranged goal, though. Let's see where we can get with the full clue hunter outfit. Yeah. Kill the dwarves. So let's see. We have the dwarves, and we have black bears that we need to kill. Have to go again for 10. Sounds good, Baxi. You know where we'll be. Oh. Do we even collect the bones? The bones are slowing us down. Of course we gotta collect the bones. There's an iron ore. Which is terrifying now that I think about it. No, I'm kidding. Oh, that would be a rough drop. Imagine having to try to get iron ores as a primary resource from dwarves. I'm really happy we picked 1 in 16, because if it was 1 in 18.29, that would have been a bronze bar source, and we would have had to use bronze bars from dwarf drops in order to get 58. That would have been rough. I'm shocked at how many dwarves there are just southeast of Yanille. It's a weird spot. This is a really weird spot. Oh, look at that. Northwest of my chunk, you'll see some numbers. That's from Lorebound. There's an iron battle axe right there. Oh, iron battle axe was one of the... That is one of our Everydrop items. A 1 in 128 right there. Whole part of this map is a little strange. Yeah, it's like it was added as an extra. Like, there's not a whole lot of anything that goes on to the south of Yanille. There's this, I think there's unicorns. And then black bears, apparently. Oh my gosh. Wait, what are we doing? What are we doing? We gotta go to the bank real quick. We're being inefficient. Wasn't the battle axe the lowest drop rate item on the list? Yes, it was. Yeah, we have a 1 in 64 bronze battle axe and a 1 in 18 bronze bar, which we're already at 18 kills, so we're already dry. We're already dry for the bronze bar, people. Oh. Yeah, if we don't get either of those, I'll literally just superheat some bronze bars and turn it into a battle axe. Just so we can have the requirement. Because remember, it's every new item that we haven't gotten before. And we can get those items in any way. Yeah, we can put the purple cape away. We really don't need the lobster. Now, why was I coming back here? Well, obviously it's for the ruby harvests. We just spent how many hours collecting these things, and it's a plus 13 attack bonus. Obviously, we're being inefficient right now. We should use these. Damn, I was hoping you not to go 3.5 times dry again on this monumental grind. Exactly. If we're 3 times dry on this bronze bar drop, we'll almost be at our kill task rate. Oh, how terrible. How horrible. Ruby harvest for the win. Yeah. See, now they're coming in handy. I mean, that's a plus 13 attack boost, right? That's, watch this. Release. Whoosh. Now we're going to hit like every time. That's 77 attack that we're just cruising around with. Too bad you don't have access to hunter meats to make a mix. We're so close. 2 different hunter meats to make a mix. Like, if we keep going down, boom, La Rupia, hunter meats. We have northeast, several places in Varlamore. There's, like, yeah. Okay, we're gonna stop picking up the bones and the bronze pickaxes because that's actually slowing us down quite a bit here. And the hammers. I know, right? A one-chunk Ironman not picking up every single piece of bone they get. Or even leaving the 4 coins. Oh, what is this madness? The madness is I'm sick and tired of picking up stuff and clicking right now. There's our bronze bar drop. Okay, we'll take that. Da-da-da-da. You never know when you need 400 hammers. Think about all the pickaxes that we're going to need. Another bronze pickaxe. Oh. So, yeah, all we need is the 1 in 64 bronze battle axe. And our 100 kill count, and then we're done with the dwarves. And then we have 100 bears, and then we roll again. Yep, that's it. We actually are going to hit a max hit of 16 on chop, so we're going to go to chop. It'll be more accurate, and it'll be... yeah. We can still hit our max hit of 16 health on the dwarves, even using accurate style, so we're going to do that. There's tin ore drop. Yuck. If there are any more bronze bars, I'll definitely take those, because if we hit 100, and then we won't have to superheat, which will be fun. Are we just gonna keep expanding the map? Well into the night? Whoa! Nature rune drop! Whoa! Crazy! Did you hear that whooshing sound? Oh, there's a bronze battle axe right there. All right, we've got all the drops. Great. At 33 kills, we got every single drop we need in this chunk. Now we just have to kill 100 dwarves, 100 bears, and then we get to move on. That's hilarious. Really? You want to run the long way around next time, buddy? These dwarves are so spread out. It's unreal. It's like there's one way down here, and the next one's like almost off the screen to the north, and oh my gosh, you just keep running further south. Can you please just spawn in a small area and just like huddle together and let me kill you? Thank you. Oh, another bronze bar. Okay, I'll pick up the bronze bars. That's less smithing that we have to do. See, that's oh wow, 3rd bronze bar. Now we're living the dream. I'm gonna bug out our screen for a second. Boop, 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 boop. I gotta close some things real quick. Yeah, there we go. Have a monitoring, live stream monitoring thing. Need to make sure it's not bugging out. OBS, come back up. There you go. Okay, there we go. There's not even a reason to suggest why they're here. Like, it could just be around the mine just to the northeast instead. Yeah, like, there's a... Actually, I think there is a reason for the dwarves being here. I think it has to do with the penguin quest, and these dwarves were, like, kidnapped by the penguins, and this is, like, the area that you, the hunt for the Red Rocktober, I think, is the RS3 quest that explains why the dwarves are here. Yeah, go figure. Right? The next penguin quest. I wish we got a continuation of Cold War. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is in RS3 there is a continuation of that. And it ends up right down here, where you're in this giant, like, submarine. You tank the sub, and then, like, everyone escapes. And I think that's why the dwarves are here, is because they were, like, hostages of the penguins. Or at least, that's my going that's the story I'm going with. That's the story I remember. Oh, that was weird. It was in, like, such a weird angle that... Yeah, look at that. The whole... Oh, I'm gonna bug out all of your... The mouse is weird. It's funny how much lore is in RS3 that isn't in old school, but the same characters are in both. Yeah, well, I think what happened is RS3 just decided to start trying to explain why things were where they were. It's RS3 only because the quest came after EOC released, exactly. We are at 52, 53 kills. This looks like the battlefield up north, except it's full of dwarf bones. Harzlik, welcome. Welcome to the new chunk. EOC is evolution of combat. That's the main linchpin difference between old school and RS3. Not a fan of RS3 combat, but I wish old school had dungeoneering. Well, we do. It's called the Gauntlet. It's just one floor of dungeoneering. If you like the Gauntlet, then you're gonna like dungeoneering. If you don't like the Gauntlet, you probably won't like dungeoneering. Aren't JGX making EOC less arse this year? Yes. They're basically taking necromancy, their newest combat skill, and they're designing the damage and hit system around that. Because it was such a huge success. A raw jubbly? Why are there jubblies here? Oh no, is that a future... It's fear. Wait, jubblies? Not chompies, but jubblies? Who's out here catching jubblies? Who's out here catching all the jubblies? Necromancy's so good. Yeah, no, if old school's EOC was designed like necromancy was, I almost guarantee you RS3 would be the main game and old school would just be a subset, as the reverse exists. Like, if people knew how well necromancy was made in terms of the combat system, I almost guarantee you there would be a fan base. I'm an ogre expert, as I'll have you know. Yeah, it's all ogre from here, I can tell. We are 2/3 of our dwarves through. That is the 65th, and this is the 66th kill, so we only have 30 more to go. Then we're on to bears. Then we're rolling again. Look at the size of that thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you pick up those jubblies. You don't waste those. Jeez, jubblies are hard to come by. Looks like I need to get back to my RS3 Ironman. Don't do it, Ice. Don't do it. No, we've committed to old school now. We can't go back. Release Ruby Harvest. Let's boost that attack level up. Keep it up. Keep it up at 78. Man. 7 hours? Oh boy, that's a long stream. Yes, it is. But because of that long stream, we are in a new chunk, and we're gonna get another chunk. And who knows, we might get another chunk. We're gonna keep going until we get a chunk that isn't going to be completable within like a 30-minute period. Because why not? Yeah, no, this is a long stream, definitely. It is pitch black outside. The night has come. How to curiously, realistically... How too much of a jubbly do you think you could eat? Oh boy, that is a whole lot of sentence right there. I was like... How to curiosity... Realistically, how much of a jubbly do you think you... Oh, you retracted the message. I'm sorry. How much jubbly could you eat at once? Half? Half a jubbly? I'm sorry, Harzlek. I didn't mean to be that. I was just having fun. It's all night for everyone, so we're all having fun here. Once you get like 100 potential rolls for chunks, you'll eventually stop recapping every chunk and just go over the ones that aren't free. Yeah. Something like that. There's gonna be a point where it's like, okay, out of all of these are the dangerous ones, these are the free ones. Yeah, I did that in the last episode. My jubbly carpet, oh gosh. Ugh, it's so meaty. Ugh. Hold on, let me double click that there. Now it looks like a meat chunk. Now it's a meat carpet. Ugh, gross. It's so big. Yeah, you better start picking that up. Don't waste your jubblies. That is hilarious. Big old jubbly. It'd suck if a video was like 10 minutes talking about potential chunks. Yeah, well, yeah. Thing is every few episodes or so I could see myself doing a bit of a fuller refresh. It really just depends. That's what she says. Especially if they're ones you've already covered the past 4 videos. Yeah, well, keep in mind, the people who aren't watching them all, like, back to back to back, there's, like, 2 weeks in between the chunk rolls and the videos. So, having a refresher every video, keep in mind, is 2 weeks away. If you stop thinking about something for 2 weeks, do you remember each and every chunk that Frey has to roll? Of course not. You might remember 1 or 2 maybe, but like all of those chunks? That's... like, yeah, he goes over it. And at more runtime. Yeah. How do you think I get to my recommended runtime? If I don't have chunks to talk about, ooh, no, I'm kidding. So I haven't watched a ton of Chunkmen, but is it right that they tend to snowball a bit? Like, once you get a few big grinds out of the way, the chunks get a lot easier to do over time. You get a lot more free chunks, I find. That's what's happening to us right now, as we got over a bunch of little humps. But there are several death chunks around, but there are a lot of free chunks as well. So yeah, you start to spiral a bit, especially if, say, for example, we unlocked, like, if we unlocked sailing and had all this ocean, then, like, every single ocean chunk we had unlocked could unlock, like, 3 or 4 or 5 more ocean chunks. What are you doing with the jubblies now? You making a smiley face? Ah, that's a smiley face jubbly. Aw. It's a smubbly. I didn't like that. Nope, 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 didn't like that. It's funny because we unlocked this chunk and we haven't really explored it. We got this. We're starting to kill these. We still have to explore the chunk a bit. Like, where are the black bears? I don't know. Because I haven't explored the chunk yet. Everyone has an option to skip the intro if they want. To do anyways, I like the recap. Yeah, it just depends. I mean, that's why a lot of people like the multi-episode super episodes, because those reduce the repetition. Right? Actually, picking up these bronze bolts aren't a bad idea. Yeah, I'll pick up the bolts as well. Those are gonna be handy. kind of definition, you'll spend most of your time in very long grinds. Yeah, you spend most of your time in long grinds, obviously, because they're long. Getting stuff out of the way just gets you closer to the next ones faster, yeah. As we're expanding our map, we are going to get a bunch of free ones, but eventually those free ones are going to lead to longer grinds, right? They're, like, the smithing grind or the agility grind are very close. I would be shocked if we didn't finish up today on one of those two grinds. I gotta get some more water. Ooh, or no, even better. I gotta get some of these. Ooh. Hold up 1 second. Oh. Shrimp check. Make sure you're not sliding in your chairs. Glad you're killing these so I can chill and eat my lunch, yeah. This is Relix when he needs to be doing something. Oh, the sad face. Do more smithing. That is very likely going to be my exact face when it's like, oh no, we have the smithing. Now, here's the thing. If we roll the battlefield, that will be my face 100%, because that means we're back to the ogre shamans, or we're killing freaking tortoises for our nature runes. Like, it's not going to be fun. What we munching on, that is called a Tums. They are for heartburn. By the way, this is kill number 99. And this is kill number 100. If you do enough smithing, you can make your own runes. Oh no! Von Baldric, no! Tasty, tasty fruit flavored chalk. Okay, we are done there. We are going to head west now and see what is in the rest of our chunk. We've got a whole lot of broken arrows. Interesting, interesting. A unicorn that's out of range. Ogres. Oh, I'm not used to ogres. Oh boy. Oh boy, ogres. I've killed 5,000 of you. Be quiet. Where are the black bears? I'm not seeing any black bears in this skinny little chunk. Are we even able to get through this area? Can we have someone scout ahead and see if you can head directly east from right here? Oh. Oh. Okay, no, we can. Just gotta be a little careful. Where's the black... Oh... Are you kidding? Are you kidding? There it is! There's our black bear! There's our black bear! Oh no! We're this little tiny nut bugger of a sliver of land and killing this black bear! Oh, this is hilarious! It's a single spawn too. Oh no! Don't suppose the ones in Alderan count. No, they aren't black bears. This is our first black bear kill. Oh, that's rough. It's time to unleash your inner Canadian. I think, yeah, we killed the grizzly bears. I wonder what the black bear respawn, 30-second respawn time. Yeah, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be world hopping for this, because I don't want to have to sit here for 30 seconds every single bear kill. So I'm gonna start world hopping. Oh no, and it's not even guaranteed to be in the chunk? Okay, well, this is our life for a bit. You gotta kill 100 of these. Just imagine it's a really long, gross Slayer task. To fill up on bear furs. Their wander radius is pretty small, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, the bear's over here this time. Long grind. Yeah, no, this is clearly a death chunk. Is this the last chunk task? Yes, it is. This is the last chunk task, and then we get to roll yet again. Ooh, we got some music over here, though. Dunk, 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 boo. Bear, 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 bear. Don't you dare, bear. Haha. You don't care, Mr. Bear. Dun, 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 dun. Think you can bear this? Well, we're already up to 4 kills. It's okay. We'll survive. We are, by the way, for any of you watching that were in the world with us, I will be heading back to World 543 once we're finished the World Hopping Bear grind. So, yeah, we are heading back there. Grind is going to be unbearable. Yeah, no kidding. Ooh, shiny. The music is a bop. It's so nice to hear slightly different music in the game. It's unreal. Ah, there you are. Actually getting our run energy back a little bit too. We can technically two-shot these bears, but that's barely going to happen. Ba-dum-ts. Yeah, we're just gonna fill our inventory and then not worry about the rest, because we really don't need more bear meat. Bonk! Ooh, there's nice 17. And there's an 8. I gotta wait a whole 10 seconds to world hop. Alrighty. This is actually pretty dangerous, by the way. While we are killing bears, we are going to head back to the chunk picker. Okay. Because first things first, we now have to realize... Hold on. First things first, can we get to this little crack of a corner? Nope, 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 okay. So what that means is we can't roll diagonally. Or to the right, because those are unwalkable chunks. So that means on the chunk picker, this is not rollable. You can definitely roll that. Let me just smack this bear real quick. We'll check the other side as well. So we need to check both sides and see if we can roll on diagonals. We obviously can't roll right, and we can't roll diagonal there, because we literally can't access that final little chunk spot. Darn, can't start chompy bird hunting yet. Yeah, you can't go diagonal there. You can't even go right there. The question is, do you think we can go diagonal here? No, we can't even walk there. Okay, so we can't walk there. We do have corner content at the top, so we can roll to the left. Yeah, right here, if you look, we can't actually go one chunk to the left, which means we can't get the diagonal cross onto that diagonal chunk there as well. Okay, yeah, it's too steep. So we have this, I mean, we talk about too steep and then we have this, right? So we can't always just judge too steep as too steep. And so we have to double check things like that. So with that being said, that means, yeah, that is what the new chunk rolls are. Because, yeah, that's how she rolls. We can't do the diagonal to the left, the right. We can't go right because of that weird land chunk thing. That is what we're sitting at. which means we finally have 19 chunks. Do you hope so? So if we unlock sailing, would the sea chunk next to us be considered accessible? So if we unlock sailing, basically anything that we can get to on the ship would be rollable and accessible. So for us, we need 17 and down to there to Pandemonium to unlock sailing. And then once we unlock sailing, we'd have to likely do port tasks back and forth here until we are able to basically dock in any of these locations. Like there's a few spots. But yeah, basically because this would be, I think if we can squeeze through here, then yeah, this would likely be rollable. We'd have to test it because I'm not sure exactly how tight our boat can be without going out of bounds. We might have to literally use a raft and only be able to use a raft for certain areas because of how tight things are. Because like this area to the north here, up here, might be too thin for anything but a raft to keep us in line with the water without going out of chunk. Because boats are like 1, 2, or 3 tiles wide, depending on what boat it is. I think that's it. Or it might be 1, 3, and 4? I'd have to double check. I haven't had anything larger than the second boat. And I think that was like 4 by 3, maybe? 4 by 4? Something like that. I'm glad that we don't have to go for capes, lol. I'm excited for chunk sailing, and then remember the skill cape is near. Yeah, well, that's exactly why we made sure to take that out. That was one of those things. What KC are you at? We're on KC 13, going on 14. Our black bears are not ultra fast, because there's only one per world. What does a sailing skill cape do? Your guess is as good as mine, honestly. I don't know. I've never had the cape. Unlike every other cape in RuneScape, the sailing cape and the necromancy cape are capes that I have never owned. So yeah, I don't know. Has a cool emote and gives a +1 boost to 100 sailing, like all the other skill capes do. It probably has some teleports. I don't think it has teleports or anything. I mean, we're one Google away from figuring that out, right? Really, Bear? Really, Bear? You want to be... There you go. Bugger. Ah! Beginner clue scroll? How crazy! We got a beginner clue scroll! Let's see the... Oh, it's Reldo drop. Yeah, there's not a single beginner clue scroll that we can do, ever. They gave it a teleport to the Pandemonium now, but originally all it did was let you freely rename your boat. So you can freely rename your boat and a Pandemonium teleport. That's honestly not too bad. Poor meat and fur. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, it's a shame. I think you can teleport your boat to Pandemonium too. Yeah, there's got to be an advantage like that, I think. That sounds about right. Now that is convenient. I mean, every skill cape is made for a little bit of convenience. I'll take the fur. Now that we have that, now that we know that the furs... Oh, Bounty Hunter World! Attacking players will not increase your PJ timer. Oh no! Bounty Hunter worlds are the most amazing worlds because they're usually moderately quiet and they're not PvP worlds. They're Bounty Hunter worlds. They could heavily buff some of the skill capes and it would be fine. Yeah, they could. They could definitely buff a lot of skill capes, and as an owner of a Sailor Amulet, it's just you teleporting, it sounds kind of mediocre. Yeah, because, oh, really gonna be... You gonna sit over there? You stupid bear. I should have brought a bow. Should have brought a bow. Damn, get over here. There we go. Get over here. Bear bastard. Get my chunk. Yeah, you let your bear meat rot. What's our... oh, we're like 2.5k XP till our attack level goes up. That's kind of funny. Man, the bear grind is a lot longer than I was expecting, but, I mean, that's 100 kills. Thing is now we'll never have to do black bears again. Ooh. Okay, no, we're dropping the bear meat. We're grabbing the ensouled head. We'll take the heads over the meat. My best voice impression of the guy from Mortal Kombat. Get over here! Oh, you bear! You're in the hole. Fine, you know what? We're skipping you. You get to live. Just know that the death of this... oh, you rat bastard. They're all over there! No, get over here! Over here! Oh, no. My rune crafting. Oh, go grab a bow. Yeah, yeah. Oh, we can grab that one. Yes. Scorpion is cool. Yeah, we should grab a bow. We should grab a bow. Because we don't want to be limited to worlds like that. Okay, yeah. No, we'll grab a bow. We'll take a slight detour, grab a bow. Is what you wanted me to think. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we'll head to the trawler. We'll pick up our ranged gear. You know what? Even better. We don't really need ranged gear. What we need, first of all, is more moth. We need more ruby harvests, obviously. Want me to hand you the peanut butter to lure them over? Well, that's what these bronze bolts are for. And that is what our adamant crossbow is for. Because technically... we don't need to kill them with ranged, we just need to lure them over with ranged, and using these bronze bolts, all 104 of them, if we only use one per kill, or 158 I guess, yeah, we have enough, one bolt will be good enough to lure any bear outside of our area. Oh, look at all this real estate that we can move around in. Oh, this is so nice. We have movement in these. These were all, like... a week ago, all of these would be locked. We have cruised in this direction. It is crazy. Like, all of this section here is all new to us. This is crazy. I will be crazy. Sorry, I don't want to sing it too close or else, I'll be copyrighted or something. Yeah! It's fine, that's not the words. Yeah, no, fair enough. My dog just started barking at nothing and it scared me so bad. Nearly fell out of my chair. Yeah, no, it's the high-pitched squealing. I'm sorry, Silver. I do make dogs bark. Oh, it's funny. Oh. We are almost... oh, jeez. Let's see if it was worth it. Yep. Bear bastard in the spot. You get over here. Oh, and we hit him with a 6 too. In full adamant armor. Apparently Relix sounds like dying rats to dogs. Yep, that's the case right there. I sound like dying rats. We're gonna collect the fur. We're gonna move on. We're gonna release and bolt. Look at that. We're actually hitting the bears with the bolts in full adamant gear. That is some crazy RNG right there. How's the bear count? Bear count's at 24. We did have a little bit of a detour to get ourselves a crossbow so that we could poke these bears that decide to wander south out of Chunk, so we can get them back in to reduce the amount of world hopping we're doing. But other than that, I mean, yeah, we've killed all the dwarves, and this is number 25 right there. We're keeping the furs until we fill up our inventory, and then we'll drop furs for ensouled heads if we get them. We really don't need all of this, obviously. Bear meat is not that, he's barely half. I'm barely a quarter of the way, but now that we actually have the proper setup, it should be a little quicker. Will the bear froller come in handy? It might. There's that new island that is coming out that's actually using furs and stuff for the golem crafting or whatever it is. So we don't know if it uses bear furs or just hunter furs. So it might come in handy. Really? You don't want to get hit that much, huh? Fine. We'll see how incredible Really? Okay. I'm missing with incredible reflexes and a rune battle axe on accurate. Okay, yeah. Plus a basically fully buffed ruby harvest. Jeez. The armor of some of these bears, I'm telling you, it's ridiculous. They never had a use for the moonlight antelope deer. Exactly. Hopping to world 600. Ooh. Wait, 600. Oh yeah, there's the new weird worlds too. Oh, we got a Japan world. We should go there. Konnichiwa. Not yet, obviously. Oh my gosh, we got... Oh, that's cool. Moon, fur. Yeah, no. We understood. We understood what you meant. 300 plus ping worlds. Maybe. I'm curious what the ping on these are. I think you have to hop out to the main world to see the pings, but yeah. I'm sure the ping is high unless you're in those areas, and then the ping is great, right? They're not made for Western US/Canada to be playing on. The Japan worlds are probably honestly better than the Australia worlds, though. I'm glad they exist, but I'm not the target audience for them exactly. Oh, you were almost crossbowed. I hope you know that, Black Bear. This is silly. This is so silly. Now, why do you think we incorporated the 100 rule? Because this seems a little redundant, right? This seems silly. But it isn't. The reason being is, first of all, we would have never known that this bear was here. Oh, you're hiding. Oh, you were hiding. First of all, we would have never known that this bear... You said it in your video. Yes, I did. For example, I now know that this is our best source of bear furs if we really wanted a really low-level target. It's not the best source that we'll ever use because the grizzly bears and the grizzly babies are so much more compact. Did you hear they're buffing the shaman mask? The grind was all well worth it. Yes, I did actually hear that, and it actually might have some functional niche uses for us, which is actually really cool. Ping for me is better in the Japanese world than your home world. Haha, 292 for me. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is every world's gonna be a little different. Oh, never mind, I think that was the old ping counter. Fair enough. Yeah, the Shaman Mask is going from a -6 magic bonus to a +2 magic bonus. They realized that making a mask that dropped from Shamans... oh, we just hopped instantly there. Oh, it's because we weren't actually attacked. Huh. I wonder if there's a way to consistently two-shot these without being hit. Shaman Mask will now be a blue wizard hat with some minor defensive bonuses. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, is right now my best magic helmet is the blue wizard hat, which has now been replaced by the Shaman Mask. So anytime I do magic training, it will be in fact the Shaman Mask that I use, which is pretty cool. Unless I'm also fighting a major, then the blue then I think it has a better positive mage defense. The blue hat has a better, yeah. The heck? I was definitely in combat with that bear. Why did it allow us to hop instantly there? That's weird. That was weird. At least you get to show off all your hard work getting it. Yeah, until we have, of course, a any single split bark helm and or other item, but or the honestly the most likely thing is we unlock the magic grind of 66, and then we get to show it off until we get the full mystic outfit, which is still pretty cool. Like, full mystic is within our chunk and within our possibilities, which is really cool, honestly. We could get full mystic on our chunk account. If it didn't hit you, you can hop. Yeah, like, if it doesn't hit us, that's the thing, though, is... Yeah. We're at 37, by the way. Actually got spooned on my Sailor's Amulet, I think. If you have a Sailor's Amulet, you probably got spooned on it. Those things are pretty rare. Get that music going. Ah. If only we could one-hit these bears, that would be great. Fun fact, if you use a Monster Inspect on an Ogress, you find that one has a +2 magic attack bonus. What? Don't troll me like that. That would hurt. You find the one that has the +2 magic attack bonus, then that's the one that has the mask. I got it while I was still doing the shipwreck salvaging. That's close to Taverley or whatever. Yeah, that's what, the second location? I think that's where I got mine on Lorebound? I think I got one on Lorebound. Possibly. It's been a while since I've been on Lorebound. Oh. Yeah, second location. Bears KC, I love a good burger. It's 1 in 150. Bears are at 40. 1 in 1500, yeah, I thought it was up there like that, yeah. 1 in 1500. There we go. Bolt time. second bolt. Now we're kiting. Oh, yeah. Kidding. I was watching Lorebound up to a few weeks ago and then switched to this current series of yours. Yeah. Well, they're different, right? They're very different from each other. Lorebound was fun for a good while, and then it started to become a little tricky to keep up with everything. Moons is a scam place, no gear and 40 chests. So, fun fact, I went 116 chests dry at Moons for my first Moon piece. So, you keep going, you're fine. That was during a bingo event, my last pre-Lorebound character. Frustrating how many quests you were locked out of. Yeah, there were a lot of things that... Well, that's the thing, is we were kind of honed in on Recipe for Disaster. So we kind of had to really focus on that. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality of things with Lorebound. Lorebound started to get a little phasey once we hit the, I don't know. I felt like the push and the guts, the chutzpah. Oh, jeez, that's a word. That's straight from the Big Bang Theory. No. Jeez, where was I going? Oh my goodness. I just had a total brain fart. That's what I get for using weird words. Oh, yes. Family Crest. As soon as Family Crest started and we had to start making exceptions to get around it, that's when I felt like the series kind of fell apart. And that's when I stopped having fun with Lorebound, when I realized there was no way around. What happens if you're in a members area and you log into the game after your membership expired? I think you get TP'd to Lumbridge. I think you do too. Enjoying the current series though, and in real time makes it fun. Yeah, well, yeah. Oh! Hello there! There's a big level right there off of a bear, of all things. 1275 total level and 66 attack. Off of bears in the weirdest spot. That is such a weird. That's weird. No. Why did I get a level off of that? Oh, that's rough. That is 66 attack. And we got a full inventory of bear furs again. We're almost halfway done. Jeez, this stinking bear grind is taking a while. It's unfortunate, but jeez. The odds that in this whole area there's one bear spawn to the north here. Like, what are this? Why is there a bear spawn here? Why is there one black bear spawn? That doesn't make sense. Think, Mark, think! Like, why is this bear here? Why does it exist? It shouldn't exist. You're 63 days, 8 hours. I am 62 days, 22 hours. So yeah, we've played like very close. Very close to each other. Like 5 hours difference. Or not that much. You get it. We're pretty close. 62 days, 22 hours. We are 10 hours difference. I need to play 10 hours more to catch up to you. I also didn't quite get the context rules of Lorebound. Like, what was enough context enough for a spell? Well, that's the thing, is realistically, I was playing it by ear. I was hanging off my coattails, just trying to make something work. I had a concept, I tried to run with it, and then it got a little too complicated. that's what Lorebound. That's what happened to Lorebound. Like when you learn Death Rune spells, I knew about all the other elemental spells. Yeah, that's the thing is, I originally wanted it to be you had to learn each and every individual spell, and then I slowly loosened it up after I realized that you wouldn't be able to progress anywhere, and I didn't have that solid, concrete rule set on episode 1 of Lorebound, and I think that ultimately made it suffer quite a bit. We're going to drop that butterfly jar, release another ruby harvest, grab a bear fur, and hop another world. Must be the Aussie time diff kicking in. Yeah. Yeah, we're over halfway there. Ah, there's the bear. Get over here. Bonk. We're on Brazil worlds. Oh, we've already gone through Singapore and whatever that other world is. I'm not familiar with that flag. What is that flag? The ones north of Brazil. Up from Brazil. Oh, I didn't need to crossbow you. Brazil worlds? Yeah, you don't know about Brazil worlds? That's South Africa. Ah. So that's Elon Musk world. Oh, we're off to Japan. Here's world 699. Ohayo gozaimasu. Itadakimasu. I hate to have to go. Thank you so much for the stream. See you next time. Good luck. Thank you, Buxy, for being here for so long. It's 12:20 a.m. I don't have to work until the afternoon, but I'd like to get a decent sleep. That's fair, everyone. Feel free to head off. I'm just going because I'm having fun still. We are hitting the 8-hour mark, though. Like, we're having a long stream today. I wanted to get that new chunk roll in, and now that we know that this is such a free chunk, like, I gotta roll again. Like, it's yeah. Thanks for being here, though. I do really appreciate y'all hanging out here. It's been fun. Spent the most of the stream napping while lurking, to be honest. That's fine. Lurking and napping is perfectly acceptable, especially considering how the first 7.5 hours of this was catching freaking butterflies. Yeah, see ya, Buxy. Appreciate you coming by. Look forward to seeing what the next roll is. Yeah, the VOD will be there, and it'll also be in the next video, if you want to hang on for the next video. Yeah, I'm gonna really speed up the pace of the next video. It's gonna be really interesting. Like, the actual shaman mask grind is gonna go by real quick for those of you that are just watching in the video. Why am I getting a deja vu on that? That's weird. So it is good to know that this is when people are starting to pop off as well, because this is good for streaming information for future streams, knowing that at about 11:30, my regular viewers, people who enjoy being here, need to go to bed, so they are disappearing. Yeah, so this is good information for me to know. I do find it a little bit morbidly funny about the whole fire orb thing. Didn't matter too much because of the whole runes bug. Yeah, I know, right? I think it'll still be useful though, right? No, exactly. Well, that's the thing, is if we end up rolling the battlefield, then that orb location is 100% not only necessary, like, that's part of the chunk task at that point. No, I find it absolutely hilarious how we went through all of this work and we found this super cool, like, method, and then it means nothing. I I do typically try not to stay up too late, by the way. I try to stay up longer because I wanted to see the new chunk. I'm sorry, we're still 40 kills away. Ah! Why the heck would my character decide, let's slightly run out of chunk to shoot from point blank distance this black bear? What the heck was that? Oh, how things kicking? Things are kicking good. We're in a new chunk. Account ruined. Yep, game over. GG, restart game. I know the jokes. Okay, let's move on. There have been several times in videos we've gone out of chunk 2 for that exact same reason of like, oh, something kited us out of the chunk randomly. That's why I was trying to have someone start to walk down this path to see if we could get through here. Turns out we can, obviously. Because, like, there are some places that look like they're walkable. Turns out they're not. That's 62. This will be 63. We're getting there. In the meantime, we can kind of talk about these new chunks. So Gute Nacht. I have never, like, this is their first time seeing this chunk. So what unlocks here is entirely new for possibilities. None. Okay. East Tip Hills, on the other hand. Gute Nacht is going to unlock nothing for us. Literally nothing. East Tip Hills, on the other hand. Kill Ogre Chieftain, kill Wolf. Wolf bone drop. So there's an Ogre Chieftain somewhere in that area that we'll have to kill multiple times. In which case, like, if that's the role, we're just gonna... Okay, that's good enough. Good night, everyone. We'll see you next stream. we'll just end there. If there's another, like, killing multiple... If we have to kill any more than 100 of something that's slightly larger than, you know, an ant... We're gonna end the stream there, because, like, we can always pick that up the next day. And plus, if we end there and then start and I don't, like, play more ChunkMist between those two, it'll be, like, an absolute, like, pick up from the same spot we left off. Because then that'll allow me to, like, hyper-focus in on the videos and start producing the video real quick. Which might be a good thing. Yeah, East Tip looks like it has... Gute Nacht requires like 4 chunks for the quest, yeah. But it would get us closer to Jigzig and Castle Wars. Because you can kind of run to the south there. You can run through this little area. Guess how many kills we're at? We're at 67. Ayo. Are there any Gen Alphas in the chat that want to get frizzy? No. That one hurt. That one hurt. Oh no. Oh no. I'm cringing. Oh, that one hurt me. Oh. Get frizzy. It was like Miss Frizzled. I was going back to the magic school bus days. You are my enemy for that. That is very fair, Velasco. I do not hold you. Miss Frizzle's a superhero, yeah. Getting frizzy with it. Oh, really? The bear just walked. Fine. Well, there. Now you're not. Magic School Bus is amazing. Don't ruin it with your frizzy. Getting frizzy with it. Ooh, that one. That's gonna hurt. Another bounty hunter world. Yeah, let's hop to it. Frizzy. Not gonna lie, the sound of you equipping a rune battle axe is such a nostalgic noise. Yeah, it is. Like, crossbow? The rune battle axe is just like a tink. Like, it's a really light sound effect, but it is a bit nostalgic. Dunk, tink, dunk, tink. By the way, we're at 71 kills now. Oh, out of chunk. Oh, now you're back in chunk. There we go. So while I'm killing that, let's go through our chunk picker. And we can tick off some of the tasks that we've already done. Bronze bar, bronze battle axe, bronze pickaxe. We've got the coal, iron bar, iron battle axe. We've killed the black. Nope, we haven't killed the black bears. Oh no. Oh no. Unkilled black bears. There we go. Killed the dwarves. Got the clue hunter cloak. And then we're back to these tasks again. Jeez. See, and this is why the not just standing clause is so nice. Because we know we're going to be working on farming. And they're still there. And they're going to be there all the time until we get that farming level. But we're also not literally, like... Imagine if we didn't have the not just standing clause. It would be literally just us farming for months and doing nothing else but like logging in, checking a tree, logging off, logging in, checking a tree, logging off, raking. Jangerberry seeds, ooh, fancy. That's not fun. That's not fun at all. At 74. We are almost 2/3 of the way. 2/3. You're out of chunk. You need to come in chunk. Thank you, Bista Bear. We're actually taking a little bit of damage. I wasn't expecting to have accumulated that much. It's actually not a nothing amount. Just kind of funny. Your upload schedule would be miserable if you had to do a farming to roll new chunks. Yeah, well, exactly. Ultimately, that's one of the reasons why I made ChunkMist the way it is because it's a balance between being able to upload every few weeks and feeling like a bit of a grind. Like, you have to admit, for those of you who are here for the first 6.5 hours of this stream, that was quite a slog. And that was like probably a fifth. No, I'd say a quarter of what I had to go through. Like, that was a bit rough. Just click all day long for 3 days straight. Like, that was rough. That was a grind. It wasn't, again, an AFK to 87 fletching grind. That was an active hellscape grind. That's like... Ugh. It's like if we had to roll the freaking tithe farm right now. That's kind of how it felt. Hey, you could rake weeds every 5 minutes if you really wanted something to do. Exactly. Yeah, even condensed, it felt like Doc Johnson spent too long farming to get to where he needed. Can't imagine how boring it would be if you couldn't do more. Exactly. Farming and OneChunk accounts are inherently incompatible with each other. Because, with the exception of if you unlock the tithe farm. Or, technically, there's also the sorceress's garden. You could also do the sorceress's garden, or whatever it is. That will also give you farming XP. In which case, then there are active methods to train it. I wouldn't want to train it off the sorcerers. Is it sorcerers or sorceresses? Garden. Either way, that place. Yeah. Wouldn't want to train it there, but those are the exceptions to... Because it's the only skill that you can't actively train. With the exception of, like, birdhouses and hunter. Or, I mean, Slayer if you're locked out of it. I wish they implemented a husbandry minigame for farming like the one in RS3. Yeah, I really liked the animal husbandry mechanics in RS3. Fun fact, I don't know how fun this actually is for a fact, that is the one skill that I have hit 200 million experience in. Sorceress's Garden, that's the one. Yeah, I hit 200 mil farming XP because I liked the animal husbandry in RS3 so much. I had, like, multi-tiered dinosaur chains that were... Yeah, I know dinosaurs, right? Oh, yeah, no, I went balls to the walls with that thing. Like, oh, who cares about seeds? No, who wants to grow trees? Blah. No, you freaking raise animals. And you make sure they're happy. You just give them meat. You give them the meat of their choice and keep them fed, and then check in every 24 hours. And then make sure that the expensive ones are, you know, boinking each other. That's literally what the animal husbandry was in that game. I made so many Chinchompas and so many dinosaurs. Heck, even if we could just raise chickens and cows, it would do wonders for Ironman. Yeah, if you could raise chickens and get feathers, another source of feathers, like, boom! Cows. Oh, now you have cow hides. Boom! Add another 1 in 10,000 drop for a dragon egg. Why not? I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all of you OneChunk accounts in here. I'm sorry that I even suggested that. Make every dragon have a different colored dragon egg drop. So I know I'm biased because I don't play the game and just watch content creators. But I do kind of wish that there was a sailing specific Slayer Master that you could get Slayer XP from bounties. Oh, they are introducing something I mean, there is a sailing based Slayer Master that allows you to choose the two. Yeah, but no, what they did is I mean, that is what the bounty system is. The bounty system and the bounty boards it's basically swapping Slayer for sailing XP. But it's the same concept. If there was something like a bounty board that also gave you Slayer XP instead of sailing XP, yeah. Because there is something that does that. It's sailing specific monsters that you kill, but instead of, yeah, the bounties are sailing instead of Slayer XP. Ooh, that was a fast world hop. Must not have hit me properly or something. We are getting pretty close, by the way. This is 87. I'm excited for the pick 1 of 3 Slayer Master. Yeah, that's gonna be... It starts at pick 1 of 2, and the thing is you also can't skip. And the cancel task is like 100 Slayer points. Like, it's going to be very merciless if you don't go for one of its options. Or at least that's how it's planned. And then the more bounties you do for that Slayer Master, then that'll increase from 1 to 2 to 1 to 3. Yeah, you can't Turiel skip with them either. Yeah, exactly. Like, you go with this Slayer Master and it's locking you in. It's kind of like that novice thing from... I was on a Konar task at 250 and I had to skip about 12 times to get a non-Ars task. What Slayer level master is supposed to be? I think it was a combat 100 level 70 Slayer master, or something similar to that. Combat level 90. It's in that area. No, there was a proposed approximate, but it was I believe close to Duradel. It is a higher level one. Let's see, Slayer masters. Yeah, Shiloh Village needs 100 combat 50. I think it was 100 combat 70. I think it was going to be a new high Slayer Master. Which means, obviously, the Slayer points that you're going to get from him are likely going to be even higher. Oh. Recall, people, what we're doing? Shrimp check. Make sure you're not sliding on your chairs. Keep your posture good. We're in this for the long run. Shrimp check. Still get a kick out of that. Shrimping. It's when you start curling like a shrimp in your chair. Don't slide. Shrimp check. I'm literally going to be using that. It's so funny. I love that so much. We have water checks and we have shrimp check for people who slowly slide down their chairs. Make sure your posture is good. Shrimp check, yeah. Oh, there's actually an emote for... You know what? We're going to have to... I'm going to have to add an emote for that. I'm going to have to add, like, the OSRS shrimp. I'm going to have to. That'll be a great emote to add. Back be like curved bone. Yeah, we're not the long bone anymore. We're the curved bone, not the curved bone. Oh no, that's so. Get a little scoliosis in here. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Scoliosis, though, is rough. My sister-in-law has scoliosis, and it's rough. It's rough on her. But curved bone. Curved bone's so good. You know that whoever dropped that curved bone... That one ogre had real bad back pain. Oh no. I can't believe it. We've resorted to freaking scoliosis jokes now. What are we doing? Oh, it's getting late. I'm gonna start saying weird stuff soon. Gotta remember, this is still the internet. Everything you say is on here forever. Oh, no, it's fine. Oh. It's not like we're on a PUBG bridge. Jeez. Man, how bad would you have to... Oh. That slip-up was epic. Why that would happen? Oh. Like... I think it was like top 10 like worst Freudian slips of all time, I think. Couldn't help it, it was so perfect for the emote. Your fault for having it as an option. The delirium has kicked in. The delirium is starting to kick in, but we have 4 more bears until we roll. So, you know, delirium can take its place. We have 4 more bears. 3 more. Are you still going until you roll a chunk? I mean, we have 3 bears before we roll a chunk. We're rolling a chunk in literally 3 bears. Yes, we're going until we roll a chunk. And then if it's another free chunk, we're gonna roll again. How funny would it be if you close the stream with 1 bear left? New chunk, new chunk. Yep, here we go. Alright, that is kill 99. Now we're going to our base world, which is world 432. Where are we? No, 543. That was it. 543. World 543. I joined really late and haven't been paying much attention. Yeah, well, I mean, we're rolling as soon as we kill this one bear. Hop to World 543 if you want to be here. Be rolling at Monastery. Yeah, sure, we'll roll at Monastery. That is, by the way, number 100. We got our bear complete. Oh. Yeah, that was the bear. Sorry. Yeah, that was 100. We were on that screen because we were talking about Gutenoth. Yeah, that was bear kill number 100 right there. We're heading to the trawler, and then we're heading up to the monastery, and then we're rolling. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm excited again. Adrenaline's kicking back in. Here we go. Oh, nice little roam up to the monastery. You know what? I kind of like just to the south of the monastery. First chunk roll I've gotten to watch live dope. Whoa, let's not be summoning devils in here, Ice. The haste, yeah. So, this is the monastery. We could do it at the monastery. However, I kind of like rolling at this haystack. I don't know why, but I think it has a fun, unique value. So we are going to roll at this haystack. Something good for my birthday. Let's get something. Yeah, we can all play Get the Needle. Haystack has vibes, yeah. We'll stand near the haystack. This is going to become a thing for us, by the way. We're all going to stand by the haystack. Alright, let's look at the chunk picker one last time. The new areas that we have got. We just rolled Gutenoth. We just finished Gutenoth. We have Gutenoth. No, the Gutenoth Island. Yeah, we have Gutenoth. We have Eastfeld Tip Hills. Those are our new chunk rolls. We have 19 options now. I know these aren't in order. We could fiddle around and delay things and mess with the order, but we're not going to. We're going to check off our black bear. And we're going to start rolling. We're going to roll in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That's a big roll. Woo! Okay. Okay, that's a big one. Oh, what sections do we have access to? That's a great question. Let's head over to that chunk right now. We got, oh, geez, yeah, we're going to the Fortiscothan. Yeah, oh boy, no, this is a big one. This unlocks construction for us. This unlocks thieving, jewelry. This unlocks, we get like a power Ammy here. Like, this is a big chunk. This is a huge chunk. Oh my goodness. We talk about this. Yeah, no, this is a big one. Okay, but first we need to find out exactly which sections of the chunk are available. We are chartering to the Civitas Illa Fortis. This is also another diagonal roll of ours. So we've got to come over here. We got to get to this little corner here. Stealing from houses is going to give you access to a whole bunch of amulets. Yes, but keep in mind, we only have access to one of those houses. So this is our diagonal. Boink. Ha 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 ha. Nope. Oh, I almost clicked off there. That was scary. So yeah, this is our diagonal area. Is it? Is this the one we got? I think it is. So let's see here. Do we have access to this upper area right here? No, we don't. So let's see. It's this right here. We do not have access there. We do have access there. We don't have access there, and we don't have access there. So that is the area specifically. Now we get to see this huge wall of tasks pop up, because there is a huge wall. And likely one of them we're not going to be able to do because it involves, yep, this right here, level 80 construction. And let's take a look at what that wants us to do. That wants us to fill holes at the fishing trawler to level 70, and then create skeleton guards. Obviously, that is not something that we're going to be doing. We're not going to be doing the fishing trawler to level 70. That is a meme grind. The reason why I put it in there is because it shows us that it's possible for us to get there. Yeah, that's not happening, obviously. That is because this chunk rule right here, which I toggled on just to show that it was possible. And that is right here. XP from minigames, bosses like Fishing Trawler Tempros. No, it's, where is it? Where is it? There's a very specific toggle here. Let's just find it real quick. Where is it? That was it? That was it, wasn't it? Fishing Trawler Tempros. Yeah. So that's the one that's toggled off. That should be toggled off. Now if we look here, the Calphite Soldier will poof, go away. But that doesn't mean that we can't try to do a little bit of construction. Yeah, see, construction's gone. But we can still buy a house, which is really cool. So we need 75 thieving to steal from a gem stall. Well, guess what? Guess what, friends? We already have 75 thieving thanks to our gnome pickpocketing. So let's just head over to a stall real quick and get that task done. Where's our gem stall? Where is our gem stall? Gem stall, right there. We are no longer homeless. We will no longer be homeless. Not that we can access our home. Gem stall. Complete. Steal from gem stall. That is a level 75 task. All done. We've got a lot of shops that we need to buy from. Let's take a look at these. We have 88 chunks. Boo, 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 boo. Most of these are shop tasks, except for the Everydrop from the wealthy citizens. All of these are from thieving. Oh, we got bakery stalls, got fur stalls, silk stalls, bone statuettes. Yeah, so all this is fun. Here we go. Let's go to permanent unlockables. Let's buy a house. Let's start there. And you know what I'll probably do for this chunk is, because what we want to do is we want to be able to access our house. So let's talk to the real estate agent really quickly. Hello, welcome to the hosting agency. How can I get a house? 1,000 coins. Yes, please. There we go. Construction is officially unlocked for us. Now, how much... What do we need to... We need 35 construction to move our house to Alderaan. So what I might do, realistically, is force us to go to the fishing trawler and get 35 construction so that we can move our house to an area that we have access to. I think that's fair. I think that's like, oh, we can see how absolutely horrible the fishing trawler grind would be and how expensive it would be, because, like, it's expensive as hell getting construction off of the fishing trawler. But at the same time, 35, I mean, we'll see how much 2.4 mil cash will get us. We might only have a few hundred coins by the end of that grind. Which is terrible to think, but that is a definite possibility. And thanks, Silver, for being around for so long. Appreciate you hanging out for so long. Yeah, at least wealthy citizens give plenty of money to buy out all of the stalls. Even 35 is going to be ass, lol. Yeah, it's very likely going to be ass, right? It's not going to be a small grind. 35 is 24,000 experience, which we are getting 5 XP at a time. However, the actual basement of the fishing trawler, if you're on the actual trawler world, you can accumulate those points moderately quickly? Moderately, maybe? So yeah, we can pickpocket wealthy citizens, which is great. They give money. How much money? Like 85 coins. This is crazy. Those give us access to keys. The keys can then be used for the housing thieving. However, we only have access to this one single house. That is going to be our major issue. Wealthy citizens also drop a lot of easy clues, and that might be interesting. Yeah, we only have access to this one specific house, so we can only do the thieving at this house. Okay, so we're only actually going to be able to thieve 1/3 of the time, which means we might actually have to world hop a little bit to see when that house opens up. We also, unfortunately, don't have the rogue's outfit, so these wealthy citizens will only drop 1 key at a time instead of 3 keys, or sorry, 2 keys at a time. We only get 1. Read this with the California access. OMG, it's shopping time! This is Chunk Mall! There, you happy? You happy, Harzlek? I've been robbed! Okay, here we go. Let's start to pickpocket. Oh, yes. Oh my goodness. The AFK thieving XP. Oh, 100 XP at a time, not having to touch anything. You can just AFK here. Oh. Oh. Come on, give me a key, please. Come on. Nope. Never mind. Oh well. That was 1.4k cash. Yeah, we've got a lot of stalls to steal from. We've got a lot of things to do. Yeah, they don't have much pocket to pick, yeah. Let's go through all the general stores. Let's go through all the stores, buy out all the items, and really get the chunks down to what our actual grind is going to be. And then we'll close for the night. Because this is actually a moderately sized chunk, specifically in thieving, and it is getting quite late. So, we are at the Fortis General Store. We are going to buy 1 of every item. Because that's the rules. Every shop gets to be bought. Ooh, there's spades in this shop. That's kind of interesting. I think that's the first general store shop that I know of that has... Okay, that's interesting. That's the first shopkeeper I know of that's had that. That's interesting. That's really interesting. So let's go to the... It's not Cabaldo's. It's not the Baker's. It's the Fortis General Store. Bucket, and the bucket, and the bucket, and the more buckets, and all those more buckets. There we go. Okay. So now we have... Oh, we have to buy from different stalls. But we stole gems from one stall, so we won't be able to do that. Cabaldo's grocery stock. Oh, shoot. We don't have a bank over here. This is going to be a problem. So because we have no bank... Oh, we have a second altar. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We have a second altar. We can pray at a second altar. Do, 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 do. Second altar, second altar. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We have a second prayer altar. Back after friend multiplayer Slay the Spire 2. Only a true chunk pro would check off tasks at this rate. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, bask in the light of the Shrine of Ralos. So we don't actually have a bank in these chunks, which is, it's going to be a little expensive. Thankfully, the citizens do drop a lot of money. Let's see, we have access to this little tiny upper section here. That's kind of interesting. Let's see, are we able to buy from... Yeah, hold on. Buy from Baker. Oh, yeah, we have cakes. We can just buy cakes. We can also steal from cakes. Nice. What else do we have in here? Those are, by the way, different... Let's see. Spice Merchant. Yeah, let's buy a knife and some spice and a garlic. Okay, cool, cool. Gem store will probably be like, hey, you stole from me, grr, so we'll avoid you. The fur stalls, though, and the silk stalls, we'll buy from those. Oh, swap screen, thank you. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Why are there so many furs? Okay, well, we gotta buy one of each that is available. And then the silk merchant sells a needle. Stackable, thankfully. A thread, thankfully, stackfully, and silk. Boom. Oda view, yeah, no kidding. But now we can go back here and we can be like, okay, finish the bread stalls, finish the fur stalls, finish the silk stalls, finish the spice stalls. We need to find the flaming arrow. Where's the flaming arrow? It's a bar? Oh, Flipper! Flipper, you want to play pinball? Yes, pinball, fun. Sorry, we're disappearing, and we're clicking 10 of these. Wait, hold on. There we go. I just disappear. Everyone's like waiting. It's like, no, we're this is going to be the final chunk roll of the night, obviously, because there are some tasks that are going to take quite a few days, likely. It'll finally actually give me a chance to chill out. Pinball. Yeah. It sucks that this actually uses your run energy. Like, you'd think it would be like the maze random, where it doesn't use run, but it's like, no, you're using all your energy here. There we go. And exit, and it gave us 5 rubies. We don't need a single pot. We will take those rubies. So, now that our inventory is aptly stuffed to the brim, we are going to head... that's the thing. Oh, is this the shop? Is this the shop here? Okay, that's the grocery shop. That's the one... Okay, that's the grocery store. We also have this bartender here to buy from. We're gonna just chew through all of these little purchase tasks. This is kind of a really interesting area. It's got, like, nothing in this zone. Huh. And the dangers of this area. The dangers of OneChunk to the east. This opens up... Oh my gosh. The chunk rolls. The chunk rolls. Oh my goodness. So... Hold on. I didn't want to click on that. The chunk rolls here. We do have the roll here. We have the roll here. We can't roll this way. We can't roll this way, unfortunately. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it does, is it opens up those, but soon it'll be like, this'll balloon out. I think we're gonna just get more and more chunks in order to roll. This is so funny. This is so funny how this is our method of getting back to this. One skinny, one chunk wide little strip of space. And then right here we gotta, like, squeeze through. Oh, that's kind of funny. If only we had a deposit box over here, that would have been okay. But we don't. We've literally got a fishing trawler to either Alderaan. Alderaan's actually cheaper here. It's 600 coins. I'd be sitting up along the wall, yeah. If we go to Alderaan, that's only 600 coins, and there's a deposit box right here. We're gonna just deposit literally... hold on. We're gonna lock our coins so we don't deposit the coins. Deposit all. There we go. And then we're gonna go right back. Because we're on... a shopping spree. Civitas illa fortis. And welcome back. Hey, what's up? This is such a weird spot. Oh. Okay. So we need to buy out the bar, and we need to buy out the grocery store next. The bar, we got beer, cider, sunbeam, vodka, rum, whiskey, gin, moonlight, jug of wine, Sotzley. Oh, we got some Blackbird Red here as well. We got a cup of tea? I think that's actually our first tea. That's our first tea on the count. Ooh. Drink that cup of tea. Nice. Okay. Okay. That's our first cup of tea. That's actually not nothing. That's not nothing. Now we're gonna go over here and we're gonna be like, that is the flaming arrow that we were in. Yeah, a cup of tea's in there, so blah 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 blah. Now we only have 2 stores to go. One is this grocery store, which has cooking apple, pineapple, banana, tomato, potato, tomato. Holy cow, there's chocolate bars here. Oh, wait. Are those actually chocolate bars? Oh, they are. And there's raw chickens, and there's, oh, cheese. There's, oh, boy. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, my goodness. We got a lot of new fish here. He's got an orange on his head. Yes, he does. Oh, that's because he's Kabato. It's like capybara dough. I don't know. So this, oh, this is weird. We're gonna, of course, run back and bank these. We could, of course, just drop them, but where's the fun in that? Oh my gosh, there's tea in here that only means thing. Where are the British? I mean, the British came over by the boats. Who do you think are the foreigners who entered into Varlamore? Gelanorians are British people. Okay, so we got up to the raw chicken. We're gonna buy out the rest of this stock. Civitus. Gangplank. Oh. Shrimp check. Make sure your back's not twisting. And again, we're going through the little crack. Oop! Those zeros are zeros? What? What zeros are zeros? What are you talking about? What zeros are zeros? The shop, you asked? Oh, yeah. Thank you for checking there. Yeah. So yeah, we got that. We need one beef. We got a rabbit source, herring, cod, tuna, bass, swordfish. That is our first tuna, bass, swordfish, cod, and I think we've had a couple herrings. But yeah, no, those are our first sources for those. So... there we go. Okay. So what are our final tasks in this area? We've got to get an amulet of magic. We all know what an amulet of magic is. I don't know why it popped up like that. We don't need that. We need to know where we get that. Magic. Enchant a sapphire amulet. Okay, I knew that. But why is that the one that we have to get? There's so many other drops here. Emerald amulet. Like, yeah, we gotta get all the amulets. I don't know why only the sapphire amulet is a drop from house keys. Yeah, that's the thing, is all the amulets are a drop from house keys. Oh. Oh, wait. Hold up. This event was way over here. They need fire runes. Oh, we must have access to something. It has to do with the magic level or something. Yeah. Oh, no, it's definitely about the magic level. Probably 2749 on Ruby. No, that's exactly what it is, because we definitely have the level to do... Oh, it's because we probably have a water rune source. Oh yeah, no, we have our water battle staff, right? We have a water rune source, and we have a cosmic rune drop that we've gotten. So that's why that one's the only one required for us. You know what's interesting? Is I remember a lot of people just kind of AFKing here and pickpocketing wealthy citizens. But I'm already noticing that there was an event over here where the citizens were pickpocketed, where the urchin was... I've been robbed. Oh, there it is again. I wonder if there's a... Oh, there's our first house key. We are going to do our first house key for the night, by the way. We're going to have to. So the house key is, I think, a task. Yeah, they have them to the south and west as well. Exactly. That was strange. I wonder if there's a loop you can do. Because everyone just kind of pickpockets and stands in the middle right there. But if there's, like, other... I wonder if there's a loop. Drink from the bird bath? What does the bird bath do? That was disgusting. It had dirt, ticks, and leaves in it. I do feel oddly invigorated, though. What did it do? Why is my defense level up? Did it give me defense bonuses? What in the world is that? Sometimes it can give you poison damage. Well, thanks. Now you tell me that. It's a toss-up. That's kind of interesting, though. That's hilarious. Oh, we have 2 house keys now. Nice. So there are a few locations that those urchins are going to go through. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, oh. Okay, I don't know how late this is, but we're going to do that right now. Oh, the house is open right now. Yeah, exactly. We don't know how long it's going to be open for, but we're going to do it anyways. Valuables. We're getting valuables. Heck yeah. This is what our thieving was about. Come on. Oh. Special. Ooh, we can't cash in our valuables, obviously. We're just literally going to have to stash it up until we roll that chunk. But we can gather valuables from this one specific house. Which is weird. That's 10 league points right there. I didn't know that. Bone statuette. Dang, that's one of our rare drops that we need. Oh, freak! Swap screen. Again. Ugh. Something else somewhere in the house. Sorry, it's getting a little late. Oh no, we didn't make it in time. Oh, that's a shame. My leg, someone help me. Yeah, it looks like this is another spot for the event. So it's here, the center, and to the east. There's the whistle. You gotta leave. Good job. Got 30, 45. Huh, my leg is healed. That was strange. Now, I wonder what rotation it is. If it goes there or if all 3 occur at the same time. I wonder if it dumps you outside of your chunk if you get caught. Well, let's not test that. That would be an awful thing to test. I know it's around the south gate. Yeah, no, there was one right outside there. There's one right over here. And there's one in the center area right here. All 3 are the same. Do they all occur at the same exact time, though, is the question. It dumps you at the entrance of the house. Ask me how I know. Yeah, fair enough. So, we got house keys. We got our valuables. That's kind of cool. They alternate, not all at the same time. So yeah, there might be an interesting way of getting around. I wonder if we can buy from the gem merchant yet, or if he still thinks we're a thief. Nope, we can. Buy sapphire. Oh. It's an overstocked world. Well, we were able to buy the ruby. Don't mind us, we're world hopping. Thank you for being here. We're gonna close up soon anyways. We're just gonna... we are hopping to 5:44 to finish this up. Oh, geez, are you kidding me? They're overstocked again? Oh, geez. Japan it is. Japan world. That's not gonna be overstocked, right? Yes. There we go. We bought from the gem stalls. So now we can go through our chunk tasks. We got the emerald, ruby, and sapphire from that. That completes all of our chunks. We also... Oh. We need to steal from the stalls. And then we need to get all of these items. We've gotten valuables. We've gotten the house keys. And we've bought a player-owned home. Alright, we're down to 22 tasks. That's pretty good. So we are on world 700 right now, by the way. We will head back to our normal world, 543. 543, there we go. Ultimate Ironman, Lamau. You may find they are overstocked everywhere, yeah. We had to go to Japan to get them understocked. So yeah, we've got to get an Amulet of Magic, because that is, first of all, our best in slot magic stuff, and, I mean, that's a chunk task. We'll obviously get the other amulets as well, because we can enchant some of them. Our magic level is at 45. We can't make the ruby or diamond yet, which I completely forgot about, which is kind of interesting. Flammeter. Everyone's following each other. Oh, yeah. Anyways, this has been a hell of a stream. This is almost going on 9 hours. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. This is a pretty good place to stop it for the night. I really had a blast. I hope you did too. Long stream, yeah, almost 9 hours. We're now in the pro stream range, yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for watching. I had a blast. It's starting to get really dark. Like, it's past midnight now. I gotta go to sleep soon. Oh no! Oh no! The urchin's being robbed. We better steal from this wealthy citizen while we're here, obviously. But while we're stealing... Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate y'all coming out and sitting around for such a long time. We got through it. We're in a cool new chunk. I'm excited. I'm excited. Yeah. We're gonna have some fun. That's for sure. I'll see you guys in the next... Not in the next video, the next stream, which will be on Monday. We'll see ya. Good progress, no kidding. We are all over the place. Tons of progress. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Toodles.